Hello? Hello, hello? Hi. Let's see. So, I didn't end up streaming Baldur's Gate on the weekend, which means I'm going to be playing it today. Today. Oops. Today. So, yeah. Yeah, I ended up hanging out with friends, and then hung out with friends, and then hung out with friends. But then I did stream in the morning. But then, Bioshock. Literally, I was like so annoyed by the end of my last stream. I put it on hard mode, and it made the game so much harder. It was annoying as hell. I kept dying. That's what annoyed me. I hate dying in games. I'm like, I'm not gonna die. This game is easy. Unless you put it on hard, where it actually makes the game hard. You die super easily. But I did so in Bioshock, I did a wrench build, and so then I just did a ton of damage with the wrench, and then there's an item that lets you heal, and so then I would heal when I would hit. And so with the last boss in the game, I beat him with just the wrench. He just attacks super fast. But yeah, upgrades people. So it really helps. It helped a lot. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, what would have sucked is if the build didn't work. Because I was like, okay, I can do a wrench build, but I'm like, what if it doesn't work? Then I'm screwed. But yeah, but it worked out. Yeah, yeah, I think so. What else? Wrench build, effective. And I didn't have time to do the Bioshock director's commentary, so I'm gonna be doing that. So pretty much, I'll be doing the Bioshock commentary first, and then there's a lot of videos on YouTube I want to watch. I'm just gonna watch them on stream, and then after that, Baldur's Gate, which the commentary is gonna take an hour and a half. YouTube maybe another hour, and then how much time do I have? It's already 10 o'clock. I woke up at 4 o'clock, so it's been 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours. Yeah. I woke up at 4:15. Yeah. Anyways, what'd you do for 4 hours? What'd you do for 6 hours? Calm down. One thing is, I always tell myself I always bring my phone in the shower to play music, and the reason I do that is because it helps me keep track of time. And so what I do is, when I shower, I choose 3 songs and then a backup song. And so the 3 songs that I want to hear will play, but then by the 4th song, that means get out of the shower. And then that's I'm out of the shower and then doing other stuff. And the 5th song is get out of the bathroom. But if I don't take my phone with me, because I didn't charge it last night, and so I needed to charge it because I use it as a camera. Also, my camera hasn't come yet, which is annoying and driving me crazy. But yeah, so yeah, I can't believe it. Why hasn't it come? Where are you, Rachel? But yeah, anyways, timekeeping, time blindness. So I didn't do that today because I was like, whatever. I needed to put my phone to charge. I do have another phone, but I just was like, whatever, I'll be fine. It took me an hour to do my morning routine, which normally takes me about 30 minutes. But it's because then I just think too much, and I'm like, all of a sudden, I'm like, how long have I been in the shower for? How long have I been in the bathroom for? It wasn't even in the shower, just in the bathroom. Good morning, Mysterion. I'm gonna be playing. Okay, I just beat Bioshock, so I'm gonna be playing Bioshock. But I'm gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3. Normally, I only play it on the weekends, but I'm gonna be playing it today because I didn't play it on the weekend. And I'll be playing it for like 4 or 5 hours. But first, YouTube, Bioshock director's commentary, and then YouTube, a bunch of self-help videos, I think, and that's what I have on the list. And then Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. So I'm doing a Riz run. I'm playing a Bard. So I messed up because I didn't choose dual wielding. I choose, what was it? It was like Battle Bard, where you have a shield. But when you have a shield, you can't cast any spells. You cast at like a disadvantage, or you can't cast at all. And so I was like, oh, I screwed up my build. And so then I need a multi-class. That's why. So I play D&D IRL too, which is Baldur's Gate. Yeah, D&D. And so then I'm like, okay, solution, multi-class. And so I got to figure out how to do that. Also, Baldur's Gate, it's going to take me 400 hours to beat it because I click on everything. I don't like missing stuff. I'm literally going to click on every wall. I'm like, is there a button here? Is there a button here? Is there a button here? Where's the button? And then guess what? Eventually you find a button and you're like, see, I knew there'd be a button here. I knew this wall would move. I knew this wall was fake. I did the same thing with Elden Ring. I rolled into every single wall. I did a blind run when it first came out. I played it the first week it came out. And I was rolling into every single wall. Ugh. And I pretty much found everything in the game without looking anything up. What helped is people can put the little like castings on the ground. It makes a huge difference. But yeah. Oh yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3, but that's not for like 3 hours from now. And I only have 6 hours, so I'm probably only gonna play it for like 3 hours. Ugh. Which means that I'll finish it in 300 days. So I'll be done with my, like 350 days. So I'll finish it in a year. No, it won't take that long. It'll take me a while, but it won't take that long. Because on the weekends, I usually will only play Baldur's Gate. So yeah. But yeah, I'll start my morning routine. I was stuck in the shower for like an hour. I have time blindness, ADHD. I forgot to take my phone with me. And I usually use my phone and music to keep track of time, and I lost track of time. But yeah. I was like, whoops. Well, the story is, find a way to keep track of time, learn your habits, and then follow those habits. Yeah. Like work out every morning, which I do. Which means I have to make my protein shakes every morning. Or make them in the evening and have them later. Yeah. Oh yeah, so if you want to watch Baldur's Gate 3, that's in like 3 hours. Unless you want me to play it now. I could also play it now. YouTube. Oh yeah, so Baldur's Gate, I'm playing a Dragonborn Bard. And yeah, it's a pretty cool build. I'm just every single time it has either a Dragonborn or a Riz, or if it's either Charisma or a Bard command, then I'll choose it regardless of whether it's good or not. Like what was it, Astarion? He literally left because I just teased him, and he was like, "Oh, okay, I'm leaving," and I was like, "Oh, okay." I wonder what would have happened if I just let him leave. He probably would have robbed me. Yeah, probably. Also, I wonder what the heck he's doing at night. I've only rested once, and then you just hear like a noise and like a moaning, and I'm like, what the hell's happening? I'm like, okay, he's probably getting it on with one of the other players. Really? Yeah. I've seen some playthroughs of Baldur's Gate 3, but not too much. I don't want to have spoilers because I was like, okay, eventually I'll play it, and I don't want to know too much. Yeah. Oh yeah. And so then yeah, I skipped some people's playthroughs. But eventually, I will watch it. Eventually. When's that? Ever. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna watch my playthrough. Which is now. Or in an hour. Okay. It's not in an hour, it's in like 3 hours. Let's see. BT Bunny. Yeah. Look, lo-fi. Let's see. Here's my algorithm. Where was I at? Oh, because there's videos that I just didn't watch. I watch these. Actually, I should start from here. I never watched these. I'm just gonna start from here.
So I'm dating someone new.
Shut up. Tell me everything.
Okay, so he's really funny and intelligent, and he has a massive sense of integrity.
Ooh, integrity's hot.
So hot. The only way we really differ is he likes to go outside.
Ooh, you hate bugs.
I understand their importance to the environment. I just
I like going outside.
Included in their narrative. Ugh.
So valid.
We have so much in common, bestie. To the
Subtitles.
point where I'm like, oh my god, oh no, are Are we actually too similar?
Well, bestie, that's good news because opposites actually don't attract according
This whole time?
study.
Plot twist, role reversal.
Researchers
Uh-oh.
analyzed findings from 199 published papers that looked at 22 commonly studied traits among couples. Altogether, it looked at millions of couples worldwide over more than a
Yeah,
century.
I have a married couple where their only interest was like
Share up to 89%
a few
traits, including values,
musicians that they both enjoyed together, and that's how they bonded.
experiences such as smoking.
And yeah, now they don't seem very happy.
We both
But yeah.
love sexual activity.
Couples even aligned on the amount of water they drink and how miserable they are.
Ooh, we're both well hydrated and we hate it. We have to pee constantly.
Same-sex couples were not included in this research, but the authors are now exploring that separately. Okay.
Slay.
I'm really happy for you, bestie. You deserve
Slay.
someone exactly like you.
Oh my god, stop. Thank you.
I will not stop. Oh my god, who is he? What's his name? When is he gonna visit a video?
Yeah, obviously his name is Brucey.
Brucey and Bestie? He's gonna show up and be like, oh, Brucey and Bestie.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like, it's just gonna be this with a mustache. We'll find out.
Okay, the video's over.
It's gonna be insufferable. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, turns out opposites don't attract. This whole time. Yeah, what helps more is people who actually have similar hobbies. Why? Because they're gonna want to spend time together, and guess what? If they don't have the same hobbies, what are they gonna do together? Develop new hobbies? Yeah.
Hey guys.
But what helps is just having hobbies together. Dang. Austin Evans. This video is 13 years old. Perfect. I'm gonna play it anyways.
Here with a video on how to properly
Look at
use
young
a
ass.
microphone. So a lot of people use microphones
Yeah.
for all kinds of purposes. However, today I'm going to give you guys a few tips on how to use your microphone to get the absolute best
I did watch this video already,
Most important
but
thing
this is one creator I do watch, and I just think it's funny to see
So
a video from him 13 years ago.
Here are what is known as a side address microphone. And what that means is that you are meant to talk into it from the side like I'm doing right now.
See what I'm doing?
as opposed to
Don't do that.
something like
I already
this,
forgot.
talking into the top. Sure, you'll still be able to hear the audio quality, but as you guys can hopefully tell, it's going to be much
There
better
we
to
go.
use it properly as a side address microphone. Another
Well,
tip
'cause it
is
drowns
to
out the
be
audio.
close to the microphone. So you don't actually have to be like right on top of it. That's not going to quite sound the
What? Because I forget this habit, and I should have this habit.
between you and the microphone.
Yeah.
This is good for a couple of different reasons. For the main thing is it allows you to cut out a lot of the background noise because you're going to be really up and close to the microphone.
True.
You're going to be speaking
Look how close I am.
really with a decent volume. It's going to allow you to turn the overall volume of the microphone down, thereby letting you cut
Do I have to
out
be
a
that
lot of
close?
background noise.
No.
Maybe it's going to be
But even background noise for me too.
anything else that's around
Also,
you.
because any background noise,
Cut that down.
it's not
Some
even
microphones
like
have what is
if the
known
mic
as
picks it up,
mode.
but if I hear it, it drives me crazy. If I need to not hear anything else other than this, other than this,
and bidirectional. These modes are made to help you get the right
because the
sound
slightest noise distracts me.
So, for example, cardioid, which is what I'm using right now.
Cardioid.
is great for doing
Cardioid.
voiceovers, podcasts, etc. As you guys can see here, I'm talking straight into the mic. There should be nothing
Straight into the
else
mic.
going around me, nothing else that I do want to record. So it's going to help kind of filter out some of the background noise. Likewise, if I wanted to go with stereo, perhaps if I was doing a band or something,
Hmm.
a lot from around the mic, it would do that as well. So that's one key thing, although not all microphones do support these modes. If you do have some optional modes, definitely take a look at them because they can absolutely help increase your audio quality. If you do a lot of voiceover work like I'm doing right here, a pop filter may be very helpful. And what a pop filter is all about is kind of help even out some of the harsh tones that can kind of pick up on the audio that you wouldn't otherwise normally be able to. I do want to stress this though, a pop filter is optional.
Pop filter.
It's not going to dramatically increase your audio quality
Pop,
at any
pop.
rate. It's just going to
Pop,
kind of smooth it out if you're going to be doing a lot of P's and hard sounds on the microphone. But especially if you're doing
P, 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 P.
recording a band or anything
P,
like that.
P, 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 P.
Guys, that's it for my tips on how to properly use a USB microphone. So hopefully that you found this helpful and it helped you improve your audio.
This
quality.
microphone
Couple of
is
tips
USB.
on speaking a little bit
How do you
closer to the
know?
microphone and making
He's
sure that
psychic.
you are actually speaking into it properly.
But it's crazy, dang. This video's 13 years old. Look at him. Look how he looks now. Look at this one. 10 years later. Oh yeah, I forgot he has other videos.
This video is sponsored by
Hey, look.
absolutely
He grew up.
no one.
This whole time.
We took a look at some of the more
Absolutely no one. He's a grown man.
2-3 years. The
He's a grown
video
nerdy man,
were
just like me.
of flavored water.
Dun-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Like
Alright, that's it. Dun, dun, dun. And then yeah, I was gonna upgrade my mic.
Let's start with the first one. This is the newer 800.
Yeah.
I recommend nobody get this microphone.
Oh, so I'm gonna do it
It's
at a faster
program
speed.
nobody favors.
1
This is
point.
$80 for the same
5.
price.
Sounds reasonable.
8500, which is the same price, and this is much more flattering for your voice. Both of these microphones are going to require
1 year
earpiece
ago.
anyway. Might as well go for the one that actually sounds good and is as good as a lot of $100 dynamic microphones. All right,
Oh,
next set of
wow.
microphones I want to talk about. This is the MXL 770. This is the Rode NT1A. This is the Audio-Technica AT 2020.
Oh, you can see me.
This is the MXL 990. Don't get these microphones, okay? These are not good, and consider these 4 instead. So I would recommend the Blue Ember. This is $89. Sounds better than all those, okay?
This phone costs. This
is
mic costs
the
$100.
C414. Watch a lot of videos on this, including mine. This blows
And
away.
it sounds
These microphones.
decent.
It's cheaper than on those microphones. This is the Audio-Technica 2035. Just costs $50 more than the Audio-Technica 2020. Huge difference, okay? And then the
Upgrade.
Rode NT1 Signature Edition, which is $159 right now. In my opinion, that's a good deal. The Blue Ember, these microphones here blow away those microphones out the park. Those should never be recommended, and they need to go to the end. Nevermore. All right, next microphone I want to talk about. This is the Synco Mic D2. There's a lot of hype about this microphone for like a little bit on YouTube. They're saying it's like the coming of the MKH416 for like, really cheap.
Looks pretty
I
cool.
want to talk about a hot take here, but in my opinion,
Mic
considering
D2.
the price of the Synco Mic D2, consider a microphone, another one instead, the Audio-Technica AT875R. In numerous tests that I've done, I found the AT875R sounded better. But I'll tell you what. If you're going to buy this microphone, buy the AT875R too, and test them out yourself, and pick whatever you think is a winner. But I pretty much guarantee you, the AT875R beats this microphone, and they're both about the same cost. All right, so
Scratch
this is
my
the
leg.
Rode Ecotech 100S. This is the Boot Junkie microphone, and this breaks
Ooh.
my heart that I'm actually making a video to say not to get this microphone. This microphone is a classic. It's a beautiful microphone. It sounds great, but there's serious problems with this microphone. The problem is two problems. So you can't buy brand new.
Oh.
So if you
Okay.
get used, you're getting like $300 to $500. But the most important problem is that quite a few of the devices have, or the E100Ss, they have hiss issues. Basically, it has noise. And what sucks, and we have had so many issues of voice actors.
Luckily, I don't have any issues with this microphone.
CAD and be like, hey, this
W.
is noisy. They pick it up. They go, nothing's wrong with it. And they send it back. And then the voice actor goes, no, it is noisy. And they send it back. It goes back and forth. It's a nightmare. And at the end of the day, you're wasting so much time. That's not the same.
Knocking on wood. Don't mess up, please.
Really bad quality.
Or I'll have to buy another one.
You know what I mean? And
Which
that
I
sucks.
will. I'll replace you.
So, but
What?
let's talk
I'm sorry.
logistics, okay? Let's talk logistics. Used, this microphone goes for about $300. Brand new, it's $500. Well, there's a microphone that's better. This goes used $300, brand new $500, and I hate to say it, the Shure KSM32 is a better microphone than Echo.
Nuka-Cola.
Keep me alive. I'll still say it to this very day. And tack on the bad customer service, like not bad customer service, the bad quality control issues. Just forget it. These days are over. All right, it's Shure KSM32 time. All right, so what I want to talk about is the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti is around $130, and so I want to talk about other microphones you should consider instead, and to go from there. So this is the Razer Siren Mini. This is around $30 to $40. In my opinion, the sound of this is actually pretty comparable to the Blue Yeti, but this is actually obviously much cheaper. The only problem is that this doesn't have a headphone jack. That could be a deal breaker, depending on the situation.
Yeah, this microphone has a headphone jack and has gain control.
Now, if you go ahead and put a clown nose on this actually has better sound.
And it's got RGB.
And this is actually around $69, so almost like a lot cheaper.
I just have it set to green though.
Another one to consider is actually the Fifine K688. This is kind of like a poor man's Shure SM7B. Sounds actually
Whoa.
really good. Sounds much better than the Blue Yeti, and this is around $69 or so. Another microphone to consider is the Elgato Wave 1.
And then eventually I'll get the SM7B.
Of the Blue Yeti. So it's kind of like, it's got everything the Blue Yeti has, but it's a kind of a modern take on it.
Just because that's what most people use. Also, I want to do singing streams. And then if I sing at my full range, this microphone can't do my full range. It'll distort. Either that or I don't know how to set up the audio.
Yeah, it's my
But
favorite USB microphone.
I'm pretty sure it distorts because it doesn't matter what I set it. What I hear coming, because when I'm plugged in from it, sounds distorted, which means the microphone can't handle what I'm singing. But yeah, anyways.
But what I am saying is probably for
SM7B.
most people watching who are using the SM7B, these would work instead and would cost a lot less. Okay, let's go really cheap. Really
Who are those
cheap,
people?
cheap, who are using the SM7B, these would work instead and would cost a lot less. Okay, let's go really cheap.
Yeah.
Really cheap.
Cheap, cheap, cheap.
This is the Fifine
Chirp,
K688.
chirp, chirp.
For what like almost everybody on SM7B, like on gamers and all that, are using the SM7B for, this would work just fine.
Yeah,
Let's look at the budget just a little
you
bit.
really need the SM7B if you're doing like singing streams.
That's the electronics.
Honestly, this is good enough for streaming,
And it kinda has
but I like singing. I love singing.
$20 as opposed to
I love people who can sing.
Yeah,
Why?
because
It's
they
one of my
get it
passions.
But they freaking get it anyway because they're curious, right?
Yeah.
So that's like close to $600 versus a
Why? 'Cause
$100 microphone.
Singing is very intimate,
It's kind of a joke, but it's
and
not
I like
really
being able to sing with
so
people,
I'm gonna give you
especially
for about 36
duets. I love singing
Just
duets.
to show you how silly this is. So this is the Neumann
But yeah.
TL103.
Anyways,
This is the MKH416. This is the Shure SM7B. Right. This is the Cloud Lifter.
if you can sing,
This is the
W.
KSM32, and this is the RE20. All of this combined is still not the
And sing
cost
well.
of one U87, and all of these offer you far more value and offer you far more versatility, and I would argue some actually sound better than a U87.
I just want the
And,
sticker.
the point I'm trying to say is like sometimes you
I
just
need to
have
get a
see
sticker.
something like, oh, I need to get the
Actually, I
U87.
do have a sticker.
No, you don't, man. You know what I mean? But
Where'd the sticker
yeah, I
go?
think that's just all I'm just trying to say. Is like save your money and go for components that actually probably add more versatility instead.
Oops. Oh, my sticker went. Whatever. Oh wait, next video. Yep, we're just gonna go in order.
Relationships and
Yeah,
adopt more
also that's as far as I
optimistic
watched.
thoughts and beliefs when it comes to love. But I'll let
This is a video about attachment styles.
loves you.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna like this video.
Confused or unsure if your avoidant partner
Did I like the last
loves you.
video? My apologies.
Maybe
Hold
you've
on.
experienced moments where they seem distant and unresponsive.
Let's start with the first
They
one.
avoid
This is the
deep
new.
emotional conversations. They pull away when things get too close. They express affection in indirect or subtle ways. As a result, you might find yourself wondering, how can I tell if my avoidant partner really loves me when they rarely show their emotions? If you can relate to this video segment is for you. I'll explain the signs of avoidant
Oops.
behavior in relationships, the paradox of avoidant attachment in love,
I don't
and
have
signs that
a.
avoidant partner loves you, and how to foster their love by avoiding known triggers and using soft strategies in communication. This last point is so important because it will really help you strengthen your connection
How's this
by
video?
understanding your avoidant partner's unique way of expressing love.
9 months?
It is
Okay.
possible for an avoidant partner to open up with the correct approach. For example, when Jordan came to me, he was struggling with push-pull dynamics in the anxious avoidant trap. But through the work he did in my courses, he was able to feel hopeful about the future of his relationships and adopt more optimistic thoughts and beliefs when it comes to love. But I'll let Jordan speak for himself.
It was at a point where something has to move, something has to shift, something has to change. That point in time, the one thing that we kind of knew was that there was this unhealthy.
Oh yeah, that's why I closed the video. Because as soon as she said my courses, I was like, she's just trying to sell something. And then I closed it. But yeah, I'm still gonna watch it though.
Actual science behind this as well, and things along those lines are happening. For myself, it's actually been the guided meditation in
Where
doing
was I
so,
at?
essentially creating space for new and better thoughts and thoughts that are more in line with
Here
who
we
I
go.
actually want to become. Ultimately, like the feeling that I have now is that of hope and hopeful that I can ultimately become the partner that I've aspired to become.
Now, I'm happy to say that Jordan's results are not unique. Many of my students are able to apply my unique approach to healing attachment styles to their relationships and experience tremendous changes. You can click the link attached to this video and take the free introductory training for my course, The Courageous Communicator. Using a trauma-informed, but not speak. It is the energy that we feel in a cyclical pattern in love. But once you master the skill, you'll learn how to inspire you click the behavior in general. Now, when you're in a relationship with an avoidant partner, it is common
Skip
to
the ad.
encounter certain behaviors that reflect an avoidant attachment style. These behaviors can manifest as a reluctance to commit fully, a fear of emotional intimacy, or an inclination to prioritize individual needs above the relationship. One of the key signs of avoidant behavior in relationships is a tendency to create emotional distance as a
Yeah,
means
if
of
you're not letting your needs known, that's
avoiding physical closeness,
kind of
avoiding
important
emotionally unavailable in
because
times of stress, or withdrawing when
yeah,
facing conflict. Now, despite their avoidant tendencies, it's essential
if
to
your
remember
partner
that
doesn't know your needs, how can they meet them?
and deep emotional connections. So let's look at the paradox of avoidant attachment. Now,
They're
the
not
paradox of loving
like that's the
someone
thing. I'm like they're not psychic.
lies in their ability
They'll
to
just see that
express
something's
their
wrong, but if you're not expressing how you feel, then
ability that
what do you want
comes
them to
with
do?
intimacy. So avoidant partners may struggle to express
And
their
you can't be
love
like,
because
oh,
they
why
feel
aren't you
thoughts
psychic?
about how they really feel. However, beneath a
When
guarded
someone
exterior,
says that, just be
avoidant
like,
partners are often capable
why
of
aren't
building
you
strong emotional
able to
bonds with partners.
communicate your
For some
feelings
partners, loving
and
someone means
needs
navigating a delicate
and
balance
have
between their
healthy
love and
expectations?
fear, their need for independence
But yeah,
and a desire for connection. So
you're
they
paying
might struggle
attention?
with
No,
insecurity and fear of engulfment, making it challenging for them to fully open up to their partners. But despite these
fully
challenges,
open up.
they can have the experience of profound love and attachment, albeit in unique and subtle ways. Now, understanding this paradox can help you appreciate the depth of an avoidant partner's love and the complexities of their emotional world. And believe it or not, many avoidant partners are willing and wanting to come out of their shell, and they will take actions to support their own healing in relationships so that they can be closer to you. So with that, let's dive into 8 signs that an avoidant partner loves you. If you are in a relationship with an avoidant partner, you might not see the classic romantic gestures often portrayed in movies. Their ways of expressing love can be more subtle, but still hold deep meaning.
Also, those are movies, not real life.
Because they might deviate from typical
But you can
romantic
make it into
relationships.
real life.
Understanding these unique
Movies are
expressions of
fairy
affection
tale.
can be like learning a hidden language. Once you grasp it, you'll gain profound insight into your partner's feelings. So first, they will start to initiate contact. Now, despite their preference for independence, an avoidant partner who is in love will start to reach out more frequently, showing that they are thinking of you. It's their way of subtly letting you know that you are on their mind. For example, they might say, I came across this video and thought of you, so I wanted to share it with you. Number 2, consistent time together.
I have a problem. I'll do that with people I'm not interested in.
Consistently setting time apart to be with you, it is a strong sign of their affection. By making regular plans, they demonstrate that
Why?
you are a
Because
priority in their life.
you try and have female friendships, and you send something like that, and they're like, oh, this guy likes me.
Opening up,
Oh, I just want to be your friend.
vulnerabilities is a significant move for an
Except for
avoidant
one person.
It means
Yeah.
stepping out of their comfort zone to be closer to you. This openness can indicate that they do feel safe with you. So, for example, they might say something like, I don't usually talk about this, but I feel comfortable sharing my thoughts with you. Then we have inclusion in their life. So, inviting you into their private spaces like their home or introducing you to close friends and family indicates deep trust from an avoidant partner. This inclusion signifies that they see you as a significant part of their life and they want you to continue to be a part of it. So, they might say things like, I'd like you to meet my friends this weekend. They've been eager to meet you. Number 5, thoughtful gestures. Instead of verbal affirmations, avoidant partners often show they care through their actions. Thoughtful gestures are a way of expressing love and appreciation without having to use words. An example could be, well, I know you like your coffee a certain way, so I made it that way just for you. Number 6, respecting boundaries. Now, avoidant partners express love by respecting your autonomy and sometimes giving you space.
Respect boundaries.
That love equates non-intrusion. This respect for boundaries shows that they care about your comfort and well-being. They might say, I didn't want to overwhelm you with messages. I thought maybe you needed some time for yourself today, and I wanted to give you that. Then we have practical
Sounds like me.
over emotional support. So instead of offering emotional support, an avoidant partner might show care by providing practical solutions or help with menial tasks. This approach is their way of being supportive while maintaining a degree of emotional distance. So, for example, they might
Yeah.
say, I saw you were stressed out about your broken laptop, so here I fixed it for you. And finally, number 8, we have creating distance after intimacy. Following periods of closeness, an avoidant partner might seem to withdraw, not as a retreat in affection, but as a way to process what they just experienced. So this behavior is their method of recharging emotionally so that they can maintain the growing level of intimacy between you. They might explain, it's been quiet because I needed to recharge, but it doesn't mean that I haven't been thinking of you. In fact, it's more likely that they've been thinking a lot about you and they needed to create some distance in order to maintain safety and connection. Now, some of these behaviors might seem confusing and somewhat counterintuitive. However, for an avoidant partner, these actions represent significant efforts to connect within their comfort zone. Recognizing and understanding these signs can be crucial in deepening the relationship between you. Now, if you're interested in delving more deeply into this topic, I recommend checking out my video, The Surprising Traits That Attract Avoidant Partners. This will also include the shadows. Can you relate to this? Let me know in the comments below. So let's say that you're able to check off most of these items on the list. Now you might be wondering, well, how can I support the growth of their love in this relationship? Well, this really speaks to the importance of communication in nurturing an avoidant partner's love. It plays a vital role in any relationship, but it is especially crucial in navigating the complexities of a relationship with a partner that has avoidant attachment style. Avoidant partners may struggle to communicate their feelings openly, leading to misunderstandings and conflicts with their partners. But by fostering open and honest communication, you can create a supportive environment for your avoidant partners to express themselves. Now, one of the key aspects of communication with an avoidant partner is using soft strategies. These are communications that express appreciation, respect for their autonomy, and invite them to find co-creative solutions. Now, avoidant triggers in communication might sound like, you wouldn't do, say, or be that if you really loved me. Now, an anxious partner might say this to their avoidant partner when they feel like their partner isn't being supportive of them, or when they feel like their partner is withdrawing from the relationship. On the other hand, a dismissive avoidant partner is usually singularly preoccupied with their own autonomous passions and pursuits in the extreme. That means they don't always take their partner into consideration when making plans or decisions that might affect both of them or the relationship as a whole. It doesn't necessarily mean the relationship is not on their priority list somewhere. It's just not nearly as high as it usually is for the anxious partner. Therefore, the avoidant partner will often interpret this anxious statement as an accusation or an attack or an attempt to emotionally manipulate. They might feel like their anxious partner is trying to control them.
Yeah, I overly give, so I'm currently working on
in response to a statement like this.
helping myself
Well, let's talk about
because I'm bad at it.
communication. A better way to phrase this would be, I'm feeling really lonely right now. Are you available for some support? I really appreciate it when you do XYZ. Or I'm feeling really alone right now. Is there any way that we could connect? Generally speaking, with the first statement, you're focusing on your feelings and offering specifics about how they can contribute to your feeling better by identifying how they have already succeeded with you in the past. In other words, you're expressing appreciation about their capacities that you admire while also communicating that you understand that they have an autonomous sense of self and well-being. And so you're inviting them to contribute to your state of mind and your emotional state as opposed to fixing it for you. So by asking them if they are available instead of demanding what you need and want from them, you acknowledge their choice to contribute to your emotional state while avoiding being critical, conditional, or judgmental about how they should be loving you according to some set of standards that they likely believe doesn't really apply to them. It also communicates that you recognize their love in the ways that they know how to give it and that you are receptive towards them. Now, in the second statement, I'm feeling really alone right now. Is there any way that we can connect? You are being honest about the feeling that you are having instead of focusing on the condition. And you are also creating an opportunity for them to step in and to offer solutions that allow them to succeed with you. You're giving them the opportunity to change the conditions.
I never feel alone, which
more
is
examples like this and to learn more about
yeah.
strategies in communication as well as safe strategies in working with
I'd probably reach out more to people if I did feel
You will
alone.
be sent to a registration page to take the free introductory training for my course, The Courageous Communicator. Again, this is a 90-day online course.
Best thing, there's also issues with being emotionally strong.
Trauma-informed energy healing and art therapy
But
approaches.
yeah.
What makes this program so unique is the combination of skill building and communication based on attachment styles using trauma-informed experiential modalities that connect to the emotional energy tied up in your body and nervous system. When we work with the body directly and in creative, fun, and playful
Because for me, I have resilience and grit, and so whenever anything does hurt me, or someone says something upsetting, I heal quickly from it. And so then on the outside, people consistently think that I just don't care. But it's not even that. It's that I've already forgiven. But yeah. Anyways.
Somehow or other, I seem to be sabotaging relationships
because I have experienced the.
But for others who aren't like me, for others who are very emotional and take long to heal from something, it just looks like I don't care. But it's because I get over something quickly and I heal quickly and I forgive. But to them, it just looks like, oh, he just never cared, which is not the case. The thing is, for me, hard childhood makes it so that most things either bounce off of me pretty easily or don't get to me. And yeah. And if it does, I'm repeating myself.
A lesson of activity. I think it was actually understanding about safe strategies and soft strategies.
We start with evaluations, and then we transform it to feelings, and then she makes us aware through the bodily experience, and then we express it in art. So that kind of magic. I find it very clear and helpful in understanding how the way I want others to communicate with me in order to feel safe and secure is not necessarily what others need.
And she alleviated my perfectionism a little bit by letting us know, look, this is a process and that's okay, and that it can actually be fun. And she helped us kind of reframe the whole, terrifying.
And that is one thing I do like about being in the US, especially in LA. It's just cesspool of so many different cultures that you get to learn how different cultures communicate, because everyone is different. Everyone's different. Yeah, everything's generational. And yeah, because I even see like how my white friends communicate, how my Asian friends communicate, how my black friends communicate, and it's all different. No, it's not the same. Yeah, it's just cultural. A lot of things are cultural. Some things, yeah, just. And then even me, I'm a Christian, and so a lot of how I communicate, I'm like, if you're not a Christian, you're probably not gonna understand a lot of what I'm doing. Yeah.
Journey into yourself of why you do what
Different
you do,
beliefs.
how to change it, and all the vulnerability that comes with that.
Different morals.
Able to get more in tune with myself when it comes to relating to people's emotions and feelings,
which allowed me to like really practically apply what Brianna was teaching us. Super useful, especially in moments of higher conflict or higher communication problems.
This goes way far beyond.
And you just get this like light bulb moment after light bulb moment that sets you free. You're like, wow, I'm not a horrible person after all. There's so much hope. I'm normal. I can let the love in.
So it's nice that somebody like Brianna is there to help us heal that. Her work really transforms lives. I feel like she's the real deal.
So now let's dive into some final thoughts for today. Deciphering the subtle signs of love from the avoidant partner requires patience, empathy, and a willingness to navigate the complexities of their attachment style. By recognizing the unique ways in which avoidant partners express their emotions, you can gain valuable insights into the depth of their love for you. Communication, understanding, and respect are essential in fostering a secure attachment with an avoidant partner and building a strong foundation for a healthy relationship. Just remember that love comes in many forms, and an avoidant partner's love may be expressed through actions, gestures, or moments of vulnerability. By paying attention to these subtle signs, you can create a more supportive and understanding environment for your relationship to thrive. Seeking professional help when needed can also provide additional support and guidance in navigating the challenges of an avoidant attachment style. With patience and understanding, if your partner is ready, willing, and able, you can unlock the hidden depths.
I know for me it's just hard to trust people, and yeah.
If a partner is not ready,
but the thing is, there are people that I do trust, and they know me very well, emotionally too.
Healing and growth within the relationship, it may be time to let it go. Sometimes letting someone go is a sign of loving them through acceptance. You are accepting where they truly are on their path, and you are accepting where you are on your path. It's okay that you both might need different things in order to honor each person's respective growth trajectory. Love never goes away. It just changes form. And so I would leave you with a thought-provoking question. What new form of love is your soul asking for? Set your mind and heart to cultivating an answer to that question. And when you do so, your next steps will present themselves to you. Thank you for watching today. If you got something out of it, please subscribe and share this video. And be sure to leave a comment below. I take all...
Liked. Oh, dang. We'll watch some of this.
Christian, and today I'm talking about one of the best microphones ever made.
I want to watch this.
But
It is
also
long.
the most overused and misused. It's a great microphone, but just because it's great doesn't mean it's on everything. And I think a lot of YouTube
Go to
have
this.
a diaphragm, or what is basically a filament. It's a very thin piece of metal, or on cheaper microphones, sometimes even plastic. And when you talk, you produce sound waves that pass through the air, which cause that sheet of metal to vibrate. As it vibrates, it changes the magnetic flux around a magnet, which then has copper coils wrapping around a ferrite. Again, I'm not going to get too detailed here, but the idea is it works the same way a power plant works, right?
Please do.
It vibrates, it changes the flux of the magnet that produces an electrical
History, 5, 7, 7B, or use cases.
In most cases today, that ends up going into an analog to digital converter to be used in your DAW or computer or whatever. But the idea here is the same. You have real human voice or instrument that's then being converted into voltage. Now, there's many different types of these filaments or diaphragm designs. I'm not going to get into all the different types because I can make
I'm going to skip most of the video.
behind it. But the idea here is that the bigger you make that filament, the more surface area it has to capture vibrations, and the smaller you make that filament, the less. And as a result of that, typically, certainly not always, but typically smaller diaphragms, smaller filaments will be more sensitive to higher frequencies, and larger ones will be more sensitive to bass frequencies. Again, there's exceptions to this, and there's different types of microphones as well. There's condensers and dynamics, and those also change how the electronics work and how capacitance is picked up and all that. So without getting too deep into the details of all that, what you need to understand is that this is a dynamic microphone. It's not a condenser, meaning it has a relatively small and passive diaphragm. It's not actively powered by phantom power coming in through your preamp or anything like that. It is passive, just like any other dynamic microphone. And what that means is that most dynamic microphones, similar to this one, are less sensitive to sound pressure waves, meaning that you're going to have to turn up your gain on your interface.
Turn up for what? I have mine at 5 out of 10.
A microphone such as this is designed
Oh, yeah.
from the ground up to be extremely sensitive. It's
5
got a
out of
large
10.
diaphragm, it's got a large filament, plus it's actively powered by phantom power coming
Look
from your
how
preamp.
large it
You don't
is.
even have to turn up the gain on the interface
Wow.
to use this mic, because it's just so sensitive to sound pressure waves. Naturally, it produces the human voice, especially soft noises, really, really well. And that's probably the reason why when you look at musicians in studios today, you see these in front of them.
That's the one thing I did do is I created a noise gate, and so if there's ever any very low volume, it just cuts it out. But whatever.
And he took the Unidyne 2 capsule from Shure, and he wanted to make an instrument version of that vocal.
I just have to get really close.
Was known for being Elvis's microphone. It's that old classic retro. We've all seen it. That retro one they put on the stand.
It cut out a little bit.
Old Unidyne 2 Shure 55 capsule. Now that microphone was specifically designed for the human voice, but Ernie Sealer wanted to make an instrument version of that that could also be used on voice in many other applications. So then he designed the Unidyne 3. Now he was unhappy with the
Pay
Unidyne.
attention.
And
Okay.
there's a bunch of reasons I won't get into why he was unhappy with it, but the main thing was it had too much presence. It was too bright. Now, interestingly enough, the thing that Ernie Sealer, the designer, didn't like about it.
Oops, already
did like about it. He wanted it to be a more balanced microphone that could be used on many different sources. But it turns out people don't actually want that.
Poor use
This microphone
cases.
is actually quite poor for a lot of the uses that people use it for. For example, if you're recording a quiet female speaker and you're making YouTube videos and you have this mic, let's say a foot away from her, you can go click on almost any YouTube video right now, and about half of all YouTubers use this mic, and they've got it like a foot away. They're trying to get it out of frame. I understand that. They don't want the mic to look like this because this doesn't look good on camera.
Hashtag ad.
Way back here, and what you end up hearing is a thin-sounding voice.
Yeah, mine is right here.
Defeat the point and purpose of using this microphone to begin with. and you hear a lot of noise and interference. Almost every YouTuber that uses this mic, go listen for in between when they talk, and it'll go. You'll hear hiss and noise. Because it's such a low gain mic, you really have to pump your preamp to get any volume out of it, right? Because the voltage is low coming out of it.
Yeah.
That's a problem for a lot of people because most people don't have $3,000 preamps that have 75, 80 dBs of gain, of clean gain at least.
I have no preamp.
Running this into cheap Presonus preamps or Focusrite preamps or like what I'm using right now, the Mix Pre 3 from Sound Devices. All of those preamps are good preamps on most microphones, but when you take a microphone like this, you start to really stress those preamps out. You work them hard. In most cases, if you're especially if you're using it at a distance, you are probably going to have to turn up the gain on your preamp all the way, meaning you're going to get a lot of self noise from your preamp, and not just from your preamp, but also interference from the microphone circuitry and from the cable that you're using, especially if you're using a long cable. Right?
I have a good cable.
So you're going to end up with a lot of noise and a lot of problems if you're using this mic incorrectly. If you're going to use this mic, you should use it. Now, another way people use this mic correctly is they use it for lead vocals in music.
Yeah, it's not paying attention. No, you're not.
It's designed
lead vocals,
to be used
have a good cable.
like this to get a nice, rich, full tone for voice standalone.
Most people use it
It's made for broadcast, meaning
improperly because they're too far away.
talking into the microphone, and this is a great microphone for that.
Don't talk directly into the microphone, but at an angle.
The problem for most people, though, is that when you use this for music, you're putting it into a busy mix. You've got
Not like this, but like this.
background vocals. You have so much going on in a modern song, and I've noticed, especially when using this microphone specifically, that
because then it distorts a little bit.
Muddy in mixes. So if you're out there right now,
muddy.
you're looking for a microphone specifically for recording
A little
music,
bit.
you want something like a large or a small diaphragm condenser because these are tailored for the human voice and for the frequencies of the human voice that our ears are most sensitive to. Meaning that when you record, let's say into this microphone, 12 inches away in a treated room, you're going to get a very inaccurate recording, which is a good thing. We actually want an inaccurate recording because we don't want those low frequencies interfering with the bass, interfering with the guitars and the drums and everything else in the mix. We actually want a thinner, brighter, more scooped sound from the lead vocal. And that's really when these microphones shine because they're designed for that. They're active, their sensitivity is very, very high, so you don't have to pump your preamp very hard, meaning of course you're not going to get as much noise or interference. You won't really hear a huge difference between an expensive and a cheap preamp using a microphone like this because you never have to drive the preamp very hard. Now there are some perks to using this microphone, even in a musical setting. One of those perks, of course, would be that because it's designed for a strong proximity effect, and because you pump the gain so hard, you get a lot less room reflections.
Pump those gains.
It does a very, very good job of just picking up what's directly in front of it and kind of rejecting everything else. You could almost consider it sort of like the sniper of microphones. It's really centrally designed to pick up what's right in front of it, and everything else just kind of gets ignored. So let's say you're a musician or you're a YouTuber in an untreated room. Well, this mic actually might be a really good choice for you. You just need to use it right. So assuming that you're using this for music where you really need those high frequencies.
Yeah, untreated room means like people who record professionally will have like sound panels and be in a sound room.
It's actually cutting out a lot of the high frequencies.
Yeah.
This is already a fairly dull microphone to begin with, so you're really missing out on all that high-end.
What would that be?
So I'm gonna take
Sound
this
panels.
here and show you
Some people use blankets. You can use moving blankets
already got this built-in
to create a recording room.
Now, the reason why
You can also create an actual room, small room.
is not what many people think. Many people think it's to protect the capsule.
Cool.
Well, I guess it does do that.
Upgrade.
That's the reason why it has this metal mesh.
But yeah, I'll probably get this one at some point.
For people using the mic,
I'm not gonna do this part.
far away to
Noise interference.
that you are going to have noise problems and interference problems with this microphone at some point, especially if you're doing quiet talking or quiet singing. You're gonna have tons of problems. But there's a couple things you could do to solve that. So the first thing I recommend.
What do you do?
Really good cables. This right here is a short Mogami Gold cable.
Upgrade.
You want the shortest cables you can get away with.
Gold has no interference.
Quality of cables makes no difference.
So if you're like, why do you get gold plated?
Testing, they're right. I have never heard an actual tonal difference between.
It's because gold has zero interference
What they don't tell you
with
is that
electricity.
there's a difference in terms of gain and interference. Mic cables that are of really high
So
quality.
then you won't get distortion.
To kind of help with radio frequency interference,
Yeah.
so that they're basically not just long antennas. Cheap cables will have less shielding, they'll have lower quality connectors, and one of the main things you'll notice when you test expensive cables and cheap cables is that cheap cables have so much less gain. I have noticed
Get those gains.
7B, when I use this short Mogami cable run and I compare it to a cheap long
Whoa.
25-foot Amazon Lynx Pro cable, I get probably close to 12 dBs of more gain just from this cable alone. If you're not really familiar with gain, 12 dBs is huge. That makes a very, very, very significant difference. So when I use nice, short, high-quality cables,
Over 12 dBs.
a mic like this, a cable like this is absolutely essential.
Mm.
No corners on the cable like so many other people do. Spend $100 on the cable if you have to.
Okay,
And just
fine.
when you buy this mic. Now, if you're really intent on using this mic,
$15 it is.
my advice would be to use a really good quality high gain
What?
preamp. Now, I've tested a ton of
High gain preamp.
I've owned probably over a dozen.
But which one should we try?
Probably 50 or 60 in my studio work. Now, I found that the absolute two best preamps for this mic are the Grace M101, which is just a super high gain, low noise preamp. It's a small little unit that you can just set on your desk, and that preamp is absolutely awesome with this mic. Another preamp that's really, really good is
Awesome.
behind me actually right now, which is the one I ended up settling on, and that's the Focusrite ISA2, which really is one of the best mic preamps ever designed. The circuitry in it is actually based on one of Neve's preamp designs. And that preamp is
Can you show it?
really, really good on this mic because you can
It's
drive
down
the
here.
preamp pretty hard.
It's right down here.
without too much noise.
Where's his affiliate link?
And it has a lot of color. One of the great things about
Nope.
this microphone is that
I dare you.
because it's such a low sensitivity mic, that means that when you
I
use
love
the
this.
preamp,
Be my friend on
you're
X.
hearing much more of the character of the preamp. if you run your preamp,
I'll be your friend, but I'll like your video.
almost every mic is going to sound just like the mic sounds, and you're not going to hear much of the character of the preamp because you're not pushing the preamp very far. As you push preamps more and turn that gain up, you really start to crank the unit and hear more of its internal tone. So if you're out there and you're a music producer or you're somebody that really loves a specific tone of a specific preamp, this microphone will actually help you draw out that because it's low gain and you don't need to use any special pads with it in order to drive that preamp. So while I don't really recommend this microphone for lead vocals, I think it's just kind of too dull sounding. Even with the
Oh, too dull sounding?
it just doesn't really have that sheen and you won't get a vocal performance that stands out in the mix. But let's say you're doing like an acoustic album with just an acoustic guitar and vocals. Well, in those cases, you don't want a thin vocal. You want a vocal that's a little bit fuller, a little bit more thick. And a mic like this might actually suit that, especially on a loud male vocal, really, really well. So in a case like that, this is actually great to use. It's just a matter of finding the right specific situations where this mic actually shines.
That's good for male voices.
Is this back cover here actually comes off. You unscrew it, it comes off. And I recommend always setting this microphone totally flat. There's a low cut switch on the back of this microphone to sort of cut out some of the really rumbling lows, as well as a mid boost. And I recommend that you don't touch either of those. Leave them both flat. And the reason for that is because it actually diverts the primary capsule's signal into different signal paths using more capacitors and more electronics when you use those switches on the back. And I've found that radio interference and general noise is actually worse on this microphone when I have those switches engaged. So my advice would be if you need to EQ it or do anything like that, just do it in your preamp or do it in your DAW, because you will notice a lot of self-noise and noise throughout the circuitry and signal. So yeah, leave those flat is my advice, and just try to use the microphone right and position it correctly to begin with, and you should be okay. Now let's say you're out there and you're watching this video and you say, well, you know what, I don't want to have to buy a $1,500 preamp and $100.
You're saying use that mic directly pointing at you. A lot of people recommend you use it at an angle. And people who I know who are professionals use it at an angle, so.
Any large diaphragm, even this cheap Rode right here, this is the NT1, will sound much brighter, much clearer and cleaner, and it'll sit in the mix a lot better if you have busy mixes. A mic like this is really tailored for vocals. It's tailored for that modern, bright, clean tone. So if you want vocals like that, especially if you have a singer that's like a soft female singer or a higher pitched male voice, a mic like this really is going to be a better choice. Even just using the cheap built-in preamps on your interface, this mic is always going to sound good on any preamp. And since you don't have to drive that preamp, guess what? You're not going to have any noise or radio interference problems. So this is what I recommend for most people recording vocals. Now let's say for the sake of argument that even those large diaphragms are kind of muddying up your mix a little bit. That's when these are actually super underused. Small diaphragm condensers such as this one are really fundamentally designed to capture
voice
nuance in performances, especially in those high frequencies. For the human voice, this is such a great microphone because it's not really harsh sounding, and yet it's very bright, clean, clear, and detailed because of that really small filament inside. As we talked about earlier, smaller filaments give you more of that high-end, bright, sheeny, shiny detail, and a mic like this really is one of the best, especially for female pop vocals of all time. And yet you don't see it used very often in studios, but whenever I have used it, I've gotten amazing results with it. So I do definitely recommend this if you're a musician just looking for a good mic that can be used for instrumentation and human vocals. Now let's say for the sake of argument that you do want a broadcast microphone like this, but you have cheap.
Give a nod.
All right, so it took me a few days to set this up, as you can see from my freshly shaven face. But basically, I'm going to do a real-world test here of how bad of a
that hissing noise
if you don't have the right equipment and aren't using it correctly. So here I've got the microphone exactly 1 foot from my face, which is how I've seen so many YouTubers and podcasters using it. And I'm running into a cheap 25-foot XLR cable that I got on Amazon, straight into a cheap $200 Sonus unit with the gain cranked up all the way, since the gain is so low from this microphone, especially at this distance. You really have to pump the gain, as I've talked about.
This is me with the gain all the way up.
Hear just how punishing it is.
And you can hear electrical noise. And that's all the way up. And I don't know if you can hear the electrical noise, but I can definitely hear it on my end. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But what about now? I hear it slightly, but not really. So I do get a little bit of electrical interference. The thing is that a little bit of electrical interference, if I'm ever playing this audio from a large sound system, then you'll hear it. If there's no sound coming out, you'll hear that minimal electrical interference. Yeah.
On this mic.
Which is why you need a preamp.
Not the fault of the microphone, it's just being used incorrectly. When you have a cheap low gain cable,
yeah. Oh yeah. But for this, it's fine. Because it's such a low volume that it's not going to matter. It's only if you're recording something professionally, then you'll want this. You'll want a preamp.
All right, so now that you know how not to use this microphone.
Yeah, but now in this video you can hear the background noise. Fixed.
In my opinion, the best way possible, which is both switches on the back set to flat through a
flat
cable going into a good interface, gain cranked up, and take the pop filter off the front and put on your own Stedman pop filter, which I find just retains a lot more of that clarity and brightness from this microphone. If you're going to record lead vocals, I think this is the way to do it. So let's kind of do a test here, see what it sounds like, and then let's check how bad the self-noise and noise from the preamp is using this mic correctly. So here's some silence. Now you have an idea what this mic sounds like. Let's put the pop filter on it and see how that sounds different. All right, so this is the same microphone. Same preamp, same gain settings, same cable, same everything. I just took the Stedman off and put the built-in pop filter back on it. So now you have kind of an idea of what it's in settings, same cable. let's put the pop filter on it and see how that sounds different. All right, so this is the same microphone, same preamp, same gain settings, same cable, same everything. I just took the Stedman off and put the built-in pop filter back on it. So now you have kind of an idea of what it sounds like with its built-in pop filter on compared to without one using the Stedman. I think they're actually quite different sounding in my opinion. I'm not sure if that comes across on YouTube with its audio compression, but for sure in studio work you can hear a pretty big difference in the top end and clarity. So now we know what it sounds like. I'm going to let you hear the noise again one more time. And now we're going to move on to the Electro Voice RE20 microphone for the next test. All right, so now I'm talking into the Electro Voice RE20, which is a really fantastic microphone for the money. I think one of the best for broadcast. I've got the same cable, same preamp. The only difference is the gain is turned down by 10 dBs, which is about the difference, give or take, between these two mics. One of the things that you will notice is that this mic is a little bit more scooped in the lower mids and maybe a little brighter on the top end. So yeah, this is a great mic. I highly recommend for vocals, especially for female vocals that need to sit in a really busy mix where you just need that articulate, bright, sort of airy character that will really not.
That actually does sound better.
50 or 60 tracks stacked on top of each other. I've got again,
That's interesting.
Same cable, everything, just the gain turned down because they're relatively sensitive microphones.
That sounds a lot better.
Small diaphragm sounds a little bit different than a large diaphragm microphone.
Look, it's small, but it sounds better. But yeah, anyways.
All right, and that sums it up for our microphone comparisons. So in short to summarize, this is one of the best microphones ever made, especially for broadcast and instrumentation when it's being used correctly.
Yeah, it's good for broadcasting because you can use it for multiple. It's multi-use. You can use it for singing. You can use it for writing. You can use it for just talking. You can use it for singing. The pen one actually, the audio did sound better for talking, but yeah, that's different though. This whole time. I already watched this. This was Soccer Frontier launch premiere, and they streamed it on Twitch. Yeah.
Someone said to me,
that'd be longer though, but yeah.
An interesting way to understand your self-narrative or your self-story is to answer the question: if you were a character, a fictional character, who would
Wait,
you
I think I
be?
watched this
And
already. I already watched this, but yeah, I'll play it. I'll play it.
Or if you're a victim, so I ask you that question.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
Which fictional character would you be?
Roger Rabbit.
Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny.
It's funny that he picked Bugs Bunny because I picked Roger Rabbit, and I was like,
Yeah. Serious answer.
Coincidence.
Do you ever read The Idiot?
No.
Yeah, well, I'm probably half idiot and half Raskolnikov. That's another way of looking at it.
Why'd you say that?
The character of the idiot in Dostoevsky's novel is a holy fool. It's a strange combination.
Relatable.
A person who's doing things right in a manner that's, I suppose, not obvious, that looks, that can easily be confused with naivety or foolishness, playfulness even, I suppose.
Is that how you characterize yourself? Someone that's doing things right, but in a way that others perceive as foolishness or naivety?
Or even malevolence at times. You know, I mean, that's partly why people have gone after my reputation.
I did play these already. This one pretty much get a 9070.
Based on your character sheet that you've created, you're going to be good and bad at different things.
Who I create the sheet?
You could, or I could, or you could get a pre-made
But
sheet.
why
that
don't
kind
you
of thing.
just make your sheet that you're great at everything?
Talking about D&D.
You know, if you're a wizard who's in school studying
You're a
books to
wizard.
learn magic, you're probably not spending that much time in the gym. Versus if you're, you know, a knight who goes out and slays dragons, you know, maybe you're socially awkward and don't know how to talk to people, so your
So
charisma
is it within
stat
your
is low.
interest to like not be great at everything?
You want flaws. Like one of my favorite characters, my friend Tommy played Viros. He was a prince.
Viros.
And the idea was that he was very, you know, he'd been kind of pampered his whole life and everyone always laughed at all his jokes and said that he was wonderful and handsome. But he's actually not that funny. And he's not that handsome. He just has been sheltered. So when he got out in the world and started investigating, he thinks that he's this charming, suave individual, but his stats, his like literal charisma stats are very low. So he would fail constantly. And part of his story throughout the campaign was him learning that he wasn't as charming as he thought he was.
But that's what's.
So I can't bring up my feelings when things are good between us, because then you'll say, well, why are you ruining the good day that we're having together? but I also can't bring them up when we're having a bad day because, well, then I'm starting a fight and keeping score, right? So when am I supposed to bring things up that bother or hurt me? These are the types of messages that I get. So here's what I would tell them. If the good times are only good because you've silenced yourself, then they aren't actually good times. Because they aren't good for you. Because you still feel hurt and alone in all this, don't you? And the truth is, you're really good at paying attention to their discomfort. You want to protect them from being hurt. You care about their feelings. But I would just challenge you, don't you deserve someone to do that for you? Are they concerned about your discomfort? Are they intentionally checking on your heart and reminding you that your pain matters too? Or do they make you feel like a burden? Too needy, too sensitive, too emotional. So I can't bring up my feelings when things are good between us, because then you'll say, well, why are you... Listen, I'm just warning you. You have to be careful dating or marrying a people pleaser. You need to be cautious getting involved with someone who puts your needs above their own. Someone who actually seems to enjoy loving and giving and sacrificing for others, even at their own expense. See, givers have a low threshold for accepting love, meaning a little goes a long way for them. You could essentially give them breadcrumbs and it feels like the whole loaf to them. And they have a high threshold for neglect, meaning they'll make excuses for your disrespect. They'll blame themselves instead of holding you accountable. They will tolerate a lot of mistreatment for quite a while. But here's the dangerous part. Once you invalidate their feelings to the point where they don't even feel safe talking to you anymore, once that threshold of neglect is reached, it's over. A switch gets flipped and trust is gone. They felt abandoned for so long and they have nothing left to give. It's not that they want to stop giving and serving overall. They just want to stop giving to you because they realize they deserve more than the bare minimum. Listen, I'm just warning you. You have to be careful dating or marrying a people.
I don't watch this one. Let's watch this one.
All right, today we're going to be talking about what are healthy needs versus unhealthy needs in a relationship. Because the reality is, underneath most of our fights are hidden needs and desires that we're not communicating, either because we're not fully aware of them or because we don't even feel safe to express them. You're not just fighting about the dishes. You're fighting to feel valued, right? You're not just fighting about the bedroom. You're fighting to feel desired and accepted. And you're not just fighting about work. You're fighting to be appreciated. So today I just want to remind you, it's okay that you have needs. It's even more than okay. It's inevitable. You do have needs. You can't not. And one of the best things that we can do in our relationship is admit and acknowledge to ourselves and our partner, I need certain things in order to feel connected in this relationship. That doesn't make me too needy. It just makes me human. And a mutually fulfilling relationship requires both of you to care about, be sensitive towards, and prioritize your partner's appropriate needs. We have to care about what they need to feel safe, loved, and valued. One of those healthy needs is respect. Even people who don't think they have needs still need respect in their relationship, don't they? Respect means they treat you like an equal. Respect means your opinions and perspectives are valued and considered. Respect means holding someone in high regard. That means I speak to you with words that reflect appreciation and admiration for you, even if we disagree. We can all agree respect is necessary for a relationship to survive. If you don't feel respected, you will not feel close or connected to that person, right? How about the need to be able to communicate effectively with kindness and respect? Completely healthy need. So often how you communicate, especially how you communicate together during a conflict, completely makes or breaks your entire relationship. In fact, doctors John and Julie Gottman studied thousands of couples, and they found that the way you handled the first 3 minutes of a conflict determined whether or not you were still together 6 years later. How we communicate matters. Are you being kind in your communication? Are you bringing things up with respectful vulnerability, without criticism or blame or yelling or passive aggressiveness? Because those things never help. They only hurt the discussion. And on the other side, if your partner was to bring something up,
for me, passive aggressive.
Can you respect them enough
I don't like.
for what they're
It's
trying
hard
to communicate without immediately launching into defensiveness,
to deal with.
dismissiveness, or invalidating them? How about the need to feel valued and appreciated?
Well, because if someone's passive aggressive towards me, I'm just like,
To feel safe physically and emotionally.
be open.
Safe to know that your boundaries are going to be respected and honored. Safe to bring something up and feel heard and understood.
I'm used to people being direct, but yeah.
If we actually want trust and intimacy and passion, like we all say we do.
It's hard for me when people aren't, because it's what I'm accustomed to. But yeah.
Mutually. You can pause this video right now if you're watching it together and just ask them, what does respect look like to you? How important is communication, especially during a conflict? How do you feel appreciated most? It's not too needy to need a partner who is consistent, someone who follows through on their word. You don't trust people who say they're going to do one thing but end up doing another. And it's the same in your relationship. It's normal to need mutual accountability. Neither of you are perfect. You're going to mess up. But when we do, can we take accountability? Not just by saying you're sorry, but by intentionally moving towards understanding how our words and actions impacted them. That's how we actually repair disconnection and rebuild trust. We put aside our ego and shame and we ask, how are you feeling about that? What led to you feeling that way? What meaning did you give my actions? What were you needing in that moment that you weren't getting? Respect, appreciation, closeness, equality. That's what's underneath all these fights. And when we validate those feelings and needs as real, it helps them to feel close to us. Validation sounds like that makes sense, or I can see that, or man, I don't want you to feel disconnected and dismissed. Thank you for telling me this. Invalidation sounds like you're just being too sensitive. You're really going to make a big deal about that? It completely pushes your partner away and discourages them from ever wanting to be vulnerable with you again. Cheap apologies are fine, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry that you feel that way. Geez, it was just a joke. Can't you get over it? Real apologies? I care about how my words and actions impact you. It wasn't my
People would get upset when I would forget about things.
This happened.
But then back then, I would forget about things all the time.
I should have handled that situation this way, which I'll do from now on. Is there anything else that you want to tell me about?
And I'm like, it's not my fault. I'm like, it's not that I don't care. I'm like, I just forget. But yeah.
Apologize all the time. They still hold it over my head or throw it in my face during an argument a year later. Okay, so what might be
I'm a lot better now, though. My memory's significantly better now.
Or they don't feel like their pain was ever actually validated, or they simply want to hold on to the resentment because that's easier than actually moving forward. Either way, you need to get into a counselor about that because there's something deeper going on. Because make no mistake, another healthy need in a relationship is forgiveness. We have to keep short accounts, right? We can't let resentment grow, and you and I both know it's not mature to throw past mistakes in people's faces during an argument. It's not healthy to hold on to resentment and not move towards healing that. I can understand if you're still hurt.
Holding on to resentment will kill you. It'll kill your joy. It'll just make you worse and worse. So yeah, just forgive people.
I want your partner to learn how to validate past wounds.
Most people decide to hold on to resentment, and that's where people become. That's what makes you jaded. Holding on to resentment.
Regardless of the work that they put into healing, and you still want to hurt them with your words and actions because of how much they've hurt you in the past. You know that's not healthy. You think you're actually going to feel better once you finally hurt them to the level of pain that you felt? You won't. So please talk to someone about that. Another appropriate need is affection and feeling desired by your partner. I realize there's 100 things that impact that. It's really hard to be affectionate with someone who dismisses your feelings. It's hard to have desire for someone who hasn't been a safe place for you emotionally. That's why I'm so vocal about how damaging invalidation and defensiveness are, and on the other side, how destructive constant criticism or contempt is. The truth is we all have something we need to own. We've all hurt each other, but we need to take accountability for our side of the street before you figure out a way to make excuses for what you said or did because, well, they're worse. Here's an example of what taking responsibility would sound like, where you're empathizing with their experience. It makes sense why you were scared to be vulnerable with me. I took a lot of what you said as an attack, and I dismissed you and invalidated you. I'm so sorry. I imagine that left you feeling pretty abandoned and alone in this relationship. And I just need you to know I'm committed to understanding how my words and actions impacted you. And I want to learn how to be a safe place for you again because you deserve that. That's healing. Or on the other side, maybe it's appropriate for you to say, it makes sense why you jumped to defensiveness. I wasn't actually being vulnerable with you. I was using a lot of blame and assuming your intent, and that was wrong. And I'm sorry. I bet that left you feeling pretty unappreciated or unfairly attacked. Like I was looking out for ways that you were messing up so I could call you a failure. I certainly don't want that to be your experience. I want you to feel appreciated and valued in this relationship. I mean, we need to ask ourselves, why can't we say that to each other? What's stopping us? I mean, sometimes we just don't know the words to say, but I just gave you the words, so let's say them. It doesn't work if only one of you is doing this. We both need to have a desire to move towards each other. I understand if you're scared to do that. You probably have every right to be scared, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to be working towards healing if we're ever going to achieve the relationship we deserve. All right, next need. How about the need to accept each other's influence? Going back to the Gottmans. Dr. John Gottman said that when a man especially doesn't share power or accept influence of his partner, that relationship had an 81% chance of self-destructing. Now, I don't mean to pick on men more here. Women, of course, need to accept the influence of their partner as well. But the research was clear. Women are more likely to do that and men aren't. So yes, we need to accept our partner's influence. Remember, this is someone we're supposed to trust. This is someone who is supposed to be on our team. And when you're on a team with someone and you trust them and they give you constructive feedback, what do? Do you tell them they're crazy? Do you dismiss what they said as stupid?
It's really hard when you lose trust in them. But
because you
yeah.
They're on your team. They're on your side. Now, I'm certainly not
Why?
saying
Because they start acting crazy, and you're just like, okay, is this the real you or what? But
research is clear.
yeah.
You can destroy your relationship by constantly criticizing your partner and being harsh. Absolutely.
Which that's a problem, and I know I'm like that too, where I'm pretty crazy. But I've learned not to do that though.
We actually punish our partners for being vulnerable and honest. They both have consequences.
It-
How about the need
yeah.
for equality when it comes to the domestic labor and the mutual chores and parenting? Regardless of how you feel about those issues, if we want to have a mutually fulfilling relationship with someone, we should care about whether or not they feel like we're equals in that department, right? I know if you're both respectful and kind and vulnerable, you can figure out a way to collaborate on how to make those
Respectful, kind, vulnerable.
I believe in you. How about the need for attention? Like, I need time with you. I can't really feel close to someone who doesn't really want to spend time with me. And like I said, you might disagree on how much time is appropriate.
And then
but I'm
attention.
talking about making this relationship work for both of you. I mean, maybe you're not compatible with each other, and that's okay.
That's the thing for me. I know I lose track of time easily.
Important for them? Are they important enough to you?
Like one friend, I haven't seen him in like 4 months, but for me it's been a week. But yeah.
Do you feel like if you bend in their direction?
And so I know I can make people feel neglected.
These are important questions that you should both feel safe enough to explore together.
But they don't understand. I'm like, for me, a lot of people, I'm like, I felt like I saw you yesterday. Yeah.
If your partner feels prioritized and valued in lots of different ways,
But most people aren't like that. Yeah.
honoring your need for independence by encouraging you to go off and do stuff. That, of course, doesn't mean abandoning your responsibilities with your family, but I just hope that they could honor the fact that in order for you to feel valued in your relationship,
That's wrong.
Go back.
We're simply here to talk about what can work for your relationship. If your partner feels prioritized and valued in lots of different ways, I would hope that they would be perfectly fine with honoring your need for independence by encouraging you to go off and do stuff. That, of course, doesn't mean abandoning your responsibilities with your family, but I just hope
Go on
that you
adventures.
accept that in order for you to feel valued in your relationship, you need more space, and that's okay. I'm not trying to turn you both into each other. I'm trying to figure out a way where we can meet each other's needs so you both feel fulfilled. Maybe that's possible, maybe that's not. At the end of the day, either option is okay. But if you want to stay together, then we have to try the first one. Because the reason we break up or fight all the time is usually buried in these needs staying hidden or going unmet. It's as simple as that. You really want to stop fighting in your relationship? Ask each other, do you feel appreciated? Do you feel valued? Do you feel respected? I don't mean perfectly, I mean consistently. Do you feel like you can trust me? Do you feel safe to be honest with me? That's another need. Do you feel like you can rely on me? Because if the answer is no, that's why you're fighting. And I get it.
Yeah, if I don't feel safe with someone, I won't open up.
Sometimes due to trauma,
And yeah,
have our own trust issues. That's something that they should be talking to the counselor.
that's something
So think about
I
it
need the
this way.
most.
What if it was
But
the
yeah,
opposite? Would a relationship work if your partner didn't take accountability or rarely, if ever?
if I don't trust you, I won't open up. If I don't feel safe,
Their behavior
then
or
yeah.
words affected you. No, of course not. Would intimacy be possible if you didn't feel valued or
Yeah.
respected or safe? No. So let's get in the habit of at least admitting we need certain things in order to feel close and connected to someone else. That's not wrong. It's being a human. It's called maturity, and it helps get you the relationship that you eventually deserve. And it's important that I mention, I'm not saying that you are your partner's personal need-fulfilling machine. We should be getting our needs met for connection and closeness in lots of different ways. Family, friends, hobbies, and our partner. I'm not saying our partner should
Yeah, you can't put it all on one person. If you want your partner to meet all your needs,
because there's certain
like,
needs that only you can meet for them.
guess what that is? Codependency, and it's not healthy.
What about the needs that they can't or won't meet? Terry Real has a really amazing quote on this. He says,
And yeah, if you have a partner who tries to isolate you, then be careful.
and I think that sums up our dilemma.
What was it? One thing that's toxic, if someone says, it's me and you against the world, that's one of the most dangerous things you can hear. That person's probably a narcissist and trying to trap you with just them. And if that happens, run away. Yeah.
Perfect.
So yeah, if you have a partner, whoever you're pursuing with, yeah, if they say that, yeah, that's a huge red flag. Because I knew someone who did that, and I'm like, yeah, run away. Run so far away that when you turn around, you can't see them anymore. Because you're on the moon.
Are enough of my needs being met to grieve the ones that aren't? Because if the
Don't
answer
run
is
that
yes,
far.
then we grieve and we move on, knowing that no relationship is going to be perfect
Grieve.
for us. Grieve the ones.
I'm still grieving.
And I think that sums up our dilemma perfectly. Are enough of my needs being met to grieve the ones that aren't? Because if the answer is yes, then we grieve and we move on, knowing that no relationship is going to be perfect for us, but this
Yeah.
one's good enough, and we can find gratitude in that. If the answer is no, then you are not going to feel close or connected. In
Yeah,
this
that's the whole thing about settling. Like, you're not like, oh, this is as good as I want, as I can get. It's settling is, hey, this is the person that I want, and enough of my needs are met, or I want to be with this person. Hopefully for the rest of your life. And then for me, for my spouse, hopefully for the rest of my life, because I hopefully die before my spouse. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully. Why? Because that's going to be hard to deal with. But yeah.
gratitude in that. If the answer is no, then you are not going to
Realistically, I'm going to live a long time, which is, yeah, that makes me struggle. But yeah.
feel close or connected in this relationship if nothing changes.
I don't want
What does that mean?
to outlive my spouse.
But there's one thing I know, and that's intimacy and connection require things from both of us, right? And if you have a partner who doesn't have an interest in meeting any of those needs that we talked about, then you will continue to feel disconnected and alone in this relationship because that's simply where that path leads. Some people choose to stay in those relationships for a lot of reasons, and they try to get their needs met elsewhere. Other people leave. I'm not here to say what's right or wrong for you. I am here to hopefully remind you and your partner to put action. Right? And if you have a partner who doesn't have an interest in meeting any of those needs that we talked about, then you will continue to feel disconnected and alone in this relationship because that's simply where that path leads. Some people choose to stay in those relationships for a lot of reasons, and they try to get their needs met elsewhere. Other people leave. I'm not here to say what's right or wrong for you. I am here to hopefully remind you and your partner to put actions behind your words. Don't tell me you love each other if you can't have hard conversations with kindness, empathy, and respect. Don't tell me you love each other, but you're both not willing to work towards mutual sacrifice and
Yeah, so whoever ends up with me has to deal with me for the rest of my life.
Don't tell me you love each other, but you're not willing to try something new when it comes to conflict and learn how to practice.
'Cause yeah, whoever I end up with, that's it. I'm not going to divorce, and I won't remarry.
You're learning how to listen and validate and practice compassionate curiosity towards the person you
It's-
say you love.
yeah.
These things aren't optional. This is what determines whether your relationship
I'm not going to
is
want to do that.
strong
But
or
yeah.
precious to the ground. All right, so those are some of the most common healthy needs. I'm sure I missed a few, so write in the comments which ones I missed, but let's briefly talk about what are some inappropriate or unhealthy needs because those are important to know as well. The first one that comes to mind is control, the need to dominate our partner or dictate their actions. This is an inappropriate need. And I believe you that it feels very real to you. You want to control them or protect the relationship, but in doing so, you're pushing them away. What you're actually trying to do is control your own fear and anxiety, but you're using this other person to do that, and that's how they feel, used and dominated. And no one actually feels valued when they're being controlled. And just to clear something, boundaries are not about controlling someone. If your partner sets a healthy boundary, as in I will not tolerate being called names or being belittled or yelled at during a conflict, if that happens, I will remove myself for 30 minutes and then come back.
W healthy boundaries.
That's a perfectly appropriate boundary. That is not controlling you. They are not forcing you to do anything. A
Set
boundary
boundaries,
is about
people.
It's about what I'm going to do, because I can't.
There's a book called Boundaries in Dating. Read that book.
It requires nothing from you. But having said that, if they've expressed that boundary and you continue to yell or call names during a conflict and they leave, if you follow them yelling and escalating the conflict, you are severely damaging that relationship. The next unhealthy need is constant reassurance. We should not be looking towards our partner to reassure us that we are loved and valued constantly. Yes, there's an appropriate version of this, but there's also an inappropriate version of this. How can you tell the difference? One is solely based in fear. I'm testing your love. I'm asking you to prove your love, and I'm constantly searching for reassurance because of the fact that I don't trust this relationship. Even when things are going well, I'm anxious and fearful that any minute that could change. But in my hypervigilance, I'm actually creating the disconnection that I'm trying to prevent, because nobody wants to be tested all the time. Nobody wants to feel like if they don't tell you that they love you 35 times a day, then you're going to get upset or start a fight. That's only going to cause
Yeah.
you to slowly pull
Don't
away.
test, man.
Exactly what you were trying to avoid. Another unhealthy need is avoidance or fierce independence. Maybe
If you want them to leave you, test them. Keep testing them.
too close. You like to stay away from labels. You like your independence, and if someone starts to get too close, you pull away.
Because guess what? Mature men will see that you're testing them and not put up with it,
disregard them.
and they'll just leave you. They're like, hey, this person's a kid, and no.
Or feel
No.
heard and understood. Another unhealthy need is the need for a relationship to work, even though you're the only
That's
one
it.
putting in the work. I've met countless people, and they ask me, what more can I do? I've bent over backwards for them, but they still take advantage of me. I've stopped bringing up my feelings or needs, but I still
Well,
feel disconnected.
may you still end up doing it? Probably, but don't make it a habit.
You can't force them to care. You can't do the work for them. If they aren't interested in doing the necessary work that
It's not a good
intimacy and
habit.
connection requires, you either have to accept that fact and stay.
Open, clear, concise
Continuing
communication.
you can somehow single-handedly save this relationship will drive you insane, because oftentimes they're blaming you
Yeah.
for the disconnection that you feel. They're blaming you for why they treat you with disrespect, and you're believing them because of your own self-esteem issues. It's unhealthy for you to need this relationship to work. We can want this relationship to work, we can do everything that we can do, but we cannot do their work for them, and we cannot take on the weight and the emotional labor of saving them or healing them with our love. We can have empathy for their rough childhood and still hold them accountable to destructive behaviors that impact us. If you can't express healthy boundaries of behavior or
Yeah.
words that you won't tolerate out of fear of this relationship ending, then you're abandoning yourself, which is why you continue to feel so disconnected. Another unhealthy need that I can think of is withholding the truth from them because, well, if I told them, they would make a huge deal about nothing. And I understand what you're saying, but when they find out, which they usually do, they're going to be even more mad than if you would have just told them. We can't keep secrets from someone that we love. I believe you. If you told them, they would blow it out of proportion, they would accuse you of things that you didn't do, they would start a fight. It sounds like you don't really trust them, right? You shouldn't have to hide things in order to not be yelled at or accused.
Yeah, if you're hiding things,
Talking with a counselor about that, because you need to have honesty and transparency in your relationships.
Man.
It's simply not healthy to withhold things that you know that they would want to know.
like
because
you're
of their
asking
wrong thing.
to have
It's an
issues.
incompatibility thing. Another unhealthy need is assuming that
Why?
you're-
Because then they don't know where you're at.
I get it. You've been together for a long time, and you're really upset that they don't know you as well as
Yeah.
they should. Totally understand that. However, we can't have those types of expectations where we assume that they should just read our minds. It's our job to clearly communicate.
Yeah, I
with
mentioned that
them.
earlier.
And if we've done that, and they refuse to pay attention or listen, then we're back to what we've been saying.
People aren't mind readers. Yeah, there's intuition, but intuition doesn't mean you're reading people's minds.
We're gonna call it there. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah.
Make sure to let me know in the comments if you enjoyed this or what needs I forgot. Do all the things.
And you can't just be like, oh, I'm using my intuition to tell you how I feel. It's
Thank you so
yeah,
much for watching. I hope
it's not gonna
helped.
work.
You can watch this with your
Yeah.
partner. Maybe I picked on both of you equally, so nobody feels too called
Talk.
out. But you can use this to ask each other questions and understand each other just a little bit more, or understand yourself if you're single. Thank you so much for watching.
I like the video. Hopefully.
All right, today we're going to be talking about what are healthy needs versus unhealthy needs in a relationship, because the reality is, underneath most of our fights,
I like the video.
are hidden needs and desires that
Savagery. I didn't watch this, but I don't want to watch it. That was me reviewing a video. ADHD. I don't remember watching this. Whatever. This is good. I was watching a video on framing. Why? Because I was thinking I'm going to do it wrong, but I'm like, you're not going to do it wrong.
You talk about
Yeah, you might. You never know.
Masculinity a lot. That comes up a lot. Does not come up on this.
I did watch this video, but it's good.
For reasons that still escape me. No, but seriously, John, like you talk
There you
about
go.
it, and I think you have you have a great it's a great vantage point you have, because you can talk about it from this place of having experienced, or having experience with toxic masculinity, or people thinking that about you because of, whatever difficulties you've had in the past, or the fighting or whatever. They can just think like, oh, this is the point of view this guy's going to be coming at me from.
I'll be back.
And then for you to talk about how that can be a toxic formula and is not the answer, gives you an authority in that. I think that other people, it gives you a power to talk about that subject that maybe other people don't have. You know
Look,
what I mean?
I don't know if I have any power in it, and I don't honestly with the sort of terms that people throw out there. I don't know. I'm no authority on that. I know that I'm a father, and I'm a father of two boys, and I know the kind of men that I want them to grow up to be, and the kind of young men I want them to be, and I know the kind of models of masculinity that I want them to see. And I think sometimes I've talked about this before, and I think sometimes it gets confusing, and I think that I don't know
I don't know that I've ever been. I do believe in discipline. I'm somebody. My kids, you know, they practice martial arts. They know, you know, they know how to handle themselves in the woods. You know, I really think it's enormously important, not for them, but also just as equally important for my daughter to be able to defend themselves and to be able to handle themselves and to like these things are these sort of cornerstones of, I think, you know, classic masculinity are super important, but equally important is being kind, is being empathetic, is to stand up for somebody who has less rights than you, somebody who's being picked on, somebody who's being put into the corner, somebody who's just sad. Getting in touch with a side of them that's softer, having the courage to do that. I had a guy on my show that I've just learned so much from, a dear friend of mine named Kevin Vance, who's a Navy SEAL and a firefighter, and just one of the just this wonderful human being, and he talks about the code of the samurai and how they knew how to fight and they knew how to use swords and they were warriors, but they also had to get in touch with their quote unquote feminine side and their ability to do calligraphy and to dance and to cook and to garden, and that these things are all equally important and to be well rounded. But again, when it's confused with being hardened or being picking on somebody or again saying it's my way or the highway, to me that reeks of such fear and such insecurity.
Yep.
And it's a classic rule in the boxing gym. I've said it before. When you come into Steve Petromali's gym, you're gonna see.
Oh, I'm coming in.
I know you are,
and I'm coming in hard.
I know, man. Well, look, my point is that in any boxing gym in this country, you can see it. The guy who's the loudest, the guy with the brightest color clothes, the guy who's kind of dancing around.
That's me. That's all three.
Well, look, I think that will change because I think that is almost always the guy you don't need to worry about. But it is the guy who smiles at you and shakes your hand and nods and says, "Hey, man, you want to move a little bit?" Like, you got to deal with this guy.
I'm coming in wearing bright shamrock shorts.
Let's go.
And an actual peacock tail.
A peacock tail and a monocle.
I love it, man.
I'm listen. I want to make sure I help get the word out because your podcast is doing well. Real Ones is available wherever people get their podcasts, right?
Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, Spotify.
And John Bernthal, Real Ones, and it's very refreshing because you're talking to real people about real things, and you do have the touch. You are able to connect with these people. I think that's very cool. And if you ever need help out there in the world, if you get into a tight corner and you need a guy to come in and swing these meat hooks around,
Not him.
Don't call me.
Yeah.
Don't call me because I'm a terrible. I do not have your back.
I don't. Come on, man. That is beautiful. That is beautiful.
I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I wanted to end honestly.
I love it.
I'm a kicker. I'm a guy who kicks and then runs.
That's great. Yeah. A little scratch maybe.
A slap. I can't make a fist, but I slap and then I run. I'm a slap and run guy.
I love it.
I wound up at this rehab, right, in Utah.
I haven't seen this.
And they do something called Family Week. And every week, on a Sunday, everybody who's involved in the program has their family show up on these Skype calls. And everybody will show up in the same room. And your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your wife, your friends, whatever.
Just you and the people? Or
no, it's you, the whole squad of you that are in this group. Like 12 of us in my class.
Everyone's family.
Everyone's family pops up on the screen. And week one, no one shows up. For me, no one. They got the calls. I know they got the calls, but no one showed up. My mother, my father, no one showed up.
That's tough.
Manager, friends, no one showed up. Week two, same thing. So I'm sitting in this room, and even the person who's like therapizing me, she's starting to feel like this. She's empathizing with where I'm at. Everybody else in the room got a dude who like, this isn't just alcoholics and shit. This is like fucking arsonists and like child predators and all kind of wild people in this group, right? And they got people showing up for them, and I don't have nobody showing up for me. And
it's tough.
Week two, week three, I'm there.
To not feel supported is honestly the hardest.
A clip. And there comes a point where Family Week comes around. I say to my therapist, like, I'm not gonna go. Like I don't want to subject myself to this shit. Like I'm on a path, and let me just stay here. Like I don't want to keep reminding myself of how fucked my situation is. And she says, no, I think you should show up this week. And I show up thinking, all right, my mom's gonna be on there. My mom will be on. And Mia is on the screen. And like.
Yeah, so that's one of the biggest issues with people who are wealthy. You tend to, or grow up wealthy, you have to deal with isolation. Even though that's a privilege issue, like, we need each other. So, yeah.
You don't deserve that kind of shit. You know what I mean? You don't deserve that kind of shit. Like I don't deserve that kind of shit. I done put her through years and years of fucking nonsense, bro. Just like. And I don't have nothing to offer her either. You know what I mean? I'm in the middle of my shit. You know, I'm fucking I'm like 2 months into this program. You know, I don't even have nothing going on. I have nothing going on. I'm making this list. She's at the top of the list, but I'm not reaching out to her or nothing like that. And you heard her voice. Like, she's like a fucking angel. You know what I mean? Everybody does their shit, and I'm fucking gone, you know? And so they let her go first, because I can't even fucking believe. And they all know, because I ain't had no family show up for me. And she unmutes, and she's like, hi, Shia. You know, and it's like, she's prepping a movie. She ain't got no fucking time for this, you know? But she found time, and she said, hi, Shia. And we just smiled. We had nothing else to say. But she saved my fucking life, dog. Like, before the kid, before the job, before God, before any religion, before a laugh, before Bo, before a phone, before anything, was this woman's face. And there wasn't no promises made, wasn't no long conversation being had, nothing. Just her presence, the ministry of presence. Sometimes that's all you need to offer a person who's in a situation like that, is like, just to be present. And she was present for me at a time when I didn't deserve to have nobody in my life, especially her. And I'm not trying to do this boo shit, because right away my head goes to like, how's this being viewed? I'm such a fuck this way,
You're
but
good. You come on.
Watching grown men cry always gets me. Yeah, because something I had to deal with. All the women could be crying, and I'm fine. And I turn, I'm like, okay, you know, the grown man crying. And yeah, it just breaks me. Anyways, the real ones. Got a clip channel? Okay, I like it. I followed his main channel. I just started watching this recently, and I was like, dang. It showed up in my algorithm. I'm like, well, I'm going to watch probably all of his videos at some point. Yeah. Yeah. Because, yeah, John Barenthal, I really liked him as Punisher, so. Keep watching. What's this?
My dad said, never let someone's reaction to your kindness, your generosity, your love, whatever it might be, change who you are and how you show up in the world. Only take that information as a reflection of their character. Of course, you can integrate that knowledge as you move forward and try to make wiser decisions, but you should never allow it to shut down the beautiful parts of you.
Okay.
My dad said,
Oops.
so I was watching this great TED Talk.
I guess I can play that one.
So I was watching this great TED Talk about building the skill of confidence. And it was being held by this athletics coach. And he said what he looks for when he recruits is not how fast can this person run, how strong are they, what are their sports ball stats, but whether or not they hold the belief that no matter what happens, no matter what adversities they face, they will come on top. He insisted that self-affirming in our quiet moments, I can do it, I'm the greatest, I'm capable of absolutely anything, is essential. Mirror work absolutely changed my life to the point that I literally
Yeah, I have that. I have high self-confidence. But it's because I had a mother who loved me deeply.
I'm a brilliant writer.
And told me how much she loved me every day.
Writing comes naturally to me.
And gave me hugs and kisses.
To the point that
every day.
getting into flow state and actually creating good writing is something that happens because I've primed my brain for this experience.
Every day.
As powerful as you believe you are. So you might as well start believing you're the most
W.
powerful you've ever been.
W moms. I wasn't even listening to her video. What?
Steam just banned any game that does this one thing, and EA are pissed because nothing. Look, me and Steam just had a little disagreement. That's all. Oh, is that what you call it? Shut up, man. It was a great idea, okay? Yeah, EA's great idea could actually ruin games forever, and that's why Steam has a policy that instantly bans any game that tries to do it. Yeah, well, what can I say? We are literally the best gaming platform ever. You would be if you just let me do this one thing. Okay, you know what? Go on. Tell the people your great idea. Go on. Okay, so you know how YouTube puts ads in between and before videos? Yes, go on. Right, so that, but in games. I can't wait for the comments. Yeah, so that's actually true. EA wants to put in-game ads into major AAA games to increase monetization. Well, yeah, basically, a bit like how mobile games have in-game skippable ads, as well as currency you can buy to skip things. That's why we made our new policy. Yeah, also true, Steam has a policy that bans this specific problem from happening even in mobile games that transfer over. Steam just banned any game that does this one thing.
Yeah, so imagine you're playing a game, you're playing Witcher 3, and then you die, and then you're like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, it's gonna load. No, you're gonna have to watch this 30-second video. Imagine if we had to do that. That would be the worst. Wait, what's this video? No, it's a spoiler. So there's a movie called Lord of War, with Jared Leto and Nicolas Cage. It was amazing. I highly recommend it. New quantum ship. Play this. Lone wolf syndrome.
With this lone wolf mentality.
What's interesting is I have another friend.
View the lone wolf
Never mind.
as strong,
But yeah,
right?
you can have this mentality, but find other wolves.
Everything on his own. I think if most men really understood what happens to the lone wolf, because his fate isn't pretty.
Yeah.
The lone wolf dies. The pack is strong.
I'm lucky that I've always had friends growing up, so yeah.
The pack. Most men are living this quiet life of desperation.
But I can still be a lone wolf.
We're surrounded physically,
But it won't make you happy.
but mentally and emotionally and through conversation and learning, we don't have those iron sharpen iron relationships. We have like these more rusty relationships. So the Alliance, it's a community we've had since 2016. And what it is it's a community of men who are honorable, who are hungry, humble, and ungodly and perfect. We want to optimize our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. You can't do that all by yourself. Most men
So I told her, no one can make you feel anything. We can't go around blaming other people for our feelings. I'm sure you would agree with that. So what's the problem? Why aren't you saying anything? You ever worked for a bad boss? What? You ever worked for a boss who was negative all the time or only focused on what you did wrong or potentially took advantage of your hard work? Sure, everyone has. It's infuriating. Why would you feel infuriated in that environment? Because they were a self-centered jerk. But I thought no one could make you feel anything. Well, I mean, all I'm trying to say is people affect us. The environments we're in affect us. They can't.
Yeah.
It happens to you every day and you don't even realize it. Someone cuts you off in traffic, you feel something, don't you? Your kids deliberately disobey you.
That's kind of what people in LA, you'll feel a lot of people in LA who are pretty toxic. It's because they're it's a bunch of people dealing with a bunch of people in a highly stressed area, in highly populated area, where it's hard to find any peace. So,
And
yeah.
I don't support this ignorant idea that our words and actions don't have a massive impact.
Depending on where you are in LA.
Because they do. So I told her, no one can make you.
Because there are plenty, the thing is LA's massive. There are plenty of chill spots. Usually by the beach. Why? Because guess what? People who live by the beach don't have to deal with the heat. And the heat is stressful. Oh, did I skip a video? I skipped this. Oops. No skipping videos.
Something that sends shivers down your spine and makes your
I haven't seen
palms
this.
sweat. Expressing feelings.
Oh, my hand's sweaty.
Yeah, that's one thing that can either be a magical moment.
This is one thing I used to be really bad at, sharing my feelings. But now I'm significantly better at it.
Before you can express
I learned when I was like 28.
you have to understand them.
Yeah, 28, 26, 27, 27. But the thing is, I only open up to people emotionally with the people that I trust.
They've done something that made you feel like your brain is on fire and your heart is about to
And yeah, the people I
explode.
trust is a pretty short list.
Just really like their taste in pizza. Or maybe they've done something that made you feel like your brain
Pizza.
is on fire and your heart is about to explode. Take a second to think about it, because trust me, it's a lot easier to tell someone you like them when you know if it's like, or just, hey, you're a cool person who shares my love for tacos. Now, timing, it's
Yep.
everything. You can't just blurt
There's a
out
difference
your
between
feelings
liking
sort of
certain things and, hey, I really like you. Yeah.
Choose wisely, my friend. Don't say
Why? Because one is cool, we like the same things, and cool, I really like you. There's a huge difference. But I wonder if sometimes women think, hey, those are the same things. Oh, we like the same hobbies. Cool.
Hold on. I'm in the
Oh,
middle
I really like you.
challenge interruptions.
Also cool, but terrifying.
Setting is key.
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's talk in the middle
Yeah.
of a crowded subway. Trust me, that's not romantic. That's just loud and awkward. Okay, now it's the moment of truth. You're ready to spill
Yeah.
your feelings, but here's the thing. Don't overdo it. You're not writing a Shakespearean sonnet or trying to get the Oscar for best monologue.
Oh,
Just be
okay.
honest. Maybe say, I really like you, instead of, I have deep, eternal affection for your presence in my life that surpasses all time and space. One's sweet, the other's a little too much.
Where's my
Also,
notepad?
Pro tip. Use I's.
I.
They're like the life jacket of conversations. If you say,
Oh.
I feel this way, the other person can accuse you of launching a missile at their heart. But if you say, you make me feel like a walking marshmallow on a hot day, they might just run for the hills. And then we enter the land of awkwardness, the place where we all get stuck. You start talking,
Yeah.
and suddenly your brain goes, nope, we're taking the scenic route.
A tough spot.
And you end up explaining your feelings like you're writing a 10-page essay on the emotional journey of a potato. Instead of, I like you, you're saying, so you think you're really cool, and I like hanging out, but not like that unless you like that, and you're funny, and I'm not sure how to say this, but... And you just want to crawl under
Just
a
make her
rock
laugh.
and never come back. But you know what? It's okay. Embrace the
It's the
awkward.
work for
It's
me.
a human condition. It's like a rite of
Make them
passage.
laugh.
And here's the thing.
Hard part for me
Just
is,
understand the
yeah,
important part
finding
is
someone
that
who
you're
actually makes me
saying
laugh.
You're putting yourself out there. Sure, it might not
Yeah.
go perfectly, but at least you
They're out there
tried.
though.
If they respond with, oh, I had no idea you felt
Yeah.
that way, then great. If they laugh or say, wow, that was unexpected, well, at least you know you've made their day more interesting. Now, if they don't return the feelings, don't go into full-on drama mode. You didn't lose a battle. You just got a plot twist. Life's like that sometimes. You take a risk, and the other person's not there yet. But hey, you're still you.
But hey.
Awkward, charming, and emotionally brave.
Hopefully.
Maybe they'll come around, maybe they won't. Either way, you can look back and say,
I'm just charming.
well, that was a moment in my life.
Uh,
On to the next one. And whatever happens, just remember,
honestly, being charming is my highest paid skill, which is ridiculous.
bottling them up and turning into a sad little emotional pickle. Trust me, pickles are way harder to explain than feelings.
True. No new videos.
Are scars and burdens that others may never see. If you're still feeling the weight of what you've endured, know that these experiences don't define you or make you weak. They're chapters in a journey that has quietly built resilience, courage, and strength within you. Whether you're still finding your way through or starting to see your strength, here are some of the traits people often develop after facing life's most difficult challenges. A profound empathy for others. It's almost like a radar. Do you pick up on the smallest signs of discomfort, such as changes in someone's tone or body language,
Yeah.
and feel drawn to help? Studies indicate that individuals who have experienced trauma often develop a natural sensitivity to the suffering of others. You know what it's like to hurt in silence, and that experience makes you want to ensure others feel seen, heard, and understood. Your empathy is a gift, and it shows how deeply you care. An urge to keep everyone around you happy. Sometimes, after enduring significant hardship, there's a strong urge to protect others from the same pain. This drive can develop into what some psychologists call a savior complex, a deep need to rescue those around you from
Can't always
discomfort,
save people though.
hardship, or emotional distress. It's not just about avoiding conflict or being a people pleaser. It's your way of shielding others from pain you know too well. However, having a savior complex can make you more vulnerable to being taken advantage of. While compassion is a beautiful quality, it's important to remember that self-care and boundaries are necessary too. You don't have to carry everyone's burdens. Looking after yourself isn't selfish. It's a crucial part of your own healing journey.
Music, books, working out, tea.
While you may feel a strong need to
Proverbs 4:23.
save others, you might also struggle with trusting people. Past hurts have made you cautious, and this can make it hard to open up or lead you to feel a bit distant around new people. But remember, this isn't a flaw. According to Judith Herman's work on trauma and recovery,
I'm pretty
being
guarded.
guarded is a defense mechanism, your mind's way of protecting you from more hurt.
I think I'm too
But
guarded.
remind yourself that not everyone is out to harm you. Trust can be rebuilt, but it takes time. And
Yeah.
it's okay to take it at
It's
your
hard when you lose
pace.
trust in someone.
A
Because then you don't want to be around them.
need for solitude. After enduring so
Yeah.
much and being caught in chaos for far too long, your alone
I know
time
for me, I'll
becomes
pull away.
something precious to you.
If I don't trust
Not
someone,
because you love
if I don't feel
isolating
safe,
yourself, but
then,
because
yeah.
you value peace of mind. And taking
Anyways.
time alone allows you to reconnect with yourself, to process your thoughts, and to find peace. This need for solitude is a way of honoring the emotional journey you've been on. Carrying so much can be exhausting, so give yourself the space to recharge whenever you need it. Finding this video helpful? Subscribe for more and hit the notification bell to stay updated on new content. A strong desire for stability and safety. After facing trauma and uncertainty, stability becomes something you crave. When you've lived through pain that felt uncontrollable, structure and routines offer a sense of comfort.
Oops.
Creating predictability is your way of reducing the chaos you once lived through. A grounding exercise like the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 technique, which involves identifying 5 things you see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you hear, 2 things you smell, and 1 thing you taste, can bring you back to the present and ease anxiety when you feel unsettled. A tendency to overthink or overprepare. Sometimes the need for stability can turn into overthinking, where every plan has a backup, even for the backup. It's just your way of preparing for every possible outcome. If this sounds like you, remember, you don't have to control every situation. While planning is helpful, you're strong enough to face life as it comes, even without knowing all the answers in advance. Allow yourself to let go, even just a little, and trust in your resilience to handle whatever life brings. Inner resilience. Resilience isn't always loud or visible. People around you may not understand the depth of your strength, but it's what keeps you moving forward, even when things are tough. It's that quiet power that pushes you to keep going no matter how many setbacks you face.
Yeah.
Think of the single parent who's juggling work, kids, and everything else, making it all look effortless while quietly giving up
That's what my
their
mother
time
was.
and energy just to make sure everyone else is okay. Or the person healing from trauma, showing up for therapy each week, even when progress feels slow, because they believe every step counts.
Oh, that's me.
Resilience isn't
Right
about
now.
getting everything right. It's about still showing up, even when it feels easier to give up. Hyper-independence. Your fragile trust, caused by betrayal, can lead to a fierce sense of independence, a way of protecting oneself from future pain. You might avoid asking for help not because you don't need it, but because you've learned that depending on others can sometimes lead to heartbreak. This fierce independence becomes a shield, forged from past disappointments, allowing you to feel secure and less vulnerable as you continue to push through. But remember, it's okay to lean on others when you need to. You don't have to do everything alone. Appreciation of life's small moments. When you've been through a lot, the little things start to mean so much more. You might find comfort in a warm cup of tea, the way sunlight filters through the trees, or the quiet rhythm of the rain. This sensitivity to small moments is a gift that stands out because they serve as a reminder that there's still beauty and moments of peace, even when life gets tough. A strong sense of justice. Injustice often feels personal to those who've been on its receiving end. Fairness becomes more than an ideal, it's something you are passionate about. You might find yourself advocating for those who can't stand up for themselves, standing up for what's right because you know how it feels to be powerless. A search for meaning. When life
Copy
hits
paste.
hard, it can make you question everything. But for many, it doesn't stop at why me? Instead, you start asking, what can I learn from this? How can I grow? This is a phenomenon called post-traumatic growth, a psychological process where individuals find a deeper sense of strength and understanding after facing adversity. It is how pain turns into purpose, whether it's through reflection, spirituality, or personal insight. This quest for understanding inspires them to create solutions for similar struggles. For example, someone who grew up in a tough neighborhood with limited access to clean water might go on to start a foundation providing fresh water to communities who need it most. They take their personal pain and use it to make the world a better place. If you see these traits in yourself, it means life has tested you, but it hasn't defeated you. You're still here, still standing, still learning, still evolving. Healing is
Yep.
within your reach. Strength and peace are closer than you think. Remember, this grace isn't reserved for a select few. It's for everyone, and that includes you. You are worthy of all the peace, love, strength, and every good thing life has to offer. What traits have you discovered in yourself through your experiences? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If you discovered in yourself through your experience.
How do I take that off? Gotta hide those. Yeah, yes. Yep. But then with this, in order to keep everyone around you happy, you become a people pleaser. Guarded heart. Yeah. Might be too guarded. Deep need for solitude. I don't recently have. That's the thing, like, I guess compared to how I used to be, I'm much more isolated. But I also moved. My friends are further away. But now I have 2 friends who live pretty close, which is nice. Okay, I have like 10 friends who are pretty close. But I have like 2 friends who are literally within like, kind of within walking distance, but yeah. Which was nice is, yeah, like before when my good friends, like we would work out together every morning. And then I could walk to his house. He only lived like a mile away, which is not too far. But when it's that close, it really helps. Like it's really nice. I don't even have to get on the freeway to go to his house. Literally, like go one street, go another street, I'm at his house. And yeah, that was nice to have. Now he's, yeah, further away. Because then he moved to LA and I moved to LA, but then he's much further. He's on the other side. Now I'm by Disneyland. So yeah, and he's by Hollywood area. Yeah. Strong desire for stability and safety. Yeah. But eventually, I'll get, the way my brain is, it'll eventually get tired of novelty and I'll get tired of the same thing. And my brain's like, what next? Hashtag ADHD.
What traits have you
Also, how do you hide
discovered in
these?
yourself
I know there's a
through your
way.
experiences? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Share your thoughts in the
Blocks. Hyperdependence, inner resilience, which, yeah, I have that. I have resilience and grit. And that's the thing. To have resilience, to have grit, you have to suffer. That's the only way to have it. How it goes. So it sucks. And that's the thing with the savior complex. If you're trying to save someone, they're not going to be able to become resilient. They won't have grit if you're always saving them. And they'll never learn if you keep saving them. If you keep helping them with their problems, and it's really a character issue on their end, then you're actually hurting them. You have to let them go and make their mistakes. And you have to give them that respect. Otherwise, they get too old. The thing is, if you don't solve your problems when you're in your early 30, like before 30, it gets harder and harder to change. It's not impossible because we stop producing as much, like it's hard to create gray matter when you get older. And that's what allows us to change, keeps our brain malleable. There are ways to keep it malleable, but you have to read, you have to work out, and yeah. Anyways, yeah, inner resilience. Don't keep trying to save people. Give them space, let them grow on their own. And then that's the thing, you have to hope that they grow. And if they don't, the reality is if you saving them, even if you do it for a time, fine. But if you kept doing it, then you're hurting them. It's an enabling mindset. And I know I had to learn that because that's how I was taught by my mother, but it really hurts you if you're too enabling. And hopefully I don't do it with my kids. Yeah, hyperdependence, appreciation for life's small moments, strong sense of justice. I guess for me, the only thing that upsets me is when people are hurt children and hurt old people because they can't defend themselves. And then minorities. More so old people, most, and children. And then minorities. Search for meaning, have Christ. So, no. A tendency to overthink or over-prepare. Absolutely the case. Absolutely the case. Because you just don't want to make a mistake. But yeah. Oh, I like the video. No, yo. Being a smart kid.
Why smart kids end up lonely and struggle as adults.
My solution was I just played the Joker so that no one would ever ask me to do anything. Good idea? I don't know. I eventually stopped doing it. For the most part. Really? Yeah.
Includes subtitles, so you can follow along more intentionally and absorb the ideas at your own pace. Why is it that so many smart kids
The coping mechanism.
stuck, disconnected, and completely alone? They were supposed to be ahead of everyone else. They were praised, rewarded, told they'd go far. And yet somewhere along the way, that promise turned into pressure. That praise became a prison. And now, a lot of those same kids, the ones who once stood out, are struggling as adults. They can't find motivation. They feel socially behind. They struggle to start things, follow through, or connect with people. And worst of all, they can't explain why. Because on the outside, everything looks fine. They're still sharp, still capable. But inside, there's this constant sense of isolation.
Thing is, when you're intelligent,
and they're just watching
there's literally less intelligent people for you to be able to relate with. That's just how it goes.
And when that happens, the very thing that made them feel special as children becomes the exact thing that traps them as adults. So let's talk about why this happens. And more importantly, how to undo it. Because none of this is about failure. It's about a survival strategy that stopped working. And if you understand how you got here, you can start to find a way out. So when we're young, our identity tends to be simple. Kids latch onto one or two traits and build their sense of self around them. For example, a kid might base his identity as a person who likes Pokemon or chicken nuggets. It's all very one-dimensional. But that's normal. That's how identity starts. It's straightforward and it's based on interests or labels. And one of the most powerful labels a child can receive is, "You're smart." That phrase sticks. It gets reinforced by teachers, parents, classmates. It becomes a core part of how you see yourself. And for a while, it feels amazing.
Yeah, for me, it was always, "Oh, you're so bright." That drove me crazy. Or no, it wasn't even that part. But they'd always say, "Oh, you're so bright." Well, because I would always get bad grades, but it's because I would get bored at school. Because I'm like, one, people talk way too slow. And people are like, "Oh, ADHD." But it's actually intelligence. Because, for example, there are teachers where people used to make fun of them, but there are like university teachers who talk really fast. And guess what? They don't blame the teacher. "Oh, the teacher talks too fast." I'm like, well, this person's a college-educated professor. And the thing is, he's talking the way he was designed to talk. But then, like, someone like me has to force himself to talk slower because most people can't keep up. But that's the reality. People can't keep up. Meditate. Take a deep breath. And try and talk like everyone else. Yeah, but it gets exhausting. But then when you find someone else who can talk quickly, it's really nice. There are very few people who I could talk quickly with. And it's because it's too much information for most people to handle. But, yeah. And so, yeah, being bright, the biggest thing people would say is, "Oh, you can do anything." That question drove me crazy. You can do anything. Oh, okay, now ADHD brain, intelligent brain. Now I'm going to be like, okay, anything? Do you know how many things, different things that is? Now I'm going to have to think about everything. Now you gave me a list of anything, everything. Now I'm going to have to go through everything. And guess what? That's going to take my entire life. So what would have helped the most is, hey, I noticed you have these characteristics. You would be good at this select. You would be really good at this select group of activities, like math and science. Instead of you could be good at anything. And which is actually is the case, but it doesn't help. Like, it didn't help. I was good at math, which is, yeah. But I had good teachers. The number one thing for me was when you have teachers who actually care, and I would notice, even though I was like a kid, I noticed who would care. guess what? I would get good grades. If the teachers didn't care, I'd be like, you don't care. Why would I care? And they're like, how'd you notice? You're 7. I was made. Anyways.
Being smart is and one of the most powerful labels a child can receive is "you're smart." That phrase sticks. It gets reinforced by teachers, parents, classmates. It becomes a core part of how you see yourself. And for a while, it feels amazing. Being smart as a kid gives you praise, attention, and you basically live life on easy mode. You don't need to study as hard as everyone else. You pick things up quickly, and you stand out compared to the other kids. But here's the hidden cost. When you get praised for being smart, what people are usually praising is not hard work. It's effortless success. You were praised when you solved the problem quickly, when you got an A without trying, when you understood something the first time. And over time, you start to internalize a very dangerous idea. If I'm smart, things should be easy for me. And that belief will quietly sabotage everything once you grow older. Because the moment something isn't easy, when you struggle, when you fail, when you don't understand something right away, it doesn't feel like a normal challenge. It feels like a threat to your identity because you tell yourself, if I'm supposed to be smart, then why am I struggling? So instead of leaning into difficulty, you start avoiding it. You don't raise your hand unless you're sure. You don't play games unless you know you'll win. You don't pursue things you could love because they might expose you as someone who maybe isn't so smart. And slowly, your life starts to narrow. You only do what you're already good at. You stick to familiar territory. You protect your image and your identity of the perfect smart kid instead of trying new things. And that's the trap. Because while everyone
Don't
else
get stuck in the trap.
there, experimenting, trying,
The
failing,
rat race.
you're locked inside a shrinking comfort zone. And the longer that goes on, the harder it becomes to leave. And at some point, you realize you've built a whole identity.
I don't want to do construction anymore.
You can't afford
Yeah.
to fail. You can't afford to look stupid. You can't afford to threaten what you built
Or
your
do I?
identity on. So you stall. And that's when the isolation starts to set in. Because when you stop growing, you also stop connecting. Think about it. Connection comes from shared activities, being on a team, going through awkward stages together, or working hard towards something. And if you start opting out of those things, if you remove yourself from the situations where other people bond, you miss the moments that create real friendships and connection. You don't join the club because you're afraid you'll be bad at it. You don't try the sport because it's unfamiliar. You avoid group projects because they frustrate you. And without realizing it, you start stepping out of the flow of social life. But you still crave connection, right? So what do? You lean on what you know, your intelligence. You try to understand people instead of relating to them. You analyze, you observe, you run simulations in your head. And this leads to something called cognitive empathy, where you can understand what others feel logically, but you don't emotionally engage with them. And it works, up to a point. You can navigate conversations. You can keep up socially. You might even seem...
Yeah, for me, it's, I see people's emotional patterns. And that's a logical way of observing empathy. But yeah.
You don't emotionally engage with them.
You actually have to process the empathy to understand.
You can keep up socially. You might even seem charismatic on the surface. But underneath, you're exhausted. Because instead of just being with people, you're calculating. You're constantly thinking about what to say, how to respond, what they might be thinking. So now socializing also becomes something you have to be good at. And to avoid failing at it, you start avoiding it. This is where the loneliness deepens. But
I'm good at socializing.
You should be able to
but somebody taught me.
So you start applying logic to emotional problems. You try to fix your self-esteem with rationality. You write out arguments to convince yourself you're fine. You analyze your own behavior to death. And none of it helps. Because intelligence wasn't...
Do you want subtitles?
It's not a tool for self-worth. It's a tool for solving external problems.
Subtitles.
Feel okay inside,
I'm kidding.
it just keeps looping. Because there's no intellectual answer to the question, am I enough? That question can only be answered emotionally. And for smart kids, emotional growth is often the one thing that got left behind. And when the emotional pain becomes too sharp, when the loneliness starts to feel unbearable, that's when the ego steps in and forms one final defense. You tell yourself, I'm just different from other people. I don't relate because they're not as smart. I'm too deep for surface level friendships. And now, instead of admitting that you're lonely, you convince yourself that you're above everyone else. Not because you actually believe it, but because it hurts less than admitting you feel left out. This is what we call defensive arrogance. And it's one of the most isolating patterns you can fall into.
The thing is, even though people are intelligent, other people will catch up when they get older.
Because connection requires humility. It requires presence.
It just takes time.
Being seen and vulnerable. So how do we fix this? The first step, and this is non-negotiable, is that you have to stop identifying as the smart kid. You have to let that identity go. Not because being intelligent is bad, but because basing your self-worth on it is toxic. When your value is tied to how easily you...
I have friends who have that, or had, and I was like, you don't always have to be right. And one thing they would always do is they would always steer the conversation in only things that they knew. They would never discuss a topic of something they didn't know. They weren't willing to talk about something they didn't know, which was irritating. Instead, they would always be like, oh, you're talking about something I don't know? Oh, I'm going to just veer the topic back over here to something I do know, instead of trying to learn something new. But yeah. Because they didn't... The thing is, that's actually a sign that you're not intelligent. It's a sign that you are smart, you took the time to educate yourself, but you're not intelligent. But yeah, there's a difference between smarts and intelligence. Intelligence, you can grasp knowledge quickly. You can learn quickly. What's smart? It means you took the time to educate yourself.
Everything in your power to avoid effort, avoid failure, and avoid situations that might prove you're not exceptional. You'll sabotage progress just to protect the illusion. And eventually, that illusion will collapse. So the fix is to build a new identity, not around being smart, but around being
a new
You
persona.
stop asking, what will make me look intelligent? And you start asking, what will help me move forward? You stop protecting your pride.
What make me look intelligent? Glasses.
You let yourself try things.
Wear your glasses.
You start showing up not to win, but to participate. And yeah, it's awkward. It's uncomfortable. It feels like a step backward, but it's not, because it's the first real step toward becoming whole. The old identity told you that your value came from being special. The new one reminds you that your value comes from being human. And being human means you're allowed to be uncertain. You're allowed to grow slowly. You're allowed to feel lost. You're allowed to not know what the hell you're doing half the time. But the only way forward is to take action anyway. Not perfect action, not clever action, just honest, imperfect, human steps forward. So, if you're someone who feels stuck or numb or chronically disconnected, if you've spent your whole life trying to be the smartest person in the room and now you don't know how to be anything else, this is where you begin.
So my whole life trying to be the dumbest person in the room.
You start trying to be real, because you don't need to be the smartest person in
Effective. No one ever asks you to do anything.
You just need to be someone who's willing to show up, even when it's hard, even when
But then you grow up and you're like, hey, society needs me to help them. Like, society needs help. That's how society works. You're intelligent. It's your responsibility to help people. Yeah.
Stop trying to be impressive. You start trying to be real, because you don't need to be the smartest person in the room to belong in it. You just need to be someone who's willing to show up, even when it's hard, even when it's messy, even when it's unfamiliar. And
Yeah, like, just speaking on responsibility, like, I know even for me, like, because again, like, hopefully Gen Z won't have to deal with this, but the older generation was too much a bitter old man. And I'm like, they were a pain in the ass to deal with. And then that was one thing I didn't want Gen Zers to have to deal with. I'm like, hopefully, like, and then, yeah, I'm sure a lot of millennials also feel this way. But hopefully you guys don't have to deal with millennials who ended up that way. Because most millennials are like, just scarred from dealing with pretty much jerks, bunch of jerks. And then the older generation, like, well, what was it? There's a Simon Sinek video where eventually the older generation had to realize, hey, we're not going to put up with these bitter old men. But they were still around. But now after COVID, I'm like, hopefully now the Gen Zers don't have to deal with any of them. Especially if you put millennials in charge who are just scarred from it and don't want to be like that. Don't want to be a crappy boss. Yeah, have to deal with someone who just stresses you out all the time. With bad managers. People who are in positions where I'm like, hey, try and get where you're at now. You'll never make it. Just because, yeah, the economy is harder. Starting a business 30 years ago is much easier now, or then than now. Because competition is just so much harder. Not impossible, but harder. Yeah. You know, trying to build a business, it can still be done. It's just, yeah. And unless people are doing it, that's also one thing. But anyways.
And if you can do that, if you can stop
We're responsible for society.
That needs to be above it all, you'll start to feel something you haven't felt in a long time. Connection. Not because you earned it, not feel. You can do that if you can stop clinging to the version of yourself that needs to be above it all. You'll start to feel something you haven't felt in a long time. Connection. Not because you earned it, not because you deserved it, but because you were finally willing to step down from the pedestal and into the world where the rest of the people live. And it turns out that world isn't so bad. In fact, it's the only place where you can truly be seen. And more importantly, it's the only place where you can finally feel at home. So if any part of this resonated with you, if you recognize yourself in these patterns, or felt something click that you haven't quite been able to put into words before, leave a comment and let me know what stood out. Chances are, you're not the only one who feels this way. And sometimes, naming the pattern is the first real step to breaking it. Thanks for listening to the Let's Talk Psychology podcast. Take care of your mind.
See you on the next episode. Also, I watch too many videos. I'm actually gonna have to cut these videos out.
With no previous experience and being unable to get a job. If you're new here, hi, I'm Michelle.
No marketing.
A year ago, my husband Steve and I
Check out Cashier.
Games, an indie game studio.
How messy.
I have a bachelor's degree in Japanese, and my resume
Also,
is
this is so cute. Imagine making a game with your spouse.
math, and height. My one redeeming quality
That'd
is
be-
that I'm a fairly decent
That would
writer
be a
with
dream.
love of story
4K.
storytelling and NPCs. Steve, on the other hand, is a bit of an odd.
It's funny. It looks exactly the same for you, but it looks sharper for me.
His resume
But yeah.
is mostly
Anyways,
retail jobs. But he is above average in art and programming simply because he taught himself. He spent years learning how to draw, hoping to get out of his retail job to do something he loved, but found that making it as an artist is pretty difficult, especially living in an expensive place like Seattle.
speed it up a little bit.
So he
Seattle is
started
not
learning
expensive.
programming in 2020, hoping to get a job in web development. He thought that would be a more
Okay,
profitable career.
I'm just because I'm in a more expensive place, but whatever. Yeah.
Workforce, the tech bubble burst, and suddenly finding a job was nearly impossible. In 2021, I got a job in Japan, so we packed up everything we owned and moved to a small ski town here in rural Japan. Steve continued to send out applications all over the world. We created a spreadsheet
That's
and
cool.
helped him source jobs every week. He applied to hundreds of jobs but could only get a few interviews. His lack of a degree and professional working experience held him back, even though he was more than qualified for all the positions that he applied for. After a year of grinding out these applications with little to no responses, we decided to take a break and reevaluate our plan going forward. He thought about going back to school to get a degree, but we knew several people who had degrees and they were also having trouble finding a job in the tech industry. Something you should know about Steve and me is that we are always coming up with story ideas. We go on daily walks and think of different story ideas in different mediums, such as novels, graphic novels, television shows, games, stuff like that. On one of our walks, or maybe it was over Chinese lunch, I told him about a game idea that I had. We discussed it at length and came up with some ideas for
I'm
it.
checking
and I
OBS.
decided maybe in the future I would pursue learning how to program for games so that I could make this game. Shortly after Steve decided to take a break from his job search, he brought up a crazy idea. What if he helped me make that game idea that I had? After feeling demoralized for so long, he wanted to work on something he was more passionate about and felt more fulfilled with, and at the very least it could be a good portfolio piece. So we decided our roles. He would learn how to program for games, and I would do the art and writing. He's a much better artist than I am, but with programming his hands would be full, so I really wanted to learn how to do pixel art, so I thought it would be the perfect time to learn. My initial idea was a little ambitious, so we wanted to do something smaller in scope, and then Checkout was born. We wanted to draw upon our years of experience in retail and create a relatable and fun experience, and maybe work through some of the trauma we had. We started working on it on February 1st, 2024. At first, we worked at the Kotatsu on the ground and had little floor chairs, but eventually I bought a couple office chairs, and we started working at our dining room table. Early on, I was insistent that we needed
You're drinking lemonade and she's drinking a monster. Who's a harder worker?
back in 2010, and one of our first conversations was who our favorite mythological creature was. We both said the Loch Ness Monster. So I thought it would be fun to have that as our studio name. So Nessie Games was born. I also really wanted a cute mascot for whatever we decided our name would be. And what's cuter than Nessie? I mean, just look at her. For 10 months, we worked on the game daily. I worked full-time, so I was able to work on it on evenings and weekends. The cost of living here is so low that we're able to live on one salary, so Steve was able to work on the game full-time. We had a game loop done pretty early in the prototype phase. We put up our Steam page back in May, and we had a demo out in June, which we iterated on based on feedback. This helped the game so much as people were able to tell us what they liked and what they wanted to see in the game so we could make it better. This was when we realized that the game was actually pretty fun. As most artists and developers know, when you start your creation for long enough, you stop being able to tell if it's good or not. But we got a lot of feedback saying that the game was addicting, so that made us very happy. Since Steve and I are so passionate about storytelling, we couldn't help but put a story in this game. We didn't want to add too much to the main gameplay loop to keep the scope small, but we thought it would be fun to have a bunch of co-workers that you could talk to between the shifts. This was the bulk of the 10-month development time. The shift screen was practically done in just a couple of months, but we wanted to add more to the game and build out more of the world. While it was a lot of work,
We'll watch the trailer for the game after this.
It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. So marketing. We barely did any marketing. I
On
made a few
Steam.
social media posts here and there, but I could practically count them on one hand. We don't use social media that much. We don't have any followers really on any platform, and I don't personally use social media all that much, which was a struggle because I was in charge of promoting. We also only entered one festival, which was Steam Next Fest in October. Before Next Fest, we had 750 wish lists, and at the end we added 1,200 more wish lists. When we launched, we had 2,600 wish lists in total. We were originally scheduled to release on January 7th. We submitted our build to Steam on December 24th, and they didn't get back to us until January 3rd, a Friday, with a cloud syncing issue. Steve fixed it within 3 hours, and then we waited again. We didn't hear from them again until January 10th, but there were no other issues, so they said we were ready to release. It was in the middle of my workday, and Steve wanted to test more, so he waited for me to get home, we did some more testing, and then we launched at 11 p.m. Japan time on January 10th, 3 days late. After Steve pressed the publish button, we walked over to 7-Eleven, got a couple non-alcoholic drinks, and we reveled in it for about an hour and then fell asleep. We didn't make an announcement video on launch, and we didn't do any posts. We just sort of put it out there, and we're happy to be done with our first project. We had a couple bugs on launch, but Steve was able to fix those within the first day and a half. That was the most stress we've been during the whole development process. So numbers. The first day we made $2,602. We were shocked. Of course, people had wishlisted it, so we knew we'd get some sales, but that amount for the first day was very shocking. Over the next week, we got anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a day, and then the week after that, it was anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a day. So at the 1 month mark, we made $28,625. We got our 10 reviews within the first 2 days, and over 50 reviews in a little over 2 weeks, most of which have been very positive. I made an announcement on this YouTube channel over a week after we launched. Someone made a post on the Cozy Gamer subreddit calling me out. We were so happy that somebody took the time to promote our game because clearly the market
marketing team for Nessie Games is slacking. Also, I have no idea what they meant when they said they saw our game on Cozy Fest. What is Cozy Fest? We also found this happen multiple times where people took it upon themselves to promote our game. There have been a lot of streamers and YouTubers who also have played our games, which I'll link some of them below. They're very fun to watch, and it was a little surreal. We didn't follow the wisdom of the developers that came before us. We didn't have a background in game development. We didn't market our game. We didn't have 7,000 wish lists at launch. We didn't reach out to any streamers or publications, and we didn't even release on time. So why were we successful? We have a few ideas. One is that we spent a lot of time polishing the game. We tweaked little things and made sure that the UI was consistent throughout. They may be things that you don't notice when you're playing a game, but when they're not there, you do notice. Another idea we had was we created a unique game. There's nothing really out there exactly like Checkout, so we stood out. This game is also not for everybody, but for the people it is for, they're really into it. As Arrowhead Game Studio said, a game for everyone is a game for no one. In the not recommended reviews that we got, people thought that the game was repetitive, and it is. This kind of game is not for them. In the recommended reviews, they all said that the game was addicting. These were the people who the game was made for, and you can tell by the hours that they put into it. But we think
140 hours.
And why Checkout did well is because it's a good game, and good games find their audience. It's a game that sets out to do one thing, and it does it well, along with being polished and in a cute package. Or maybe it's because we prayed at every shrine we could, asking the gods to bless our game with success. But like with a lot of things with game development, it could be one of these things, it could be none of these things, it could just be luck. There are a lot of variables at play, so it's hard to pinpoint exactly why it was successful, or even create a formula as to something you could copy. It's both the magic and frustration of game development. In the end, I'm very glad things turned out this way. Working on games is something I never imagined I'd be able to do. The whole process of making Checkout was very fun and fulfilling. I like to joke that Steve has been working on side quests this whole time, and now he's finally working on the main quest, game development. The future of Nessie Games looks very bright. We have a whole bunch of games we're very excited to dig into, one at a time, of course. We want to make sure we keep a good pace and manage the scope for all our future games. It's easy to fall into the trap of making something huge that ends up in a buggy mess or too big for a small studio to handle. And with this little success, Steve can finally relax and get that Red Bull. We have the funds now. If you've made it this far in the video, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if you want to stick around to see our future game dev updates, as well as
It's too cute. I'm down.
We'd love to have you. Thanks for watching. P.S. As far as I can tell, no one has solved the coded message in Checkout. Very interesting.
What?
I guess the lunch thief will get away with it. Anyway.
There's a coded message? Mystery. I locked myself in a room until I made $1 million. Power of font in video games. So like, yeah, I keep getting this one. It's in my algorithm. See? Luckily, I don't feel numb. I felt like this before, and that's a really hard spot to be in. Where are you at now? Overly emotional, which I've never been in this state, which is interesting to deal with. I'm okay with it. It's just a new adjustment. Jordan Peterson. I'll kind of speed through this a little bit. 1.5?
Why is it that the moment you think you have it all figured out, the charm, the confidence, the connection, it suddenly falls apart? Why did she pull away just when you thought you were getting closer? I'll tell you why. Because women test men constantly, not occasionally, not when they're bored, constantly. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Most of you keep failing, not because you're weak, but because you don't even realize it's happening. This isn't a game. It's not manipulation.
Wait. I said I'd play the trailer for the game, so I'm gonna do that first. Oops. What the OBS is going on? Where's Steam? It's showing. So this is a trailer for the game that we just watched. What the heck? Is there an audio? Dun. Boop. Yeah, you need a keyboard with a keypad. Ugh. I think, because I'm pretty sure you have to type in 4081, 4267, all that stuff. Really? I don't know. Fun with your coworkers. Please take your underperformance elsewhere. Let's see if they have any other games. The demo. Should I download it? I only have 167 gigs open. That's not good. Calm down. Oh, sorry. Back to Mr. Peterson over here. Boop.
It's biology.
Oh.
It's
Play it over.
Why is it that the moment you think you have it all figured out, the charm, the confidence, the connection,
Overly
it suddenly falls apart? Why did she pull away just when you thought you were getting closer? I'll tell you why. Because women test men constantly, not occasionally, not when they're bored, constantly. And here's the uncomfortable truth. Most of you keep failing, not because you're weak, but because you don't even realize it's happening. This isn't a game. It's not manipulation. It's biology. It's psychology. It's survival. Women test to see if you're stable enough to trust, strong enough to handle the chaos of life, and mature enough to lead, not dominate, but lead with strength and compassion. And if you don't understand this, you'll keep losing over and over. The question is, why are you failing? And more importantly, how do you stop? If you think you can afford to ignore this, think again. Because if you keep getting tested, eventually she'll stop, and not because you passed, because she left. Why do women test men constantly? Have you ever asked yourself that? Not in frustration, not in that exhausted, bitter way that so many men do, but seriously? What if the testing isn't the problem? What if the reason you keep failing is you? See, life is full of tests. The world will push you. Your job will push you. Reality itself will push you to your absolute limits. And women, whether consciously or unconsciously, reflect that same reality back at you. They're not doing it to be cruel. They're doing it to find out who you really are. Can you stand firm when the pressure is on, or will you crumble? Because if you can't handle something as simple as an argument, how in God's name are you going to handle a real crisis? When life falls apart, when the bills pile up, when tragedy strikes. And you wonder why you keep failing. I'll tell you why. It's because you keep thinking these tests are about them when they're really about you. You think you're being unfairly scrutinized. Well, of course, you're being scrutinized. You are being measured against the weight of reality.
Also, I already watched this video. I'm just playing it again.
Relationships are not built on fantasy. They are built on competence, on strength, on the ability to hold yourself together when everything else is falling apart. But most men don't want to hear that. They want to be loved unconditionally, as if love is some warm, comforting blanket that demands nothing of you. Well, that's not love. That's infantile. That's the love you got from your mother when you were a child. And guess what? You're not a child anymore. Women don't want to mother you. They want to respect you. And respect isn't given. It's earned. It's earned when you demonstrate that you can handle pressure, when you don't collapse into defensiveness every time your ego takes a hit, when you can have a difficult conversation without storming off or shutting down. And here's the thing. They're not testing your perfection. They're testing your resilience. They're not looking for a flawless man. They're looking for a man who can take a hit and keep standing. A man who doesn't fall apart at the first sign of conflict. Do you know why that matters? Because life is conflict. Life is chaos. And if you can't hold yourself together in the small moments, how the hell are you going to do it when the stakes are high? You fail because you keep trying to avoid the tests. You think if you're just agreeable enough, passive enough, compliant enough, they'll stop. But they won't stop. And they shouldn't. Why would you want them to? Do you really want to go through life so fragile that the slightest push knocks you over? That's not strength. That's a house of cards. And sooner or later, it collapses. So what do? You stop hiding. You stop pretending that weakness is virtue. You face the tests head on with honesty, with integrity, with courage. When she pushes, you don't push back in anger. You stand firm. You listen. You stay calm. And when you disagree with strength and kindness. Because a man who can disagree without losing control is a man who commands respect. And here's the truth. You need these tests. You should want these tests. They reveal who you are. They show you where you're weak so you can get stronger. And if you fail,
respond with kindness.
That's feedback. That's an opportunity to get better.
Being able to be kind requires strength.
it's growth. And if you're not growing, you're dying. So stop running, stop complaining, stop asking why she keeps testing you. She's testing you because life is testing you. And if you can't pass in the relationship, you're not going to pass out there in the world. Man up, face the tests, become the kind of man who can handle them. Because the strength you build there isn't just for her, it's for you. It's for the life you want and the man you want to become. Why is it that so many of you sabotage the very relationships you claim to care about? Why do you run the moment things get difficult? I'll tell you why. It's because you'd rather be comfortable than honest. And comfort is a lie. It's a lie you tell yourself to avoid the truth about who you are, the truth about your flaws, and the truth about what it actually takes to build something meaningful with another person. You want to be loved for who you are, but do you even know who you are? Or are you just dragging your unresolved baggage from one relationship to the next, hoping someone will finally fix you? Because that's not love. That's dependence. That's
Yeah, I don't want to put someone through that right now.
Shield against your own insecurities, and when they fail to be perfect, you punish them for it. And what happens then? You leave. Or maybe you stay, but you detach, you pull away emotionally, you stop being vulnerable, you stop communicating, and slowly, or sometimes quickly, the whole thing falls apart, and you blame them. You tell yourself they weren't good enough, they didn't meet your needs, they were too difficult, too demanding, but maybe they weren't the problem. Maybe the problem was you. Because here's the hard truth, a relationship is not a place where you go to be happy, it's where you go to be transformed. It's where you confront the worst parts of yourself. And if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to face your flaws head on, then you will fail. Again and again, you will fail because you keep running, you keep hoping the next person will be easier, that they won't challenge you, that they won't make you confront your own weaknesses. But if they don't challenge you, they can't love you. Not really.
Yeah, who would want to be with someone who doesn't challenge them?
Because real honesty is not just about telling the truth, it's about revealing who you are.
It sounds terrible.
The ugly parts, the parts you're ashamed of, the parts you hope no one will ever see. And you know why that's so hard? Because if you show those parts and they reject you,
The only thing is, like, why would I want to have someone
but you know what hurts more?
who doesn't want to grow?
A lie, pretending to be someone you're not, dying inside a little more each day because you're too scared to let anyone really know you. And here's the thing, if you don't risk that honesty, you'll never experience real love. Because love without truth is just flattery. It's just performance. And eventually it crumbles under the weight of reality. Real love is built on truth, on two people standing in front of each other, flaws and all, saying, this is who I am. Can you accept me? And can I accept you? That's courage. That's strength. But it's not just about showing your flaws. It's about working on them. It's about taking responsibility. If you're selfish, fix it. If you're defensive, fix it. If you shut down every time there's conflict, fix it. Don't put that burden on your partner. Don't expect them to carry the weight of your immaturity. That's not love. That's laziness. You need to be better. Not perfect, better. Better today than you were yesterday, better tomorrow than you are today. And not for them, for you. Because if you don't fix yourself, no one else will. And if you can't be honest with yourself, you'll never be honest with anyone else. So stop running, stop hiding, face the truth about who you are, about what you need to change, and about what it takes to build something real. Because the truth is this, love is not about finding the perfect person. It's about building something perfect enough with the person who's willing to build it with you. And if you're not willing to be honest, you'll never build anything that lasts. Why is it that so many relationships crumble under the weight of time? Why do people who once loved each other so deeply end up as bitter strangers, barely able to look one another in the eye? I'll tell you why. Because we lie. We lie constantly. Not necessarily with our words, but with our actions, with our silences, with our refusal to confront what is broken. We sweep problems under the rug, hoping they'll go away. But they don't go away. They rot, they fester, and
deal with your problems.
They destroy everything. And what do we do when that happens? We point fingers. We blame the other person. We say, they changed. Well, of course they changed. You changed. Life changes you. But the question isn't whether you'll change. The question is whether you'll grow. Because if you don't grow, you decay. And if your relationship isn't evolving, it's dying. You want a relationship that lasts? Then stop chasing happiness. Happiness is fleeting. It's a byproduct of something deeper, something harder, something painful. And that something is growth. Real growth is messy. It's uncomfortable. It means having difficult conversations. It means admitting when you're wrong. It means looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, I'm not who I need to be. Not yet. But what do we do instead? We avoid the pain. We avoid the conflict. We avoid the truth. And why? Because it's easier to blame the other person. It's easier to say they don't understand me. But maybe they do understand you. Maybe they know exactly who you are, and maybe that terrifies you, because if they see the real you and they don't love it, what does say about you? So you play games. You withhold affection to punish them. You flirt with someone else to make them jealous. You test them, and every time they fail one of your little tests, you tell yourself it's proof they don't care enough. But maybe the problem isn't that they failed the test. Maybe the problem is that you felt the need to test them in the first place. You don't build trust by testing people. You build trust by being trustworthy. You build trust by being honest, not just with them, but with yourself. And honesty doesn't mean dumping all your emotions on someone else.
Yeah.
It means
I know for me, someone who tries to use jealousy to control me, they're going to realize quickly it doesn't work.
You don't build trust by testing people. You build trust by being...
Okay, and why is that? Because I let jealousy control me before, and it hurt a potential relationship. And after that feeling just got torn out of me. And I think I felt jealous like 4 times in the past 8 years. Why? Because those negative emotions, they hurt you. Yeah. They're not going to build you up. And it's just poison to the mind.
Trustworthy.
Someone who's jealous,
You build
yeah.
trust by being honest, not
I don't
just
want
with
that.
them, but with yourself. And honesty doesn't mean dumping all your emotions on someone else. It means having the courage to say, this is what I'm struggling with. This is where I'm falling short. I need your help to get better. But asking for help is terrifying, isn't it? Because it means admitting weakness. And weakness is scary, especially for men. You've been told your whole life that being strong means never needing anyone. But that's not strength. That's isolation. That's loneliness. And if you build a relationship on loneliness, it will collapse under the weight of your own emptiness. Strength is not about never falling. It's about getting back up. It's about falling again and again and still choosing to fight for the relationship. It's about being vulnerable enough to say, I need you. It's about being brave enough to say, I love you, not as a manipulation, not as a strategy, but as a simple truth. And here's the thing. If you're playing games, you're not in love. You're in competition. You're trying to win. But in relationships, when one person wins, both people lose. So stop trying to win. Stop trying to prove something. Stop trying to make the other person chase you, miss you, need you. If you have to manipulate someone into wanting you, you've already lost. You want to be loved, then be lovable. Be honest. Be courageous. Be willing to grow.
Yeah.
Because love is not something you get. It's something you give. It's something you build. It's something you fight for. And if you're not willing to fight for it, you don't deserve it. Why is it that we demand loyalty from others when we can't even be loyal to ourselves? Why do we expect deep, meaningful relationships while dragging our own baggage of insecurity, resentment, and half-truths into every conversation? I'll tell you why. Because it's easier to want love than to be worthy of it. It's easier to point the finger outward than to look inward and face the chaos we carry. But you can't build a relationship on illusions. Sooner or later, reality kicks the door in, and when it does, everything falls apart. The truth is, relationships don't fail because of a sudden betrayal or a dramatic blow-up. No, they fail in the smallest moments. In the everyday neglect, in the things you leave unsaid, in the lies you tell yourself. You think you're a victim of circumstance. You think love just didn't work out this time. But maybe it wasn't love that failed you. Maybe it was you. And you know it. That's the worst part. You know it. You can feel it in the pit of your stomach when you wake up next to someone who barely looks at you anymore. You feel it in the long silences at dinner, in the way they scroll through their phone instead of listening to you. And you sit there, resentful, telling yourself it's their fault. They don't appreciate me. They don't understand me. But here's the question you need to ask. Do you even understand yourself? Because if you're not showing up as your best self, as your most honest, courageous, vulnerable self, why on earth would they stay? Why would anyone want to invest in a relationship where one person is constantly hiding behind a mask? We want to be seen, we want to be loved for who we are, but how can anyone love you for who you are if you never show them? How can they love you if all you give them is the version of yourself that you think is safe, the version that keeps the peace but sacrifices authenticity? You think you're protecting the relationship by avoiding conflict. You think you're being kind by keeping your feelings bottled up. But what you're really doing is building resentment. And resentment is a slow poison. It doesn't kill the relationship overnight. It kills it over years. It kills it through eye rolls and sarcasm, through cold shoulders and passive-aggressive comments. And by the time you finally explode, by the time you finally tell them how much you resent them, they don't even recognize the person standing in front of them. And the worst part is, they probably would have loved you if you had just been honest from the start. If you had told them, this is what I need, this is where I'm struggling, this is what I'm afraid of. But you didn't. You played the game. You let it fester. And now you're sitting there wondering why they left. Here's the truth. Love is not a game you win. It's not a prize you earn by playing hard to get or testing someone's loyalty. Love is brutal. It requires you to stand naked, emotionally, psychologically, and say, this is who I am. This is where I'm broken. And if you're not willing to do that, you don't deserve the kind of relationship you say you want. Because love isn't something you feel. It's something you do. It's a skill. It's a commitment. It's waking up every single day and deciding, I'm going to show up. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to fight for this. And if you're not fighting for it, you're letting it die. So stop blaming the other person. Stop saying they changed. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, what have I done to keep this relationship alive? If the answer is nothing, if the answer is avoidance, resentment, or manipulation, then don't be surprised when it all falls apart. You want love? Earn it. You want loyalty? Be loyal.
Yeah.
You want a deep, meaningful relationship? Then stop running from the hard conversations. Because if you can't handle the heat of honesty, you don't deserve the warmth of love.
Okay,
Why
fine.
is it that we crave intimacy, yet fear being truly known? Why do we want someone to love us for who we are while spending half our lives pretending to be someone we're not? You see, the tragedy of modern relationships is not that we can't find love, it's that we don't know how to keep it. We sabotage it, slowly, quietly, almost unconsciously. We trade authenticity for approval, commitment for convenience, and then wonder why it all feels so empty. And here's the brutal truth. Love doesn't die in one catastrophic event. It dies in 1,000 small betrayals. In the times you avoid eye contact because you're too angry to speak. In the times you agree just to keep the peace, knowing full well you're building a wall between you and the person you once swore to love. It dies when you stop showing up, stop trying, stop caring. Relationships require work. And I don't mean flowers on Valentine's Day or cute Instagram posts. I'm talking about real work. The kind of work that makes you question who you are. The kind of work that forces you to confront your flaws, your selfishness, your pride. But we don't want to do that, do we? We want the reward without the responsibility. We want the warmth of love without the vulnerability. And so what do? Instead, we play games. We test each other. We push boundaries just to see if the other person cares enough to stop us. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You pick a fight just to feel something. You withhold affection to punish them. You make them jealous because you're afraid they'll leave if you don't. And it works, at least for a little while. They chase you, they cry, they beg, and for a fleeting moment you feel powerful, like you matter. But that feeling doesn't last, does it? Because deep down, you know it's not love you're feeling, it's control. And control is the opposite of love. So why do we keep doing it? Why do we keep testing each other, pushing each other, driving each other away? Because it's easier to hurt someone than it is to be vulnerable. It's easier to make them feel small than to admit you're afraid. But you don't build a relationship by tearing someone down. You don't create intimacy by playing mind games. Real love, the kind that lasts, is built on the willingness to be seen as you truly are, flawed, insecure, human. And if you're not willing to risk that, then don't complain when the person you love walks away. Don't pretend to be surprised when they tell you they're tired of guessing how you feel. And here's the kicker. If you keep testing someone long enough, eventually they stop trying to pass. They stop playing the game. They stop caring. And by the time you finally
Rewind.
If you're not willing to risk that, then don't complain when the person you love walks away. Don't pretend to be surprised. Is built on the willingness to be seen as you truly are, flawed, insecure, human. And if you're not willing to risk that, then don't
we're all flawed. Nobody's perfect.
Don't pretend to be
we're all
surprised when they tell you they're tired of
make
guessing
mistakes.
how you feel.
That's
And here's the
just
kicker.
how we're
If you
made.
keep testing someone long enough, eventually they stop trying to pass. They stop playing the game. They stop caring. And by the time you finally realize what you've lost, it's too late. Because love is not an infinite resource. It's not something you can neglect, manipulate, or take for granted without consequences. You think love is about finding the right person? No. Love is about becoming the kind of person someone would want to stay with. It's about taking responsibility for your own flaws, your own insecurities, your own emotional baggage. It's about having the courage to say, this is where I'm struggling, this is where I need you, this is where I need to be better. So ask yourself this. Are you building a relationship worth missing, or are you so busy testing the other person that you've forgotten to show up as the best version of yourself? Because here's the truth. If you treat love like a game, don't be surprised when you lose. If you keep pushing people away to see if they'll come back, one day they won't. And when that day comes, when you finally realize that love is not a prize to be won, but a responsibility to be honored, I hope it's not too late. I hope you remember this.
Yeah, it sounds like what I said
Who
earlier.
tests love the most is the one who believes they deserve it the least.
Yeah. I should play the last part.
I hope you remember. Realize that love is not a prize to be won, but a responsibility to be honored. I hope it's not too late. I hope you remember this. The person who tests love the most is the one who believes they deserve it the least.
The person who tests love most is the one that believes they deserve the least. Anxious attachment style. Boop. You can see me go into my wormhole. I haven't seen this one.
With someone.
And I know what a lot of you are saying. I don't play the victim. But I hear a lot of men with this exacerbated attitude. Men, we have to stop playing the victims in our marriage. And I know what a lot of you are saying. I don't play the victim. But I hear a lot of men with this exacerbated attitudes towards their wives or their marriage. They kind of throw up their hands with this attitude. I just don't know what more I can do. You know, I mean, I just don't know what my wife wants from me. All she does is tend to complain about what I'm not doing, right? I mean, that's what I said. I mean, I just don't know what more she wants from me. Okay, well, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but did you help with the dishes or cleaning up the kitchen tonight? No, I was playing on my phone. All right, well, did you make time to talk to her about her day? I mean, did you see how she's feeling? Did you see if there's anything you could help her with? No, I work.
That's one thing. When your wife gets home from work,
Okay, well,
ask her how her day was.
Did you make time for non-sexual affection with her? Did you hug her? Did you hold her? Did you kiss her? Did you tell her something that you love about her? No, not really. Okay, well, did you at least
If you have the time.
thank her for everything she did behind the scenes today for the family? The
But do
dishes,
your best to
the cleaning.
always ask her how her day was.
Have you done anything this week to prioritize her specifically other than go to work? No, I've just been really busy. Okay, well, I need you to see that that might be where the confusion is. That might be why she feels alone or abandoned in this marriage. You don't know what more you can do, but yet you haven't actually done anything. I mean, when's the last time you expressed any interest in the health of this relationship? When's the last time you showed her any form of desire to grow your connection together? I know you care about her, but when's the last time you actually told her how much you care? That's what she wants. Let's stop thinking of our marriage as just something that happens to us. You're a participant. You affect the climate, either positively or negatively. And if both of you think the other person is negatively contributing, well, that's why people get divorced. Don't think it can happen to you? Yeah, I didn't either. See, from her perspective, you're not there when you're at work, which is understandable. But then even when you're home, you're still absent. And that would cause any wife to feel rejected or abandoned, not just yours. And listen, going to work is fantastic. I think it's wonderful that you're providing for your family, and you deserve credit for that. But I hear a lot of men use that as an excuse. Listen, I put a roof over our heads. I go to work. I make the money. Okay, but even if you didn't have a family, you would still be going to work. So let's not use that as the number one reason why you're a thoughtful husband. And the hard truth that I had to realize is that busyness can absolutely kill your marriage. And I'm not saying you should feel bad for working so much. I'm simply saying if you're in a season where you're busy at work, working hard for the family, when you get home to that family, you need to remember you're not off the clock. You're on overtime. You don't get to slack off when it comes to the work that you need to be putting in at home just because you worked extra hard at your job. If you chose to work 50-hour work weeks, then you still have to prioritize the things that need to be done at home, especially in your marriage. And I'm not trying to minimize the effort that you're putting in at your job. You're starting that company. You're working your way up the ladder. You're making more money for the family. Your job is demanding in this season, right? If you didn't put in the effort, then you wouldn't be successful, right? And that's all fine if you're remembering that your relationship also demands things from you in order to be successful and function properly and not go belly up. Things like time and effort and intentionality. You can work hard at your job as long as you're checking in with the family and your wife and making sure that you're talking about the effect that it's having on them, addressing their needs and desires, and using whatever time you have to strengthen your relationships. Because for some of you, you don't even have a relationship with your wife anymore.
Yeah, always schedule protected time every week with your spouse.
A lot of times, she didn't ask for more money. She didn't ask you to chase that promotion. She didn't sign up for an
And yeah, who did I learn from? Most of my friends are married and happily married, so I get advice from them.
Earn that title or make that money, you often come home stressed and tired and distracted, and you accidentally end up prioritizing
empirical
yourself.
data.
You end up being unintentionally self-centered. You decompress with a bourbon while she does the dishes and puts away dinner. You need to watch the news while she bathes the kids. You need to answer some emails while she loads the dishwasher or moves the laundry over, or maybe she just reads in another room alone. But don't you see what's happening? You're losing her. You're living separate lives. You're teaching her to live a life without you. And when she divorces you, you'll be the only one that feels loss because she's already lost everything. Busyness can absolutely kill a marriage, and so can ignorance or arrogance. That's what happens when you play the victim and you have the attitude, I just don't know what more I could do for you, when you haven't actually asked or done anything to grow or maintain the closeness or connection or friendship or trust in your marriage. And you're contributing to your bank account. I mean, you're adding to your retirement, but you're not making deposits into your relationship. And she doesn't feel like you're building anything with her. That's because you've unintentionally neglected all of the things that any relationship needs to survive and thrive. Things like attention and affection and appreciation and consideration and selflessness. Things like friendship and intimacy and trust. You say you want your wife to desire you more? You want her to be in the mood more? Can you honestly say you're prioritizing those? Can you honestly say that she can rely on you for emotional connection? Because in my experience, I found that if she feels like you value her more than sex, you'll oftentimes get both. But get that backwards, and you'll get neither. And it's easy to say, I just don't know what you want from me. I just don't know what more I could do. It's easy to be the victim. It's easy to believe she's just too complicated. But how many of us have actually tried the things that I've mentioned? Or just asked, what specifically do you need from me in this marriage? I mean, have you asked her if your stressful job has affected her? Have you asked her if she feels taken for granted? Have you asked her if she feels lonely lately? Have you asked her if she feels prioritized? Have you asked her anything related to how she's feeling, good or bad? I mean, why not? Because you don't care? Because you think it'll start a fight? Because you know she cares about this stuff? And if you bring it up, you'll just be inviting her to complain more? Or because nobody told you how important it is to check in? Because I'm telling you.
Also, one thing is if you do feel like there's something wrong and you're like, oh, she upset at me, and then you just don't say anything, that just makes it worse. Even if she isn't upset at you, which she probably is. But yeah. Try and resolve matters quickly. Why? Because it only escalates. One thing is try and resolve any conflicts that you have from the day, the obvious conflicts within that day. Otherwise, yeah, it becomes harder. Yeah.
It's important. Not checking in or communicating with your spouse and simply hoping to keep the peace in the marriage usually does the opposite. The thing that you're avoiding to save the relationship will eventually be the reason it ends. Because avoiding trying to resolve that tension, avoiding listening to her hurt or anger, not trying to understand her perspective, whether it's intentional or not, doesn't matter. It only leads to distance and disconnection and usually divorce. Unintentional neglect and selfishness and pride can still kill your marriage. So stop playing the victim. Stop unintentionally hurting your marriage. And I get it that this stuff doesn't come natural. I get it that you feel like she's just making you feel like a failure. She's attacking you unfairly. It feels like she only brings up complaints and doesn't give you praise for what you're doing right. I get that. I have felt the same way. But ignoring that cycle that you're stuck in where you continue to feel attacked and she continues to feel unheard or unprioritized isn't sustainable. It will destroy your marriage. That's where that path leads. Distance and disconnection. Take it from someone who's gone down that road. I know where it leads. I read a good quote from marriage psychologist John Gottman. He says, marriages die in the conversations that never happen. Some of you are avoiding conversations that need to happen. Some of you are purposely or accidentally ignoring conflicts that need to be addressed, avoiding past wounds that need to be healed. And I'm just warning you, ignoring those conversations doesn't save the relationship. It kills it. But you can change that at any time. The marriage you want is possible, where there's connection and less fighting and more sex. But that marriage isn't the result of avoidance or ignorance or apathy or laziness, especially in your communication. And for me, I had to learn the hard way that I don't know what I don't know, but what I don't know can still hurt my spouse and my marriage. And the truth is, love always requires something from us, doesn't it? It must be demonstrated, not just talked about. It requires intentionality and sacrifice and selflessness. And some of you haven't actually loved your spouse in years. You only think you have. And do you know what's easier than actually asking your wife what she needs to feel emotionally connected or prioritized or loved in this marriage and then taking steps towards those? It's easier to just mentally label her as too needy, too sensitive. It's easier to convince yourself she's just complaining again, she's too emotional. It's easier to never ask and just default to the way that you want to do things. Things would be easier if she just did marriage your way, right? And I don't know about you, but pride and arrogance and selfishness and ignorance all come easy for me. But do you know what was difficult for me to learn when I was trying to save my marriage? Empathy and validation and emotional intelligence and self-reflection. Those were hard. Prioritizing intimacy is hard. Asking my wife if she feels hurt or neglected or unappreciated because of me is hard. Listening to understand her perspective and not arguing or correcting or getting defensive isn't natural. Intentionality and humility and vulnerability don't come easy for me. Consideration and affection and mutual respect won't come naturally to most of us, but that doesn't make them any less essential. Serving her and selflessness and remembering to love her in the ways that she feels loved most is not always easy. Getting rid of our destructive behaviors like criticism and blame and defensiveness and dismissiveness is difficult. And yet these aren't add-ons in your marriage. It's not take them or leave them. If you choose to not prioritize these, intentional or not, you're signing your divorce papers before they're even drawn up. That's how serious it is. And eventually, I found out just how essential they are. And God humbled me and leveled my marriage. And I had to stop playing the victim and take some responsibility for the state of my marriage. And in doing so, I learned a few things. I learned that even if I think things are fine, if my wife doesn't, then things aren't fine. I learned that culture has taught men that feelings and vulnerability are weaknesses, forgetting to mention that they're also essential for any relationship with a woman to survive. I learned that I'm pre-programmed to fail in my most intimate relationships. My lack of self-awareness and emotional maturity is the perfect storm to sabotage my relationships and then make me blame them when it fails. I learned that few marriages end due to an abundance of intimacy and friendship and trust and vulnerability and healthy communication. Millions of marriages die or drift apart due to a lack of those things. And most men don't even think they're worth Googling. I learned that what we do as spouses affects the climate of our marriages. And good people can still make bad spouses. I learned that saying I do doesn't mean you can. It just means you intend to, and intentions mean jack without actual follow-through. I learned that marriage requires things from you if you want it to be strong instead of weak. Love requires things of us if we want to actually have a successful, healthy marriage. Things like selflessness and consideration and kindness and mutual respect. I learned that there's no cruise control. If you aren't intentionally moving forward, you're slowing down. I learned that some days it's 50-50, but other days it's 80-20. What's not okay is if it stays unbalanced. I learned that selfishness and pride and neglect are all subjective. Nobody thinks they're guilty of them, but unintentional neglect still kills marriages. Are you man enough to ask her if she's felt unintentionally neglected or taken for granted? I wasn't either.
Hey, what you doing?
Working. I learned that you're not a bad husband because you unintentionally hurt your spouse. But what makes you a bad husband is when she's vulnerable with you and actually admits to you that she feels hurt, and you get defensive and you make excuses and dismiss her feelings. You tell her why she shouldn't feel that way or why her feelings aren't your responsibility.
Validate her feelings.
I say the words, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Even though I didn't intend to hurt you, I can understand how you could feel that way, and I want to help repair any hurt I may have caused. I learned that inviting and encouraging her feelings and hurts and perspectives, actually listening to understand her point of view, validating her pain, dealing with old wounds and hurts in the relationship with empathy, bringing those up in a new way actually causes the conflicts and the complaints to go down, not up. I learned that marriages only thrive in climates of honesty and transparency and having a desire to fully know your spouse and be fully known by them. And then you can't fully know her when you don't even know yourself. I learned that trust and reliability are built and maintained in the small, consistent moments of thoughtfulness and kindness and respect and selflessness. It's those small acts of consideration, whether present or absent, that make the biggest impact in our marriages. And for the 1% of husbands that will actually take my advice, for the very few of you that simply pick a few things and start doing them consistently, you will see your marriage change into something great. You'll be lovers again instead of just roommates. You'll be friends instead of at each other's throats. But it takes you willing to stop doing what's not working and try something new. My advice, take it or leave it, make a list, write some things down, put it on your bathroom mirror, put it on your desk at work, tattoo it on your arm for all I care, and make sure every day you're doing things off of that list. These things won't come
A list of things to do for her.
to make them intentional habits, but that's where real change is seen.
Not a list of, oh, this is what I want in a relationship.
So ask
Which,
her
yeah.
what's important to her, because if it's important to her, it's important to you.
But there's also a list of like those things, but there's also a list of expectations list.
Emotionally safe and connected. Ask her.
One thing all my friends, married friends, did was they create expectations lists, and those are what they expect in a marriage, which is actually healthy, which is like grounded on beliefs and and the needs. Yeah, it's healthy to have those things. Like, hey, one thing on my list would be, hey, I want kids. If I marry someone and they say they want kids, and then they're like, oh wait, I don't want kids. Guess what? That's going to be on my list, and if all of a sudden you're like, oh, I don't want kids, guess what? I'm leaving you. Why? Because I specifically said, hey, I wanted kids, and you betrayed me. You lied to me and you betrayed me. And that's pretty much the only thing that would betray me. Why? Because I want a family. Other than that, it's whatever. But yeah, I want kids. And if they're like, it turns out I don't want kids. Well, it turns out that I don't want you because you lied to me about something massive. Yeah. Anyways, I'll play.
Her what she specifically needs to feel loved and prioritized and valued and appreciated. Ask her what more vulnerability and intimacy would mean to her in this marriage. And then when she says words, write them down. Congratulations, she just wrote your list for you. Do what's on the list. Because when I ask husbands what they think their wife's answers would be to those questions, they have a tendency to, I don't know. But let's stop using that as an excuse and let's start acting like our marriage is important enough to find out. Thank you so much for watching. Can't wait to see you in the next one.
So one thing that was reassuring is that a lot of what he said, I knew what he was going to say, or I knew what to say. Yeah, like, you don't understand how many videos I watched. Not his videos, but just self-help videos in general. I watched so many. Why? Because that's the thing. I want marriage, I want kids, and I want to be prepared for that. Even the book that I have. Like, so this book, it was like a 1 month workshop. It's called Good Enough Parenting. But then I remember it was just me and one other single person there. And people were like, why are you here if you're single? I'm like, well, I plan on being married. And so it's actually, or I'm planning on having kids. This isn't even marriage, this is a parenting book. Being prepared for marriage means that when you do get married, you don't have to put the work in. Because you already put it in. You'll know what to do. And with raising kids, once you have kids, you're not going to have time to learn how to raise kids. Yeah, you're going to learn by doing, but you should probably learn beforehand, which is why I read this book. And I'll go through it at some point. It's called Schema Therapy, but yeah. On stream, yeah. Yeah, because guess what? Like, the phases in life that I see my friends, because a lot of them have kids now. Once they were married, yeah, they have less time to hang out. Why? Because guess what? They're married. Their focus, their number one focus is now their spouse, as it should be. And then we're still friends, but guess what? Spouse first, and then friends. Okay, God, and then spouse, and then friends, and family. Yep, so it goes. And then from there, once you have kids, guess what? You have even less free time. And then you have to schedule with friends like, hey, when's that small pocket of time you're going to have? Like 1 to 2 hours. Schedule that time. That's just how it goes. Why? Because both of them are going to be exhausted. And sometimes you just have to go over there and then help them. Why? Because they don't have free time. You have to give them time. As a good friend, especially if you're single, as a good friend, for your married friends and for your friends that have kids, just be there and play with the kids. Because guess what? Playing with the kids gives them free time so that they don't have to do it. Yeah, because you don't think they're exhausted? They're exhausted. That's how it goes. Anyways, sex-based trauma bond, not love.
One that involves sex, but it feels more.
I would say.
Are you in a relationship or situationship with someone that involves sex, but it feels more.
I've never done this, but it's because I have self-respect.
Cloud 9, and the next you're in the depths of despair. If this sounds familiar, you
Yeah,
might be
that's how it
experiencing
goes.
something called a trauma bond.
Because guess how you get
Strong
there?
emotional attachment that
Lack of
between the
self-respect.
victim and their abuser.
And
This bond is often created through.
one of the worst things that I see in relationships is people that are like, oh yeah, I love this person. And so then they date and they live together. And then they get stuck together when they fall out of love because they're in a financial situation together. And that's how they just end up in a financial situation together. And then like, oh, this is years, comfort, easier to stay together. When, yeah, really what they're doing is just wasting time.
Cycles of.
And yeah, anyways,
emotional
yeah.
experiences where good times are mixed with periods of abuse.
And that's why you don't live with someone. If you really love someone, just wait. Just be willing to wait.
It can make the bond even tougher and harder to break. With that said,
anyways, unrelated.
of a sex-based trauma bond.
Kind of unrelated.
Things are going too fast, too soon. Do they start dropping hints about sex way too early? It's like 1 minute you're still figuring out each other's favorite movies, and the next they're acting like you've been together for ages, hinting at things that should take time. While whirlwind romances can be exhilarating, they can also mask underlying issues that need time to surface. Trauma bonds often
Yeah,
escalate
someone who tries to prioritize sex or say, oh, it's so important. It is important, but it's the least important aspect in a relationship. You get older and you realize, hey, it's not that important. But it is important though.
Picture this. Your
So stay in shape.
partner shower.
Why? Just stay in shape. If you don't have a strong body, guess what? You're just anyways.
With compliments, lavish gifts,
Stay in
and
shape.
acts of devotion at a dizzying pace. This initial phase,
And if you're not in shape, get in shape.
overwhelming. Your head might be spinning with doubts, but your heart is too busy basking in the attention to listen to reason. And the next thing you know, you're already intimate with them in the bedroom. And that's exactly what they want. They demean your sexual performance. In a healthy relationship, partners communicate openly and respectfully about their needs and desires. They might say, I really like it when you do this, or could we try that? These conversations are meant to enhance intimacy and bring you closer together. But in a trauma bond, criticism isn't about improvement. It's about control and manipulation. Your partner might say things like, you're terrible in bed, or no one else would want you. These remarks aren't meant to help. They're designed to hurt. They strike at the core of your self-worth and leave you feeling worthless.
That's rough.
You have a decreased sex drive. You used to enjoy sex, finding it a natural and joyful way to connect with your partner. But now, the fear of more criticism and rejection leaves you feeling anxious and doubtful. Instead of excitement, you're filled with dread. And the worry of being judged again turns what should be a loving act into a stressful experience. Your self-worth is tied to their approval. Have you noticed that your self-esteem rises and falls with your partner's approval?
Codependency.
You feel worthless when they're unhappy with you and on top of the world when they're pleased. So, despite the abuse, you can't help but crave their affection. Psychologists say that trauma bonds form because of intermittent reinforcement. Your brain becomes addicted to the unpredictable rewards of affection and attention, much like gambling. This keeps you hooked, even when you know the relationship is unhealthy. If you find yourself caught in this cycle, it's essential to prioritize your well-being. Start by reasserting healthy boundaries, both physical and emotional. Communicate openly with your partner about your needs and concerns. They use sex both as a reward and punishment. In a healthy relationship, sex is an expression of love and connection. But in a trauma bond, your partner might use sex as a tool to control you. One moment, they're incredibly loving and attentive, and then the next, they're cold and distant, leaving you feeling confused and rejected. They might use sex to reward you when you do something they like, and withhold it to punish you. This drastic change can be extremely disorienting. But the highs can feel so good that you might overlook the lows, making it hard to see just how toxic the relationship really is. You use sex to solve your problems. Imagine this. After a heated argument, you and your partner turn to sex as a way to smooth
Yeah,
things
that
over.
doesn't work.
In the moment, it might feel like a temporary relief, a way to bridge the emotional gap between you. However, using sex as a quick fix can gloss over the underlying issues that need to be addressed. Instead of openly discussing your feelings and working through problems together, you might find yourself falling into a pattern of using sex as a distraction from discussing the deeper issues.
And I've seen people use drugs in the same way.
And powerful experience, it can make a trauma bond feel more like love than abuse.
Together.
You ignore their red flags. So you've read through the list and might have found that a lot of it hits close to home. Yet you may still find yourself rationalizing your partner's behavior. It's a tough spot to be in, especially when you're caught between wanting to believe in the best of your partner and grappling with the reality of their behavior. There might be moments where you blame yourself or hold on to the false hope that they've given you, promising to change and make things better. It's admirable for you to try so hard to see the best in the people you love. But ignoring these warning signs will only fuel the toxic cycle. Trauma bonds can cloud judgment and distort perceptions, making it difficult to recognize warning signs of abuse or manipulation. But acknowledging these patterns is a crucial step towards breaking free from their grip. If you find yourself caught in a trauma bond, know that it's not your fault and you deserve better. So, did this video help you understand the differences between love and a sex-based trauma bond? Share your insights in the comments down below. And if you found this video valuable, hit like, share, and subscribe to our channel to support our content. We also have videos on the 7 stages of trauma. Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Thanks so much for all of your support. Psych2Go's mission is to make mental health and self-help more accessible to everyone. And in this video, we want to continue the conversation about mental health and suicide awareness. Before we begin, we would like to clarify that these 8 things mentioned in the
Okay,
video
sometimes that's down here what they are.
They should not replace the advice of a medical or mental health professional. If you or someone close to you is having suicidal thoughts, please don't be afraid to reach out to professionals for help.
Empathy is key. Put their suicide thoughts first. Shouldn't be punished mentally, forced in situations where they feel insecure or guilty.
If you're able to be there for someone who is struggling. It's essential that they feel supported, but it's also important that you don't take on more than you can handle if you're not a mental health
Yeah, I
professional.
have a few friends where I'm like a little concerned and I'm like,
It's one that can save a life.
yeah.
Here are 8 things not to say to someone with suicidal thoughts. 1. Don't say, I'd be so hurt if something happened to you. Supporting someone through suicidal thoughts can bring up a lot of fears and emotions. But while these sentiments may come from caring intentions, they turn the focus on yourself, rather than the person who is hurting. It's important to listen rather than speak, as difficult as it may be. Right now, it's not about you.
That being said, at the end of the day, make sure you feel emotionally supported too. It can take a toll to be with someone through such a difficult time. 2. Don't say, it'll get better. While creating a positive mindset might come easily to you, it's not an easy thing to do when faced with dark thoughts. It likely won't be helpful to think of a positive future when the present feels so difficult that someone has thoughts of ending their life. It may feel dismissive to ignore the hurting that is happening in the present. Instead, make sure to acknowledge the struggle that they've shared with you before offering positivity. Number 3, don't say, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Besides offering a cliche that most people have heard before, saying this may not be accurate or helpful. The permanence of death is common knowledge, but it may be distressing to think about when someone is already facing disturbing thoughts. Those who have suicidal thoughts may not feel like their problems are temporary either. It may be more helpful to offer a listening ear in order to understand their feelings instead of relying on trivial phrases and cliches. 4, don't say that, or you're not serious. It can be frightening to hear about suicide, so it's understandable if you find yourself in disbelief at first. That being said, it can also be difficult to gauge how seriously someone is afflicted by suicidal thoughts, but they should always be taken seriously. It can feel invalidating when you confide in someone just to be told that you're not serious, especially when you let yourself be vulnerable by opening up about your mental health. Number 5, don't say, if you kill yourself, you'll go to hell. Serious conversations such as these are not the appropriate time to enforce your religious beliefs. This likely won't change the way they feel or erase any suicidal thoughts, nor will it encourage open communication. It's okay if you don't share the same beliefs as someone with suicidal thoughts, but remember how important it is to support them, rather than lecturing them during this very difficult time. 6, don't say, you need help, you should see a doctor. Even though seeking professional help for suicidal thoughts is very important, it's probably best not to suggest it quite like this. It's crucial to realize that they're taking steps towards asking for help just by confiding in you, and they'll feel supported if you acknowledge that. It is true that a medical professional will be the best resource for helping those with suicidal thoughts. That's no reason to be dismissive yourself. 7, don't say it's not that bad. The truth is, we can't always sympathize with situations we don't understand. We'll never get to walk in one another's shoes, so we'll never truly know what it is that someone else experiences. What might feel like nothing to one person might feel like the end of the world to the next. Even if the best we can do is listen, it's important not to downplay the severity of their emotions, whatever they may be. And lastly, don't say, but others have it worse. Comparisons are rarely healthy, even though you may be well-meaning and simply wanting to remind them of the positives. It's not helpful to focus on others or to diminish the validity of their emotions in any way. By reminding them that others have it worse, you're essentially saying that they should not have suicidal thoughts because they're not in a worse position. This could make them feel guilty for their emotions, which is something no one should ever feel. If you have someone in your life who's depressed or seems suicidal and you want to be there for them, offer them a hug or a shoulder to cry on. Help them see that there is hope and that things can get better. Let them know you care about them and that they're not alone in this. You might not completely understand or know what to say, but it will mean a lot to them if you show them that they're not alone and that you truly care. If you know someone who may benefit from online counseling, we've partnered up with BetterHelp, an affordable online counseling platform that you can utilize. They're constantly striving to improve their services and terms and conditions. The link will be in the description box below. As always, thanks for watching.
We're gonna watch this crazy person streaming.
I think I'm done my makeup. Wait, that's blush.
Wrong button.
This one?
Wrong button.
You're not gonna be able to see this. I'm gonna feel much prettier when I do this. No, I can't. Can you tell?
I'm tired from watching too many videos.
Can you tell? It's like golden. It's rose gold.
Tired from watching YouTube? Yeah, when you're watching overly emotional videos, it can take its toll.
You can kind of tell. I fucked up the focus as well, so. Ooh. Thank you, Nyx. Damn, they should sponsor me, shouldn't they? Ugh. For real. But you know what? You know what? Even if they don't sponsor me, I'll take the free stuff. I'll take just the free stuff any day. Thank you for the free stuff.
Nintendo give me free stuff. I don't watch very many people now, but yeah. Two people I do watch.
I'm pleased.
Are people fan?
Okay, let me take off my hoodie now.
You know she's crazy. Also, she's wearing the same thing. Whatever.
He's really good.
And Costa. And she's playing Baldur's Gate 3. I would watch her stream, but since she's playing Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3, I don't want spoilers.
I got completely.
So then sometimes I'll just watch just the yapping segment, and that's it.
Cat's playlist is all over the place. Yeah, you've got a lot of Zach Bryan. Zach Bryan's amazing. He's a little bit newer country.
Yeehaw.
Gotta have some Shania Twain. Shane
And I'm
Smith and the
tired of it.
Saints
I need to
are
find
really
like
good
a
as well.
I need one of those things.
Also,
where, like,
Mystic, welcome in. What's the vibe
Wait.
of this channel?
And then you can.
What would you guys say?
Tuck it in like that. I need one of those.
Thank you for continuing your sub.
Feed into more consumerism and capitalism. You know.
Chaos vibes, cult vibes.
They're $5 on Amazon. Yeah, I'm just lazy.
Never asked you guys. I should have never.
You know what's crazy?
Okay,
You know those super consumery.
This is it. Okay, that's the vibe. If that's your vibe, then we're gonna get along just fine.
That's cool.
You know those super consumery Instagram reels where they're like, redoing my 12-year-old
Oops.
son's bathroom, and it's like a complete. It's like changing it from just like blue color coordinated bathroom into like fucking like.
Yeah, I got lazy.
What is in my hair?
Yeah.
They just change it to like football themed everything, football themed soap, football themed fucking like just like everything. I kind of enjoy watching those. Do you know what I'm talking about? They like change everything, and they
Yeah, what
change
videos?
the soap, they change the toilet paper, they change the toilet cover, they change the shower curtains, they put in like all
Ugh.
these containers in the drawers.
I watch too many of those videos.
Filling it in
A lot of them are fake though.
They go. I don't know. But it's like, damn. Yes, consumerism final boss, exactly. But it's like why? It's like doing way too much, but also at the same time, I hate to say it, but I kind of enjoy looking at it. It's pretty satisfying to watch.
They do it for the content. Who's this person?
I like the vaguely Asian ones where the lady has a little gadget for everything. I know exactly what you're talking about. She has like a little foot bath. A little foot bath. She walks in, she like disinfects
What do they play?
the keys and this little like key disinfector thing.
Shouldn't is this supposed to show the games they play?
It's cute.
Fortnite streamer.
She puts on like a
Okay.
UV glasses or something.
Yeah. I do play Fortnite, but not that often.
The fridge restocking videos.
I did love Fortnite at the beginning when it first came out. I played it so much. Yeah.
Into another container, but then I can't help but like it. I can't help but just enjoy it. Hello, Danny. I remember my first LeBron-themed restroom. We had a shrine just for LeBron. Like your parents did that for you.
Yeah, that's a good break. Dang it, I keep pressing that button. I don't think that button was ever there. There's a picture-in-picture button now. There's chat. There's chat.
I don't have my actual one connected to this, but it's a different one that he does. I've been really loving some Coulter Wall. If you guys have not been listening, I also was very shocked by the voice. It's kind of, the voice just does not fully match. He looks so much younger than his voice. His voice sounds like a 90-year-old country man.
I love that. The frog. It's from Chrono Trigger. What's interesting is she didn't even play Chrono Trigger on stream. She played it on her Let's Play YouTube channel. But yeah, I'll eventually play Chrono Trigger. Also, I didn't watch her Chrono Trigger video. I tend to not watch. You can see my algorithm. This is what I watch on YouTube. I don't watch like a lot of video game stuff on here. This one's cool. I watch these videos. I still haven't watched this, but I'll get to it.
Standpoint that we wanted.
Because I said I would watch it, and so guess what? That means I'll watch it. It's an hour and a half, though. An hour and 47 minutes. But yeah. Love you. Any more coffee? Was the video?
I'll get going then.
Thank you.
Haven't you had enough?
Woo!
I'll kill you on the spot if you don't yield.
What's this?
You can't resist.
I'm gonna have to really concentrate. See what happens with surrender.
You will be justly punished for everything you've done, for all to see.
Do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am? I love saying that to people. When I say, do you know who I am to people, I feel like, who are you? Nobody? Who are you?
I'll get going then.
Or if someone ever said it to me, I'm like, you're probably nobody, because most people are nobody. Especially where I lived, where like people were like super wealthy. Most people are nobody. Even if you're like, oh, okay, I'm like, even if your parents super wealthy, like, guess what? You're not your parents. Well, you're gonna inherit a huge fortune. Cool. Guess what? No one cares. You paying attention? No. I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna. I need more coffee. I need more coffee. I'll be back.
Broken. I think it was actually to the point where I just didn't. I was broke. I am broke. I'm still broke.
So I don't know why it looks washed out. Oh, there we go.
Guys, thank you for the follows. I love that. I'm broken forever. Grimlord, thank you for the 5 gifted subs so much. And anybody that got a gifted sub. Yesterday was the fastest 9 hours. And I sat there and I was like, man, I could probably do more. Well, I could do 12 hours. Like, that's easy. That's so easy. I don't know, it just flew by. It's really true that, yes, I know it's cheesy, but like time flies when you're having fun. And obviously every single stream flies by, but something about playing Fable and just hanging out with you guys and it was the vibes. It was like the conversation, the jokes, everything. It was perfect. I couldn't have asked for a better birthday, you guys. My day just got better. Frosty, welcome back in. I believe it's a cartoon. Gargoyles was VO. Well, I don't know what this is. Eldon, by the way, hi. We had such good laughs with Thundercats with my childhood best friend when I was younger. I'm gonna have to look this one up. Ball Babe, thank you so much for the birthday wishes, by the way. Yeah. We came from Jamestown and was loving it. Transformers, G.I. Joes. Wow. Thundercats was a little later. I was a Transformers kid. Oh, so they're kind of like a transforming thing? It's kind of similar? Jamie, welcome back in, and thank you. And thank you for help making it so nice, too. Thank you. Not me off to listen to Charlie. Totally acceptable. Understand. Mr. Michael, welcome back in. Happy Monday in New York City. You were this close to settling for a fake Otis. And then I held out. Okay, I'm holding out for the real one. I need an Otis. Did we just get offered a 12-hour stream? No. I found the Lord of the Rings lo-fi playlist on Apple Music. I'm glad that they have it on Apple Music, yeah, because all of my stuff is on Spotify. I'm excited for the Fable YouTube playthrough whenever it happens. So I kind of wanted to talk to you guys about that too. So I do think Cast of Tomorrow is March 32nd, so birthday month still takes place. In another galaxy, 37. I'm gonna get a physical copy of Fable 2 and then play it directly from 360. And I want to keep playing that through with you guys, but I also feel like we're gonna have to restart anyway. So I'm kind of thinking about adding it to my list of like getting this like doing this. If I'm gonna do this, let me replay this and get to look at every single thing, give it the Baldur's Gate 3 treatment. Like, we're gonna go slowly through it. It's gonna be treated with the utmost respect. Because I know yesterday I felt, obviously yesterday is just, it was a menace of a day. And I do feel like there were parts where I didn't read something where I normally would read it and things because I was so dead set. Like, the mission was Otis and nothing was standing in my way. So I do think that when we go back to it, we will do we're gonna actually have to like restart and get full focused and we're gonna put Otis on the back burner. Lore first, and maybe the game will reward us with Otis as our prize, you know?
What is the picture in the background? That is actually from Fable 3. It says the Albion girl always gets her way. It's such a perfect. I love the poster so much. Is it my? No, it's not my starting. It's not my ending screen anymore. It's not my BRB or whatever. Physical copy is better too. Yes, because you can make money when you're out of game. Wait, I didn't know that. Wait, is that what happens with the physical copy? What do you mean by that? Aries with the 100 bits, not knowing Thundercats, 80s, but still, and Gargoyles, not a 90s baby confirmed. Here's all I'm gonna throw. One, I will never claim to be a 90s baby because I was born in 97, so I wouldn't even try to fake that for the record. I was definitely an early 2000s baby. I was literally a baby into the 90s, but I wouldn't remember anything anyway. Two, we did not grow up with cable, so if this was something that was on cable, I would never have seen it. That's why I haven't seen a lot of childhood shows. Is like we didn't have the money to have cable or anything. Like we just had like PBS Kids and things. Literal 90s baby. Yeah, the only time that I got to see cartoons or like know what like some of my friends were talking about is that's so not fair for Casta. A lot of the times was if I went over to my grandmother's house and stuff. Yeah, does 95 qualify as a 90s baby? Everybody treats it differently. I think it's how much you remember and it's like what you grow up with. So that was like when I told you guys I was watching a video and she was saying that Gen Z doesn't remember VHS and DVDs. And I was like, what? That's not, we grew up with VHS. I can relate. Yeah, I just grew up with PBS Kids. That was pretty much it. Lord Bandit, thank you for the follow too. I love how it's like, you're not a 90s baby. I never claimed to be. I loved Gargoyles. I don't recognize any of these at all. It's been a while, but I remember doing something to do with renting out property. So after you'd rent out the property, you could make money when you were outside of the game too? Is that what you're saying? Huh, putting Otis on the back burner is why he left the region in the first time. No, but after I get him. No, I'm gonna put him. No. He's going on the back burner until he's actually in the game. The frog eye. I forgot about the frog eye, to be fair. I forgot. Dude. I love this frog so much. Dude, tell me it's not the most wish frog possible.
Wow. I'm checking on my package. You're sick. My package on eBay.
This is what gets sent to you.
What? Nothing. I'm just kidding.
So cozy. I need to have this guy out where I'm doing the detective series too. It's so I'm sorry to say, but there's something wrong with him. Look at his leggies. He's waving at you guys.
My package still says nothing.
He's got little, I don't know.
Shipped to you. It's on its way.
Thought that he would kind of fluff out and stop looking so squeesh.
That's all it tells me.
There's nothing's bringing him back to life.
It's really annoying.
There we go.
It was supposed to come today.
I feel like he is looking into our looks damn fine. Is Alex even here right now?
Whatever.
You get these emotes so fast. Dude, is on top of it. Okay. A kiss would surely do. I don't know what he would even turn into if I were to kiss this thing.
Ribbit. I think it's cute.
He was stung by a bee with the lip. I just can't. Go back, Sam.
Need a haircut.
Alright. How come I haven't gotten mood yet? I know. It was from a time with some friends. Yeah, it was a really fun time, Mr. Michael. It's more fitting that he's still squished. He needs to stay like that. He clearly doesn't want to
Coffee.
be here. Poor frog, he's forced to be here. You didn't, but you are cheating without the earbuds. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Heads up, you're 1 hour in, but we can chill. Oh, thank you, London. Heads up, you're 1 hour in, but we could chill a little bit. Now, there's lots of things that I want to get done today.
Whoop.
Of an IG influencer. Way back in my anime convention days, there was this dude named Piano Squall that would cosplay as Squall. I don't know who that is. And did piano concerts at cons. One of the favorite things to play was Frog's theme. Okay, that's actually kind of cool, but I have no idea what Squall is. The frog looks ready to jump from a 100-story building, ancient.
He's always looking at me.
In Fable 2, rent out property, or if you buy a story,
I still feel my
every 30
my
minutes
spit
IRL.
stain. It's right here.
As
Do you
long
see
as you
it?
turn, well, I did tell you guys the internal clock
Can
stuff.
you see it?
I
Yeah,
didn't
you can
realize
see
that
it.
that only works if you have the physical copy. Also, hold on, guys.
guys, it is locked in stone.
He's growling at me though.
This is a big deal. I am officially starting my co-op BG3 run with my brothers this week. We're only able to do 2
Dang it, I keep hitting that button.
once a week. So it's going to be very productive. We're going to move out at a snail's pace, but there will be no chance that we catch up or
I love dogs.
We're already done with you guys, so
What
it'll
is
be
it?
cool to share some things that you
fed?
see. Yeah, co-op with the
You've
bros.
had
with the
snackies?
bros. Yeah, both. Yeah.
I don't know why it's resetting.
So we convinced him to
Snackies.
sign it for him. That's kind of how one of my brothers works. He'll try anything as long as
I love dogs.
I'm mad cause streaming. He's always mad when
Look
I
at dog.
stream.
Look at dog.
He's so well behaved when I'm
Thank
not
you for the
streaming. He just
follow,
like
and
sleeps.
also Furious Penguin as well. I like his style. This
Oh.
he is my
Don't be mad at me, please. Don't be mad at me.
brother is what I'll call it.
He's mad because she doesn't give him enough pets.
And things just work out for him. And could not be
Nova's been really well
my
behaved
other
lately.
brother and I. My other brother and I are so type A. It is actually.
Uh-oh.
His booty this morning.
I tried co-op at VG3.
Anyways.
My brother and I are over here just like
Am I distracted enough?
our entire lives out, and my other one is just letting it buff out, and it is truly buff.
That's the thing, I haven't watched very much Twitch because I stream instead.
Wait.
He's the middle child, so my
I've been streaming for like a month, and I'm like, I wonder what streamers are doing. Is it the same thing? It appears so.
I'm the younger sister, the only girl, so
Bark,
I'm
bark, bark.
trying to like make my brothers proud. So I'm trying to like hit these measurements and stuff, and then my middle brother's like, you know, middle child just gets forgotten anyway, so I'm just gonna like, I'm just gonna see how it works out. You know, I'm also on the lazy river.
I love dogs.
I stress so easily
I had
about
a cleaner
things,
come
and my
last
middle
week,
brother, I don't know if I've
and he
ever
didn't
seen
bark
him
at the
stressed in my
cleaner.
life. Even when he's
Usually
in
he
a really
barks
bad
so much at
situation,
the cleaner that I have
he
to like
does not,
hold on to
he's
him.
just like,
So fluffy.
whatever.
He doesn't look well combed though.
But he's so good.
His head kind of does. But look at the rest of his body.
I'm trying to bring this to my own life, okay? Why stress?
Like dog,
I know.
and I love
Give me
it.
Piero.
And I love it. I love
He's
dogs
good.
still. I
He's
love
gonna
dogs
be
still.
good in a panic watch.
little
Yeah,
dog.
that's true.
I wanna
That's true.
touch it.
My older brother is closer to your middle brother. And you're like, it's so frustrating.
I love it. I love it.
That's honestly a good
Wait,
way to go
7
through
TV
life. No,
broken?
it's true.
What's wrong with
He will
7 TV?
definitely have less grace
can't see
than
any
us, for
emotes?
sure. My younger brother's exactly.
Oh yeah, 7TV's broken.
Oh my god. Okay.
I love my emotes.
I keep forgetting to talk to you guys about this.
About it. You'll finally be able to romance Zell in that run. I still
'Cause
won't.
I
think
feel
that
like
I'm gonna
over
go
the
for,
past
first of all,
year-
please keep in mind, I don't know
7
if we're
TV's
going
down?
for romance options.
Okay, over the
I
past
don't really want to see.
year,
I don't want to look over at the camp and see my brother with
I've
whoever
seen
he's
so
with.
many people asking
I
me
think we're
about
going
my
for a
chair,
romanceless run. We'll see
like
what
in
happens.
the back.
Personally,
And
not trying to see.
I was confused
the freaky
because I'm not the one
deaky
who
with
got the
the
chair.
whatever's
It was my
happening over
mom,
there.
and I was confused because I'm like,
I mean, unless
That's
it
enough.
withers, I don't want to see it.
Boop.
Don't stress about things you can't control. It's true. I know. I actually have done a lot better job at that too. If I can fix it, I will. If I can't, I won't stress about it. And sometimes things don't need to be fixed. Sometimes you just accept it and move on. Brother, no space.
I love popcorn emotes, and so if anyone has a popcorn emote, then I'll use it.
What is the middle child slander? I'm the middle child, and I'm the piece
Pretty much, yeah.
for my brothers. I upgrade every 3 years, and when I do, my brothers get my old parts. That sounds kind of like me. Minthara is always an option. Actually,
Yeah.
that's a really good point. Maybe I'll go.
Coffee.
I'll go for Halston.
Coffee.
I'll relive my Halston
More
situation.
coffee. What are we doing again? What videos do we have left? So I'm gonna watch this video, which is really long. There's these videos. 6 signs of incompatibility. I kind of just want to play this. Are you even gonna play Baldur's Gate?
It is so like
I have 3.5 hours, so I'm only gonna stream for 3.5 more hours.
practice patience and then getting older. Where
Ugh.
again, if you
I think I'm not gonna watch this yet. I'm gonna save this for later. As in tomorrow. I'll save it for tomorrow, and it'll be the first thing I do. But then I'm gonna play the rest of these videos.
regimented with his children, you know, like he has so many.
Not this one.
Take kids to soccer stuff and dance classes and.
I thought we already watched this one.
He has a lot of things
And this one.
taking his attention,
And this
so
one. Actually, why am I taking it off?
Like he is just an extraordinary dad.
Well, because I think if we take it off here, it'll take it off down below too. I don't know.
Ever heard that, and I love that.
We're gonna watch this for until I finish my coffee.
Just found your YouTube, loving the Chrono Trigger
playthrough. I absolutely love that. That is quite the entrance. Memorable one, especially. Welcome into the live side from YouTube. I hope you enjoy your time here, and thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the Chrono Trigger playthrough. We have quite a few people that have come over from Chrono Trigger, and I can see that a lot of times games are incredible.
Also, never mind. I post fake commands in a lot of people's chats, but only a few of the mods will call me out in some chats. I used to be in a lot more chats, but at this point, yeah, I don't watch that many streamers anymore. Like even Costa, I'm not sure the last game I watched her play. Pretty much since November, I stopped watching a lot of people.
So it's really cool. For us, thank you, Cyber.
And I really don't watch people during the day.
The BG3 community, I feel very blessed to have so many incredible people from many.
The only person I do watch is the stock guy, but he already ended.
We have so many people here from Final Fantasy. I actually would take a percentage to say there's probably about 20% of
That's me.
the community on Twitch is Final Fantasy.
That's me.
Wild.
That's me. Wait, where's it at? That's me. Wait, where's
I came from
Finish up panels? Am I doing this wrong?
my next watch. Oh, Last of Us 2. A lot of Last of Us.
Oh wait.
Shadow.
Oh wait.
You know that's a damn lie.
Stock guy.
Is that good? Is that game?
Oh, this guy's fantastic. If you like ADHD streamers, watch this guy.
Good morning.
This playthrough.
Yeah, he starts at 6:30 PST, but this guy's hilarious. His name's Jason. He goes by the stock guy. So funny.
With my kids yesterday, and they were playing around with toys.
YouTube, I always
Duh.
like to just set the expectation and just let you guys know.
Also, yeah, now I'm playing way too many videos. But if you want to learn stocks, finance, watch this guy. Watch the stock guy. And then I'll be in his chat. I lurk in his chats. I have to look now because I stream in the morning. Unless I just stream me watching his channel, which is, I'm supposed to be gaming. Me not gaming is me being irresponsible. Because my goal is to work for a video game company, which means I need a game. But yeah, so stock guy, hilarious. I love this guy. And I got to meet him a few times. Yeah, he's a genuine man. Stock Jock. And then if you want someone that's just pure data, watch Stock Jock.
If you guys even watch like the beginning
Yeah.
or something, maybe you watch me go through the guide and the manual, and it just piques your
Like they're like similar, except Stocky is lively, and then Stock Jock starts pre-market, which is earlier.
what you want to see and what you want to be exposed to.
And technically, I guess I could have watched it because I woke up early. But yeah, which that's the only thing. That's the only good thing about waking up early. Is that I could watch Stock Jock, I could watch pre-market, but do I really want to wake up that early every day? Oh, sorry, but yeah. Being on the East Coast, it wouldn't be early. Because yeah, 6:30 stock market on the West Coast. On the East Coast, it's 9:30. But what is nice is that everything's done by 10:30.
In history, do you think have happened from a guy actually breaking his neck looking at a girl? Like, she's standing there at the.
So he's one of the only people I still watch often.
And you're driving, and he goes, God.
This is where I get most of my finance news because I'm lazy.
I wish you could look at those stats. I guarantee you.
And then
it's happened a lot.
Show X.
Gotten real close before. I don't know. Whatever. All right. So STHO, like I said, I am playing this because of the the debt extension and the buyback. So the reason that I'm playing this is the buyback is great. 10 million. It's almost.
I don't use this too often.
But when you're able to talk
What's
to
this?
creditors, extend your debt out. What that means is that when
Oh
you
wait, oops.
refinance that debt, if you have to refinance your debt.
But it's funny how he summarizes everything. Because you're not gonna know what the hell he's talking about.
Expectations are.
Oh, okay, this one makes sense. This one doesn't. Upholds gun, ghost gun. That one makes sense too.
If something happens, and so when you have to refinance debt, but you're able to negotiate with your creditors.
Maps can now scan screenshots. No, where are they at? Where are the joke ones?
Renegotiate that later. It means you can refinance it at a lower interest rate.
Hey, these aren't jokes. How dare you?
And the buyback. That's why I'm playing this morning.
So sometimes he'll post these, but he'll just post a bunch of jokes
As far as upside
that are just related to what was on stream.
I'm not complaining because I'm just happy that I'm making money on it. But
Yeah, where's it at?
For the year, look at this shit.
for free.
Year to date, the S&P 500 is down 10, 11%, whatever, of all-time high.
Oh yeah, also egg prices are finally back to where they used to be.
And you see, oh, it's sorry, what did it go red?
Yeah. It took forever though.
Oh, there it is right there. Look at this shit. I didn't think that my worst stock of 2024 was going to be my best stock of 2025. Look at this. Year to date.
Yeah, no, egg prices went wild.
But look at this. Year to date right now.
Yeah.
What is this up?
QQQ.
It had a dip to begin the year, but even
That's a high dividend yield stock. Well, what's funny is most people were like, "Oh yeah, it was a good investment." The majority of the growth from it was Nvidia, and the dividends paid from it. But yeah.
$22 too. It's crazy. Right, whatever. Oh, there goes EBS. There it is.
How it started. How to make money trading crypto. How it's going. Legend OF.
Oh, you're talking about the guy
Hopefully that's a joke.
EBS Hut and
Oh wait, I don't think it's. Never mind. Yeah, I'm sure it's a joke. Really? I don't know. I'm not gonna look into it.
well, for other reasons too. All right, so let's go ahead and put our stop loss.
Okay, that's much. But yeah, stocky, hilarious. What are my notifications?
We'll go ahead and put let's see.
I think I don't check X that often. I probably should check it more, but yeah.
Go ahead and put 4% on half of it, 6% on the other half. You put 10,000 into EBS. No, you didn't.
Because all I used to use this for was for news. I felt like news scientist. That's all I ever used it for. News and then talking to famous people. What's cool is that they talk back. But it's because I was such an active chatter on X that they would respond to my messages. Or on Twitter. Do you know how many tweets I have? I have like 15,000 tweets. Absurd.
Right now, but it's tightening up a little bit.
If you looked at it, you're like, this guy's a problem. I sure did.
Till we get there. O is up at $57. MO.
What happened? I took a 3-year break off social media.
O is up. Target Hospitality is up. BGS, AbbVie.
But I didn't post anything for almost 3 years.
We do have some things on the downside.
Because I used to be obsessed with social media. I'm like, oh, I gotta check it out. It's a thing. And then I'm like, hey, this is a dopamine addiction, and then I just cut it out.
Rivian giving some back today. Microsoft down 3%.
Because I'm like, hey, not healthy. Doesn't benefit me. Nor do I care.
Under 150 before I buy more Google.
Ooh.
We got
That's cool.
What else we got here? We got Gilt is down, NVO's down, Ford is down a little bit.
Coyote versus Yapping.
We got a few things that are dropping right now, but we're gonna shake out this morning. We do have to talk. Target Hospitality is the fix. Okay, thanks, Stocky. No.
Back me for you.
Yeah, so I want to make sure that we don't.
There you go. Boutte is not a real country. It does not does not have oil. I regret my example from today's stream. I'm gonna post it.
Look at these things on the daily
Boutte.
whole week, just like you guys asked on Friday. If there are any,
So stupid.
That's not 10%, 12%. Some people asked me what was I taking.
So Boutte does not have oil.
Last week, and I said I wasn't because I want to wait until.
I might re-upload that. Also, I'm like,
what other crazy shit.
look how happy she is.
And of course,
Persona.
did not disappoint. We now turfing one. We're gonna turf one.
You said what? Said what?
Trump third term will be him as vice president for.
This is a Korean girl studying in Canada.
Oh my God! Here we go again.
So people wonder why India's taking over. Observe the demographic.
I feel like if a news
Observe people. Observe.
I feel like at this point, as dumb as Trump is and as off the walls he
Is this real? I don't know. But know that India is pumping out so many engineers. So yeah.
Like for example, my question and just throwing it out there, does anybody not do any research after they hear something, or they just take it?
I don't know what this is.
Like for example, just curious, and this again, you guys give him too much credit. This is what I laugh about. All these people in here saying right now,
I have no idea who this guy is.
No, he could do it via this. Oh, he could run
Just listen to this talking in the background.
President to JD Vance and then have him resign.
Okay.
And I'm like, what makes you think that could? Well, because he said it. Well, seems like he's trolling. No, because it was.
Also, this isn't the following. This is the for you. Because I unfollowed a ton of people.
Did you do anything past that?
Yeah. Being 30 in the 80s, being 30 in 2025. I don't have spiky hair anymore.
Stocky's head in the sand makes you what thinks he can. What makes you think he can? I'm gonna blow for you.
Walks off last night.
And then when I say he's trolling, you think
Post boarding. his jet leaving, saying, "Get me to God's country." Here's a guest performer this weekend.
So Locker did his research. Little Dolphin did his research. Let's see.
What does that mean?
Let's see. Who else?
That looks delicious.
I could go through all of them.
I got to meet Trisha. She had like a. I'm not gonna tell that story. It's not nothing bad. It's just like, yeah. She had her own panel, and I noticed that she was just stressed out because I saw her beforehand, and I was like, yeah, it must have been stressful.
Real quick, I'm gonna help you out.
Pretty much, I just saw her pacing back and forth, and I'm like, why is that girl pacing back and forth?
Okay, because none of y'all
And then yeah, and then literally like 15 minutes later, I walk into the panel. It was a sushi making panel, and she was in front, and I was like, hey, that girl with the blue hair, the girl with the anime hair.
Nobody brought any of that up.
Just chill.
Think the amendment matters? LOL. He literally can't be put on
the
the ballot.
Booyah?
He literally can't be put on the ballot. Okay. Okay. So
First interview since rescue.
we have after FDR, they made an amendment where
How's the cooking stream?
the president have more than 2 terms. The 12th Amendment states
What would happen?
no person that is ineligible to run as president.
What the heck? That's actually happened to me before, but not with the bowl, it was with the cup.
Oh my God! And then everybody goes, "Well, what's to stop him? Who says he's not going to overdo it?"
There's a crack in it.
Again, you move the goalpost. Instead of saying, "Oh, I didn't know that. Let me look into that." It's, "Oh, well, what about this?" Again, I'm just saying, at least have the information. That's
Oh, that's not crack. That was just the egg. What the heck broke it? Was it hot or what? What the heck? Interesting.
They're just trying to stun lock you this morning, Stocky. Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure.
Beefy 5 layer, 89 cents. Beefy 5. No. Oh. Those are the good old times.
Oh my God, this guy's
How the mighty have fallen.
Oh my God, here's a
What the heck
perfect
is this person?
We're not talking about the 22nd. We're talking about the 12th.
Crazy. Dextero.
This guy's still going. You can no.
30-day water fast. If you wonder how so many look cut, all they do is they just cut water and they look like that. But the thing is, you'd rather look like this than look like that. But for filming wise, you'd rather look like this. But guess what? It's not sustainable though.
Oh my God. Y'all
What the hell?
spend much time on Reddit or somewhere else. Thank you. Oh my God. I was just bringing up the information and these people are like losing it. Okay. All right, we're moving on. I'm not getting.
I don't know what the reference is, whatever. This is hilarious. I'm gonna post this. I haven't scrolled on here in forever.
Huh?
I don't want any trouble. What? His wife. He has an awesome wife. His wife is hilarious. He's a lucky man.
What time are you going?
W funny wise.
1:30. That's a very late lunch. So then you're gonna get back at 2:30. So I don't have time to go to the gym or do any of that. So that just gives me enough time to go get his food, go to the post office box, come back and get her, and then go. Yeah, but then I won't. I probably
He has an Indian wife.
Backed up. I probably won't be back in time to get him at 5.
Okay. Yeah, Mrs. Stocky.
Okay, all right. I'll just
Now he's wife locked.
You're gonna be gone at 1:30. How am I gonna get there? Take an Uber to the gym.
You take an Uber to the gym. I just had chat taken.
No, that's a check that a smoke shop, vape shop. You're acting just like your mother. Are you close to your period or something? Your sister never.
I wish I could hear it through the headphones.
Could this be done in? Could this be an email?
This be an email. Honestly, like it's super cute how they banter. W goals.
Okay, just do whatever you gotta do. I'll work around it. Okay.
I don't want any trouble.
This is better than seeing my head naked. I'm getting an even bigger boner right now.
Stuck it.
Oh, I'm shaking my head to something else, dear. Babe, I'm literally in the middle of my show right
Dear personal NSA agent monitoring my social media. Please ignore my search history at best math combinations, weed variations, and how to cook cocaine. I'm trying to get better at a video game. Sir, the owner of OnlyFans.
Okay. Oh God, it didn't work.
She likes that fit. Toyota. It's a Tesla.
I already told you give me a 1 o'clock one, and I'll take her. That way I'll get back in time, have plenty of time to do.
You two now demonetizing fake AI movie trailers. That's messed up.
That's even worse.
Calm down.
50 options. The only one that doesn't work. She's like, I'll do that one. Okay, moving on. You about to lose 50% of your portfolio?
I don't know what they're doing.
Women are worse than that. All right, so
They were just standing there.
Still moving really nicely. We are already got stopped out of some of the EBS there. Celsius still moving 4.5% up today, and we'll keep on the other thing. The only two things we are in from pre-market is STHO and EBS. EBS up 11% now. STHO up.
Oh yeah, this is wild.
Right now, so we're actually having a pretty decent morning this morning.
I think technically that's there so you don't climb it, but
Other things, not really a lot that I'm seeing that is tickling my fancy, as it were. But again,
Naruto.
a few things we're gonna keep our eye on.
Believe it.
How many of these words are?
That's not a ghost. Oh. Believe it.
So at least the two. We only got in two things, and those are.
Dan looks like it's gonna crack off.
6% and 12%. So not a bad way to start the day. We're being very, very. I guess you could say. Targeted in the plays that we're making. And it looks like
Incredible work, everyone. HBO Go, HBO Max, Max.
Still keep afloat with some of these. Walmart actually green today. VTR, Target
Yeah,
Hospitality.
HBO Go is the best.
Verizon, NVX, MO, and Celsius. Trying to see. I just don't understand Celsius.
If Doge has found billions in fraud and abuse, why haven't there been any arrests?
SPAI looks really interesting, but I haven't really.
Joel was right.
2026 is the
That thing I've only seen the first Last of Us. Also, I don't even remember the playthrough. I saw when people do play Last of Us, it kills their channel. Really? I don't know. Coincidence? Probably coincidence. Really? I don't know.
No, not Diddy's. No, that was a different year.
I don't know why this is showing up again. Oh no, someone reposted.
BLCO? No, we've been on BLCO for a long time now. Sold it all. Going
Dang.
forward. All right, good luck.
Imagine how much propaganda it took to convince women that this is oppressive.
Online about people saying the same thing. They're like, oh man, I'm selling everything. One guy put all of his money that he wanted. This is why when people ask me like things like, hey Stocky, I want to buy a house. Or I'm saving up money for a house. Should I put it in the market, stuff like that? And I say, you know what, man, if you need the money within a year or two, don't put it in the market. Put it in a high yield savings account or treasuries or whatever. And people in the chat oftentimes get really upset about that. They're like, oh, that's stupid. The market, this. There's a guy, I saw it this morning. He put like all of his money that we saving for a house in the market in December. And he's down.
That's crazy how realistic you can make yourself look. You can literally make yourself in the game.
Like, especially if you're new to the market. Like, it's people who've been in a long time don't think about that stuff.
Time to get Robert Pattinson in to see how our babies will look.
They hold or they buy. The guy literally.
Laptop suddenly for no reason.
This is what happens.
After opening Task Manager for 1 minute. The thing is, if your laptop does get loud, it's because the fans get dirty, and you have to blow that dust out. If you do it every month, you can use the compressed air cans, but you have to do it well either weekly or monthly. Like, well, you have to do it pretty often. It depends on how dusty your environment is. If you have animals, it gets dustier faster, but the dust gets stuck in your fans, and the only way to get it out, if you wait too long, is to open up the entire case and take it out. Or if you have the compressed air cans, that is a weekly maintenance. You have to do it weekly to clean it out. If you have an actual air compressor, you can do it once a month because of the high pressure. You can blow all the dust out. But if you wait too long, you have to open it up, open the fan, and you actually have to clean it out because it's a hard dust that's not going to get out. But yeah.
You're gonna have to like.
And then if you wait too long, because then what happens is it gets into the bearings, and you have to clean the bearings.
Hi everyone, relatively
Yeah.
new to all this, but made a move today.
Well, the story is
second opinions.
computers require maintenance.
Move to make it, already made it. I invested $20,000 into VUAG about 6 months ago and was sitting at $4,000 per dollars gain until mid last month. My goal is to buy a house in the next 2 years, and plan was to chuck
Who's this
about
person?
$1,000 into VUAG for passive income on top of monthly savings. Sold position today after losing about half of my gains in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Come April 2nd, my feeling is only going to plummet further. Given my timeline and goals, do you think this was the right move or not? The good news is that he was able to at least get out green.
Groundbreaking.
Before the pump in November. But either way, it's crazy that somebody says I'm going to put my money into the market as a way of getting money in a 2-year time.
What? She's fishing?
2 years. We've
I
seen
like
the
fishing.
market go up 50% in 2 years. We've seen it drop 30% in 2 years. Like, this is not the way to put money you need.
Right.
When you need money and you need that money no matter what, you have to give
Oh, that's cool.
the idea of, because remember, when we say the market moves 7% on average every year, that's accounting for 3% inflation. So you take 10% almost a year. But even if you took the bottom of 7%, that's over time frame, right? There are times when the market's down 15% one year.
Best cosplay ever.
The next year, then down 11% a year, and then up 9%. It's an long-term average,
that
not
is.
every single year. And so I see this. People come to me all the time and they say,
Nuclear energy. Nothing back here is safe and efficient. Nuclear power is actually safe and efficient. The people who hate on it are just uneducated.
To tell them, no, that's an average over a long period of time. There's a long period of time. From the year 2000
But what about Fukushima? That plant's like 40 years old.
we saw the market drop almost 45, 50%. Then in 7 years, it was right back up to where it was. Then it fell 50% again. And then 5 years later, it was back to where it was. So technically, if you bought in 2000, you didn't break even if you didn't dollar cost average. You were break even, or you were down, and you didn't break even for 13 years. Now, if you were smart and you dollar cost average, you made a shitload of money. Now you're really rich. But it's not. You have to understand that there's troughs. I mean, sometimes it takes a while. Now, the good news is that every time we have a correction or a bear market, it's gotten.
I was wrong. It's 55 years old. So people were like, "Oh, this nuclear plants are dangerous." I'm like, "Yeah, but Fukushima was 55 years old." But we weren't even born when they made it. Most of us. Yeah.
Today. Yeah, but that's not all my money. Damn, Celsius 6% now. Holy shit. Thank God for stop losses, huh? Look at that. Look at that. Fuck yeah. Oh, shit.
It's pretty funny. Only in theaters March 21st.
Killing it. I love it. MO, big day today. 2%.
Terrifying.
Let's go.
Orange early. Work, LinkedIn. Graphic. The grind.
I didn't put much.
Future. The thing is, if we don't keep working towards a better future, we'll never get there.
No, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like this was a great fucking oh man, I knew this was
gonna happen. Oh yeah.
This quick. I had no idea. I'm just happy to be along for the ride right now. I really don't understand it. I really this is one of those ones where even I'm like, I'm not gonna sit here.
You worked on a Soma show? That would've been cool. Really? I don't know. It's on my list of games to play, so.
I really don't know.
Ooh.
You know, I really don't know why Celsius is moving this much.
Because everyone's so mean. Oh.
I mean, just this month,
yeah, I love Conan.
The market has been getting absolutely destroyed. Celsius is up 50% this month.
Avengers Doomsday. So they kill everyone off.
I'm just happy to be along for the ride. Have you drank one? They're addicting. I used to drink 4 or 5 a day when I was training for boxing. Decide. Do I want to take SPAI here?
Fake Nazi stuff.
Kind of a small company here, but they got some good news this morning. At the last second here.
Trying to
shit on everything he does,
Safe group experience
hide
presence of
all
drone
the good
imagery,
stuff. You
AI
didn't
powered
hear
threat
a
detection
peep
technology in defense
about
of border
Elon
security
rescuing
markets.
those people. That should have been
We also
on
had
all of the news
136%
stories
revenue growth
all
for,
day long.
2024.
We should have had a live stream of it. It should have been a huge national
I
event.
got my coffee.
We're finally going to rescue the astronauts who are trapped in the space station for 8 fucking months. And this super genius, this Elon Musk character, is the guy who figured out how to go get them. His company went and rescued them because we can't do it anymore. We couldn't rescue them. We had to rely on his company, and you don't hear shit about it. You don't hear shit about it. It's crazy. You hear a few stories.
8 months.
They're having a hard time coming back, but you did, why weren't they live streaming the whole thing? That's a huge moment. You're recovering these poor people. Like, this is a giant special interest story that would grab so many headlines, and it would have so much ratings because everybody wants to see it. Oh my God, they're going to get the astronauts. You'd be sitting on your couch with your family. Are they gonna get them? Is it gonna dock? Is it gonna work? You know, all that shit.
But while tech ran, all those dividend reinvestings were giving us more free.
I gotta share this.
Shit on everything he does.
So when it bought back, it bought more free. And so as the cool off has happened on the tech and growth stuff,
Nice.
the dividends have been rising, but there's such bigger positions because of them being down while the rest of it was running.
If money is evil, then that building is hell. This is the most obnoxious group of money-hungry, low IQ, high-energy, jackrabbit, fucking wannabe, big-time, small-time, shit-talking, bothersome, irritating bunch of motherfuckers I have ever had to endure for more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, because why are they all there? They're there just to make money.
Competitors, and one of those was to make tax credits or affordability on American-made EVs. Be only, or so credits or incentives only be for American-made, and that would help Tesla. But then when I saw Rivian, not only with the Amazon investment, not only with the Volkswagen thing, and when I saw them say that they were going to start making their batteries in America via LGE, and then LGE got the power plant from GM and then GE, and then GM.
That's interesting. Let us get married, bake our cake, use our pronouns, allow minors to dance for us and drag. Let teachers choose your gender, kid's gender, normalize pedophilia.
They did. We didn't know it was going to be this way.
Who made this?
I'm still
It's ridiculous.
Ford is more of a dividend stock, and I just felt like a lot of.
Hey, why don't we work together? I have a wife. That's a good reason.
Ford is only about 68% made in America, so they're not going to. I don't know how they're going to play with these tariffs right now. But Rivian is now considered 100%, so they're going to avoid the tariffs.
It's pretty funny. Does this guy make his music on a laptop instead of paying real musicians playing real instruments?
It's
Also, one thing with AIR is AIR really allows for optimization. Because eventually you're going to start seeing kids who are 13 making amazing art. First using AIR to start with, but then from there, refining it. Because again, AI won't do all the work, but it'll do part of the work.
Of course, it's not a short-term investment. So,
a large part.
For example, when people buy something,
and yeah, it's really just optimization.
You bought this stock a couple months ago, and it's down.
To make something unique still takes work.
I'm like, yeah, look at the market, look at the craziness that's happening with Trump and with this administration and the trade wars and everything like that. Like, yeah,
delicious.
But, I look at it as okay. I'll continue to buy little bits because I'm planning on holding this for 5 to 15 years. And a lot of people that are newer to the market will look at time frames of a month or 2 or 3 and be like, oh my god, and I'm like, you're gonna look back 10 years from now and be like, wait, where was that on the chart? Can I zoom in? And that's how it's gonna be. But in the moment, you freak the fuck out. But later on, you look back. I'll give you an example. Here's 2018, right? Okay, here's 2018.
700K ratings on Crunchyroll. Dang, people really like Solo Leveling.
And I was live streaming my Robinhood account. That's when I took my fucking AMD thing or whatever. This was 2018. Okay, look at this.
No.
This right here was a
cool free run. I still haven't finished free run.
On the market, okay.
Will include scenes. What's that?
20% in 3 months. Okay, we hit a bear market out of nowhere until.
Eternals.
It was until Christmas Eve. Okay? That was wild. That was all-time high on the market. We dropped 20% from the all-time high. Just straight. We hit all-time high.
It's kind of accurate.
20%.
If you work together with someone, you don't really ask their name. You just keep working, and then eventually you're like, respect. What's your name? Really? No, I don't know.
That's why they say the longer you're in the market, the more. I mean, remember COVID? COVID, we dropped.
Or they were Pulls jokes.
340 all the way down to 220, right? Almost a 30% drop. It was from
Ninja.
It was a fucking. It was like the biggest thing since 2008. It was the whatever. Of course.
Oh, I already watched it.
Reason, you know, the stimulus, the PPP, the fucking printer, whatever. We came back up, but still, that was the craziest thing ever. The market halted one morning. We were the first group of people in history to ever play a game of marbles during a full stock market halt. First ones ever to do that. We made history. There's a video on my YouTube.
Won't release before 2027.
That's all the way back here now.
Quality takes time.
So you see this here, it's like, oh, look, it's 2022. 2022 is pretty recent, and it's all the way here. So you just kind of say, all right, in the meantime, it feels like everyone freaks out. I come in here. This is the reason it's over. The market's done for.
I got enough scrolling.
It's over. It's crashed. It's over. Fuck it.
Fake news media.
It's this reason, that one. And then in 5 years or 3 years or 2 years or 10 years, you look back and say, where was that again? And so that's kind of where, I mean, this is the global financial crisis. It seems like a long time ago because it's like, oh, that was 18 years ago or 17 years ago. But self-centered.
You like marbles? Marble streamer.
I'm getting.
Yeah. Marbles and stocks. Oh, wait. Dang it. Where was I at? Where was that at?
Nobody even knows what they do. And I'm like, you're right.
Oh,
We got in at one.
Whatever.
Nobody even knows what they do.
Pretty much invest in pizza places.
It is orders in this.
Is that financial advice? Oh, no.
I was a bit chunky back then.
Scripted? Can I get a picture with you? Yeah, sure. Wow. Sorry. That's awesome. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. Awesome. What's your name? Jason. Jason. Nice to meet you, dude. Nice to meet you too. Yeah.
Fun fact, I was averaging like 12,000 viewers at the time, and he was at like 1,500. So it was just kind of hilarious, but still, like, nobody knew that this was a fucking
a bit.
This was a bit, and so the news picked this up too. You were anti-mask, K-Kona? No, I wasn't a fucking anti-mask at the time. No, this wasn't. This was before. Never mind. This was before. It says 3 years ago. Why? Okay, maybe it was funny because a lot.
Find it.
She goes, "You were wrong." I go, "What do you mean?"
I remember that, but that was in Europe. I think. Really? I don't know.
That's what stole over time.
Oh no, that was the first year, 2021 TwitchCon.
Situational awareness, but like, I feel like sometimes you just got crack.
I didn't start watching him until until 2022. But yeah, I always see Stocky when I go to TwitchCon. Yeah.
Gold will land you in prison.
He's around. That's enough. Okay. Gracias por todo.
I know you're out there. You are the backbone.
Te amo, besitos.
Everybody who gifted sub, followed, gave, donated.
Anyways. Look, it's Costa. Oh, just started gaming? Well, no, I can't watch. Yeah, because I don't want to watch because I'm currently playing the game too, and so I don't want spoilers.
She turned 28 and now she has to always wear.
But you're streaming. Also because I'm streaming. That's the real reason. Wink. Boop. Let me send the popcorn emote. Let's do that. POP. Yeah, there we go.
Let's go ahead and check out everything. All right, guys. I feel like this is kind of like our first tactician fight.
Also, just because I chat in streams doesn't mean like, dang it, I keep doing that. That button was not there before. That's gonna drive me crazy.
Yellow is neutral, right? Symmetry high.
Let's. Boop. There we go. Oh, she's already gaming.
Can't be denied, but I need to steal your buddy for a sec.
Fast. I like Insim, but he always plays fast. Well, not always, but I tend to not watch those streams. Hashtag ad. Oh, I'm done. Let's see. So I'm gonna watch this later. I already watched this. Oops. Let's
if
play
we
this.
feel like someone is a certain way, and they're always trying to change us to be more like that, then we don't feel accepted. And we start to feel at risk. Like if I don't change to become more sporty or more outdoorsy, they're not going to want me anymore. And sometimes that comes from the other person. We notice the ways that You know, they were initially attracted to us, but now it annoys them. It bugs them that we're not more like them in that department. But I would argue that a sign of a right relationship.
That's the thing for me. I know I wouldn't want someone who doesn't work out, but it's not to look.
About your differences.
Well, you want someone to look like you want attraction to be like physical attraction to be in the relationship
department,
but like they don't have to be like a musclehead. The thing is, like, if you don't work out, you won't age well. That's pretty much it. And one thing I noticed, one commonality I noticed is that intelligent people work out. All my friends who are intelligent, guess what? They're in shape. Why? Because they know better. Oops, did I refresh? What do you mean know better? They don't work out. Why? Because exercise is healthy. It's gonna do this. Did I already play this? I think I already played that. I'll play it again.
You actually are. Are the good times far and few between, or come as a result of lots of arguing or disagreement? While occasional spats or disagreements can be normal and healthy within most relationships, if you find yourself feeling like you're battling for just a few good moments amidst a bunch of bad ones, then there may be some cause for alarm. Being forgiving, understanding, and receptive to your loved one's feelings and rooting out problems in your relationship is the most important takeaway from arguments, according to Chapman, 2009. However, if it's common for old arguments to keep resurfacing again and again with no resolution to the point it constantly ruins the peace between you, then it may be time to reevaluate your relationship. Number 2, you aren't attracted to them anymore. This may be one of the hardest things to admit to someone that you truly feel for or that you're in a relationship with. And this isn't just about looks. Admiring the small quirks they have, the silly mistakes that they make, their talents, strengths, and the way they make that funny little joke or gag that you love so much can be a part of why you're attracted to someone. However, while you may think that because you loved someone or were attracted to them once, it means that you will forever see them in that way. That's not always the case. Therefore, struggling to find ways to be attracted to your partner or finding yourself slowly repulsed by them may be a sign that it's time to reevaluate your relationship. Number 3, your relationship makes you feel bad about yourself. Your feelings in a relationship matter just as much as your partner's. While showing them affection, giving them gifts, attention, and showering them with love are all very thoughtful and wonderful things to do for someone you love, being too selfless in a relationship may also cause you to neglect yourself. In some cases, you may even dislike yourself the closer you get to your partner, or become distrustful of who you are. In some cases, your partner may even take advantage of the imbalance.
Why did the subtitles change?
To make things all about themselves by stealing your thunder or self-esteem to boost theirs. This can leave one partner with all the power, and the other feeling as though they're just along for the ride. Signs of feeling insecure, smaller than your partner, fearful, or even constantly doubting or upset about yourself may mean that you need to reevaluate your relationship. Number 4, you feel like your boundaries aren't respected. Respecting and learning your partner's boundaries is an incredibly important part of both long and short-term relationships. Maybe you've had a conversation about needing some space and time for yourself, or mentioned that they've been cold and distant towards you recently, but they've only ignored or brushed it off in response. When you cannot communicate, respect, or understand the boundaries you or your partner puts up, it can be frustrating, infuriating, and lead to rifts and conflicts in your relationship. Number 5, you just wish you could change so many things about them. Are there a lot of things you want to change about your partner? Appreciating someone for their personality, who they are, and their shortcomings, and wanting them to improve for their own happiness is a fantastic basis for a loving, happy, and healthy relationship. But when you start with their personality, who they are, and their shortcomings, and wanting them to improve for their own happiness is a fantastic basis for a loving, happy, and healthy relationship. But when you start to wish that you could change everything about them instead of offering to help them work on their shortcomings for their sake or to support their goals and aspirations, you may just be trying to fit them into a mold of something that you want instead of helping them become the person they want to be. Number 6, you aren't in love with them anymore. Loving someone and being in love with someone can be two completely different things.
That would be a hard place to be in.
In a platonic way, where you deeply care for them and want them to be happy and successful.
Because the thing is, you still love them, you're just not in love with them.
That passion has somehow left you. We aren't always in love with the people that we love. There can be a part of yourself that you feel you can't give to someone you love because you just aren't truly in love with them. If you feel this way, then it may be time to reevaluate your relationship with this person and to learn what love means to you. Did you find this video helpful? Let us know in the comments below. Also, be sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with those who might benefit from it. And don't forget to...
This happens often when people are dating. You could find someone attractive or unattractive on first meeting. Yeah. And then as you get to know them, maybe you thought they were attractive to begin with, and that just goes away. or you felt that they weren't that attractive to begin with, but as you get to know their character, let's say, then the perception itself shifts. It's not merely the theory of mind or the conception you have of them, right? You literally look at them differently. You know, like someone graceful, for example, you're obviously perceiving something like a gestalt, and there's something charming and beautiful about that. My guess is if you see a person of high character across time, you can see their integration. That would allow you to perceive their attractiveness in a way that you might not have been able to do superficially. This happens often when people are dating. You could find someone attractive or unattractive on first meeting, like a gestalt, and there's something charming and beautiful about that. My guess is if you see a person of high character across time, you can see their integration. That would allow you to perceive their attractiveness in a way that you might not have been able to do superficially.
No matter how self-sufficient and how masculine a man is, but when a woman takes care or predicts his needs before he says it, he can't help but melt. So if she knows he might be hungry and there's something ready, if she knows that he might be tired, there's a coffee ready, if she knows that he's got work in the morning, he's going to be in a rush, there's a shirt ironed, these kind of nurturing acts makes a man feel loved. And I don't think they realize it because they're so conditioned.
Yeah, part of it's being understood, but a part of it is
and see that as oppressive and see that as toxic.
just seeing the habits that we have. Because guys will be, guys will just have habits.
Or predicts his needs.
They'll do the same thing pretty often. You'll notice it.
So if she knows he might be hungry and there's something ready, if she knows that he might be tired, there's a coffee ready, if she knows that he's got work in the morning, when you're single, you waste so much of your time, money, and energy. It is such a waste of your precious, precious energy. Now, when you have a wife, you're not worrying about who's texting you back, where you're going, this, that, and so what having one woman does is, firstly, it gives you that sense of stability. The other thing it does is she encourages you to focus on your mental and spiritual and physical health at the same time, if you pick wisely. When you're single, you waste.
My friends asked me to DIY a reading nook for her kids underneath her stairs, and I couldn't say no. And this is the
I used to watch a lot of these videos.
First, we started with this gorgeous
like on TikTok, I just watch a lot of construction videos. I watch construction and
some Harry Potter vibes, but the kids
therapy videos.
absolutely love it. And this is a peel and stick, so if they change their mind later down the road, they can take it down. It was time for.
See, I'll just skip through this. But yeah, that she paints.
These look like ones from old things. Typically,
floorboard.
Time. I did use one to do, and although I don't work out, but it didn't. So, and if you're thinking that's
too boring,
walls and crafts go together.
Lights, small table,
right into the studs. We added these
climbing wall, picture frame.
So we started with a blank space, and now we're done. The kids are absolutely
That's a climbing wall.
Look, so glad to give them the space
Books.
that they can have as their own. And secretly, I would love a
That's
space
cool.
for
I
myself.
love that.
So would you do a space like this under your stairs? Be sure to stick around because there's more projects to come. Okay, bye. My friends asked me to DIY.
So I also think for women especially, they're setting these insane standards, and
How
very,
so?
very superficial standards. I mean, you see it on social media. There was that whole trend of like, I want a guy in finance who's 6'5", blue eyes. Did you see that? She like wrote this whole song about it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's a joke, but it's not. Because
But yeah, it's not a joke, especially in LA. Women like, because I remember going to dinner and then I had a friend who had a young girlfriend who was that age, Gen Z, and he was older. And yeah, I'm like, he fit that for the most part. And then,
and the same goes for women.
yeah, all I know is like TikTok is ruining women. But yeah,
Kind of antidepressants,
Wow.
not obese.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, tiny. Obviously, I'm not saying have no standards, the bar is, on the floor, but you also have to meet people where they are, and you also have to know what you're bringing to the table. It's like, who is your equal partner in the dating marketplace?
Do you think that there's a
Yeah.
case for settling in that case?
I don't think of it as settling. I think of it as being, again, aware of what your options are and what you're bringing to the table. So I also think, for women especially, they're setting these.
I heard there's a legendary chest in here. I'm hoping I can get through these
I already watched
kind of
this.
trapdoors.
But let's play it.
Should be able to get that chest. Oh, this poor guy. I'm so sorry. I just need the
Ugh.
chest and then I'll be going.
it'd be fine.
Just innocence, really. Oh, God.
Today was my worst day at work. I died.
I heard there's a legendary chest in here.
Nice.
I'm hoping I can get through these kind of traps.
Yes, I will admit it's true. We shouldn't be ruled by our feelings. But it's also true that so many of us don't even feel our feelings. We don't allow ourselves to feel
Feel your
hurt,
feelings.
grief, or loss because we think if we actually let ourselves experience sadness or pain, we might not be able to stop it. And while that fear makes sense, painful feelings don't go away. The hurt doesn't just go away because you avoid it. Those feelings simply get displaced when we suppress them, and they come out in other ways like addictions or alcoholism or anxiety or anger You can try to distract and compartmentalize and avoid, and it might work for a time, but not forever. And it makes sense why suppression feels like the safer option. You don't have a history of people actually showing up and caring about what you needed or what you were feeling, do you? Of course you see feelings as useless. Logically, feelings don't change the situation, right? Whether I feel them or not doesn't change anything, so why not just turn that part of me off? Because when you do that, we can end up...
Yeah, I know for me, I was suppressing my grief, but that was only for a short period where I felt it was necessary. Until, guess what? You gotta go through it. Yeah. No avoiding grief. Nice to meet you. Then I refreshed, so we already watched all these. But did we watch this? 6 signs of incompatibility. We already watched that. Was it this one? Was it this one? They're the same ones. Oh, I did want. This is the last one we'll watch, but it's a long video. Fighting foodons. Yeah. I want this. Hey, where'd it go? Oh, wait.
Is it? But you wouldn't want to be a prisoner there.
Fighting foodons.
It all started when a culinarily curious king posed a question to his royal chefs. It all started.
Tonight's entree choice is delicious as usual, but I'd like to know which one is stronger.
This is called Fighting Foodons. I'll just play the intro. But this is one show that I used to watch as a kid, and yeah. It's cool because like people, I just remember they would make like different recipes and stuff, and then the better the recipe is, the stronger they get. So yeah.
Your Highness, I know just what you're talking about.
Yo.
I believe I have a way to answer your question.
You do?
You do. Oh.
These are magical cards called meal tickets. They will make your dinner come to life.
Meal ticket. Wow.
They're called fighting food.
It's Donald Duck.
Now when chefs prepare a meal, they prepare for battle.
And a piece of tofu. Foodons. Fighting foodons. Yo. Fighting foodons.
Carefully select your recipes. Pizza will attack with gooey cheese.
Ooh.
Power up the fried rice with some peas. What will win, Italian or Chinese? If anything's left over, you can freeze.
French fry launcher.
Your monster takes a fall. Whip up a little matzo ball.
Fighting foodons. Classic. Okay, that's all I'll show. I thought the show was copyrighted because it's like 30 years old. For kids entertainment. But yeah. I eventually want to rewatch this at some point. Yeah. And so yeah, what am I gonna play last? Actually, I think I'm just gonna watch these 2 videos and then end stream, and then I'll play Baldur's Gate in the evening. Yeah, 1, 2, 40. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do that. Let's just do that.
Like a slot.
But I'm gonna first play this really quick. Let's. I was check messages. Actually, I didn't even check messages. Dang it. Let me just check messages really quick. How quick? Oh, it is quick enough. Fighting foodons. Oh, no. I think so. Refresh. 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 Whatever.
I'm going to be delivering justice to these motherfuckers.
I get told that they had posted flyers everywhere in my city, and I mean everywhere. High schools, malls.
They need to go in, even if there's a security guard, even if they're gonna be taken away. If somebody goes home walking, they will be fired.
They sent 18 people outside my door having a quote-unquote protest.
We are having war with other sites as well. Most of the CSGO gambling sites are scams.
I want to know who's really behind this thing, who's really the victims, and who's really the villain.
In our last video, we got bribed, but instead of taking it, we exposed the people who offered it. Now it's time to expose the rest of the Counter-Strike gambling industry and the influencers who promote it for millions a year. Let's start with the basics of what Counter-Strike gambling really is, though. Counter-Strike is a first-person shooter video game where you can buy cosmetic options for your guns called skins. You can get these by paying $2.50 or open a loot box. It spins like a slot
I
machine.
would play this video, but I'll play this one anyways.
Entire economy that's grown out of their rarity. And you can sell these skins for pennies or up to tens of thousands of dollars depending on their rarity. You can then take those skins to Counter-Strike casinos where they will be accepted as currency instead of cash. They use their real-world value to turn this video game into Vegas. You can play slots, roulette, and more, all with a video game skin. Think of it like their version of poker chips. And when I first began to investigate this, I thought, why don't people just use a regular casino? You know, why use Counter-Strike skins for this? Well, I decided to investigate by interviewing a bunch of people who do use Counter-Strike casinos, and I found a disturbing trend.
I've been in the gambling community in Counter-Strike for about, I'd say since 12 years old.
I started gambling on Counter-Strike when I was probably 13 years old.
13 years old. 14 years old. I think I was 14. Started gambling on CSGO at the age of 12 and 13, pretty much right around there, my 13th birthday.
Yeah, most of the people I spoke to started gambling underage, and it was while they were playing the game.
Crazy.
This trend continues beyond the anecdotal. This YouTuber named Jeff...
They start gambling young, and they're just addicts forever.
Start underage. Now, themed casinos have always had an audience,
Tough.
but with Counter-Strike, there is an underage gateway to all of this because all you need is $2.50 to get your first skin through Valve, and you don't even need to show ID, which is a huge part of this. Even worse, when you go from the game to the casinos, which are hosted on third-party websites, most don't ID the players either. Or if they do, it's only after you've already gambled thousands of dollars, which is a bit like if a liquor store asked for ID after you drank 10 bottles of liquor. It's obviously absurd, but it's also very profitable because underage gamblers not only are new customers, they're way more likely to become gambling addicts, which is how casinos make most of their money. These days, most physical casinos have a strict ID policy at the door. This isn't because they're good people, it's because they're heavily regulated and would lose their gambling license if they knowingly allowed underage players. But Counter-Strike gambling is fundamentally different. Regulation for these casinos is almost non-existent because they're offshore in Malta, Curacao, Cyprus, and most of them are using loopholes to pretend that this isn't even gambling at all. Look, I'm not going to go into too much detail here because different casinos use different loopholes, but suffice to say, this has been going on a long time. Back in 2016, a very similar story broke in a big way about scam casinos and underage gambling problems in Counter-Strike, and everyone was understandably enraged. Valve even got involved, had to send out cease and desist letters, even the FTC went after influencers, but when the dust settled, there weren't that many consequences. Part of the reason was because of these loopholes. In fact, the most infamous casino, CSGO Lotto, claimed not even to be a casino at all. They said they were a sweepstakes. Now, this is obviously absurd, it's not true, but none of that matters because it got them out of trouble. And so the same types of casinos have continued, just with new owners and new names. What you're left with then is an industry that is unregulated, if anything, self-regulated, which I discovered creates its own race to the bottom problem because consumer protection in an unregulated market will literally drive away your customers. For example, remember Monarch from the last video and his casino CSGO Empire? One of the things they do that I actually think is good is they block certain IPs where gambling is illegal, and they admit that what they're doing is gambling. Now, you can easily get around these geo restrictions with a VPN, but it's sort of an extra hurdle. Most Counter-Strike casinos don't even do this. And listen to one gambler explain why this tiny decision to just geo-block one region, the US, affected who he chose to gamble with.
So when I went onto Empire, while it's still easy to bypass it, you could just put a VPN, just takes an extra 5 minutes. CSGO roll, I can just, once again, type it into my browser, deposit.
Oh, you're an American?
Yes, correct, yes.
So no VPN restriction, no geo-blocking?
Yes, correct. So on Rolled, zero VPN blocking, zero any bypassing. On Empire, there is blocking, but it truthfully is very easy to bypass.
Right. That makes sense. Most people end up going with a casino who asks them less questions, requires less from you, even if you're not illegally trying to gamble. You just don't want to have to put in personal information, anything like that. This all taught me that in the world of unregulated gambling, it's more complicated than just saying, okay, casinos want toddlers gambling. It's also market dynamics, right? You get a competitive edge by not regulating. Less work, more customers, more money. Which means you can't just solve the problem by wagging your finger at bad casinos. The entire system is broken. As long as these loopholes exist, why would anyone change? In fact, some websites like Clash.gg even advertise their lack of regulation as a feature, not a bug. The CEO even bragged on Twitter, quote, Clash just paid out its biggest one-time cash out instantly with no verification. Couldn't be more happy with the product and reputation we are building. This guy sees it as a badge of honor to do no checks. And it is a positive reputation if you want to appeal to underage players, money launderers, or just people who want to avoid a hassle, a VPN, putting in an ID, and this is all a huge problem. But how big of a problem is it, you might wonder? After all, we're talking about video game skins. How much money could this industry really be worth? I wondered the same thing, so I asked around for how much these casinos are making and got several estimates. One owner claims he has an 8-figure business, and someone who worked for his partner claims that is true. How much does he make on Clash?
His partner, Boris, right, also known as Dogs Playing Poker, friendly chemist, he told me directly that it was making about $50 million a month.
That's a lot of money, and this roughly matches what the popular gambling Counter-Strike YouTuber told me as well, saying he'd estimate these sites are making tens of millions monthly. And there are so many of these sites that the YouTuber Jeff estimated it all in a different way, looking at the total amount of website traffic compared to a popular online casino.
So when you bring them together, those CSGO websites bring almost double the traffic of the biggest online casino today. And this online casino declared a gross revenue of $2.6 billion in 2022. Now, that doesn't mean the CSGO websites are grossing more, but it's a great element to put things in perspective.
So even though it's tough getting an exact number, since these casinos might overestimate or underestimate for many reasons,
So I wonder if that's why there's still so many people playing it.
Huge amounts of money. And there's
because they just got addicted to gambling.
On a few in our videos, but there's so many more of these websites, each potentially
That plus nostalgia. Because I have CSGO installed, but I don't play it. I just have it installed in case I do want to play it, or someone wants to play it, and I'm like, hey, you want to play CSGO? Yeah, sure. And it's installed. And they're like, hey, you're terrible at this game. Yeah, I haven't played it in forever. I played it a few times a while back ago, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
He claims to understand
But it was one of my first. It was like my first FPS shooter that I really played consistently, and so that's why I have it installed. But I really haven't played it since I was like.
Was like a gateway drug for me. That's how.
Really, when I was like 13, but yeah.
Third-party sites. I'm just disgusted about this whole loop. I think that the full case system on Steam is pretty.
18. I played when I was 18, 19. But then I started playing Dota instead, and I was like, this is even better.
Tool for getting children,
Really?
even adults.
Yeah.
I think even adults, they have a gambling problem. It's not only like a.
I have a problem. Not enough Dota.
It's just a machine that makes people gamble. Imagine there's a kid who just plays CSGO, and they open one box. Pretty innocent. They get their mom's credit card. They spend €2 to open a box. Okay, then they open a second box, third box, fourth box, and so on. And soon they see their favorite influencer playing on some third-party case opening site. And this is where it's like.
Yeah, some people do that, and they get like an expensive item. And they're like, yeah, but they really spend a bunch of money just trying to do that. It's not worth it. It's all gambling.
Where they want to stop gambling. It's easy to just shut, like, close these websites. But what happens when you go on social media? You go on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, TikTok, any platform. What do you get?
It goes into your algorithm.
Ads everywhere. The algorithm starts feeding you. It's like, imagine you are addicted to heroin.
Yeah, in like certain areas here, like advertising is illegal, which is crazy. Well, it seems crazy, but yeah, like billboards are illegal in some places.
And admitting that what it is gambling.
But then you go to Vegas and there's billboards everywhere, and like you wonder why people are like brainwashed, because they see a huge sign that tells them to gamble, and guess what? They pass it every day and they think, oh, that's what I need to do. Psychological.
Right away. According to CSGO's Empire Stars, they only require you to verify your age if you want to withdraw more than 2,000 coins in crypto or deposit substantial amounts of money.
I'll get to you.
Via skins, there is no limit. So even the guy who claims he started underage gambling, he understands the gateway drug that skin betting websites act as, even he refuses to fully ID customers because he knows he'd go out of business.
I'm really committed to, I want to make it stricter and stricter. Like, you can't jump to the deep end just like immediately on one day. That would make us go out of business. But really my end goal is I want to do full-blown KYC before anybody deposits. I want to make it as clean as possible.
This, more than anything, shows the limit to the let's self-regulate idea, right? Even the biggest critic of underage gambling can't bring himself to actually ID his customers up front because his competitors won't do it, and he says it would ruin his business. So maybe the solution isn't with the casinos at all. Maybe it's a good time to talk about the influencers who promote it instead. Because when I learned and asked about people
who's promoting it,
into this type of gambling, I wondered, how did they get into it in the first place? Who did they hear about it from? And one thing kept popping up.
One of the primary ways I actually learned was through YouTube. It popped up in my recommended page because I was a big fan of Counter-Strike. I'd play it, in my free time. Some gambling videos popped up, and I thought, hey,
Streamers kind of exposed me to that to that space first.
I saw it online. I saw a bunch of these YouTubers.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why like Twitch banned
pretty much through watching people on Twitch.
gambling.
Juicy was one of them. I actually remember very vividly. He was this guy that would do all these case openings on different websites. And
It's
stuff.
addicting.
He was very much affiliated with them. He had codes and all these things.
I've been surrounded by like Syndicate and like FaZe Clan, for example.
I watched
Phase.
my favorite
up.
Right. YouTubers and streamers, of course, are going to be one of the main advertising vectors. It's been that way since
Yeah.
2016.
Phase up.
Influencers are the main lifeblood of these casinos. Fast forward 8 years later, it's just different influencers, different casinos making the money than before. But unlike casinos who we know
8 years.
blood-sucking leaders
Well,
on society, influencers, by contrast, they're well, we expect more from them. We don't get it, but we expect more. So I wanted to confront 3 different influencers who do this gambling streaming stuff of different sizes and get their opinions on why they promote this stuff and how they can possibly justify it.
I don't think people should gamble, honestly, on the sites. I shouldn't gamble at all. But I enjoy doing it, so it's what I do. If that makes any sense, I don't know.
No. That part of it makes sense. That the part where you want to do it, so you continue to do it, that makes sense. But let's say I'm like, I don't think smoking is good for you, but I like smoking. It makes sense that I would smoke. It doesn't make sense that I would go promote it to
Yeah,
get people to smoke.
I definitely understand that perspective too. And it's a very good argument, and it's like you can't really argue against it, right? It's not a good thing, but it's something that I still enjoy doing, and so I'm going to continue to do it.
Is it just too much money? That's an acceptable answer. It's just too much money to turn down.
I'd say in the beginning probably was too much money. At this point, it's not about the money for me. It's just
Yeah, because I know Trainwreck, who was gambling, he was getting paid like $1 million a month, and I think any money that he spent, he would get reimbursed. I think like 50% or something. So he was always just making money.
So it's not something that I necessarily, I don't know. You can watch the videos and decide for yourself if it feels like promotion, but that's how I reason it to myself. I don't even, use the rewards. I don't advertise it at all. So I don't, the rewards thing.
Juicy.
Like I said, I don't advertise it. So I don't feel
But you
guilty.
do advertise. You get paid to advertise it, right?
Not the reward system. No, I don't mention the rewards.
No. I'm saying CSGO roll.
Yes.
Talking about the gambling side.
Yes.
We both know it's not going to be good for people. And then you're kind of saying, well, I don't really promote it. I don't really advertise it. But in a way, if you didn't promote or advertise it, they wouldn't pay you
Absolutely.
millions of dollars.
Yeah, I watched the Trainwreck's video and you said the same thing. You're like the less dirtier of the dirtbags. So I guess I would call myself that. And ultimately, if you watch the video, you can decide like how less dirty is he really. But
how less dirty?
Most people are going to unfortunately gamble with or without certain streamers, right? Obviously.
But there's just a line where what are you willing to do for money?
I'm craving a Big Mac, so it's the same concept.
You're saying like, oh, I'm just like kind of promoting McDonald's, whatever.
No, it's not. So it's not like promoting McDonald's. Let's be honest. Gambling is a terrible addiction. My closest friend.
Like gambling's a huge addiction, and then pornography is a huge addiction. And then people think, oh, it's harmless, but the thing is that people who overindulge, and it's addicting. If you're promoting something like that, it gets really bad. But, yeah.
As bad as any other drug because of that dopamine rush.
Like if you wonder, like, one thing that's really common with serial killers is that they're addicted to pornography.
Even when they knew people whose own lives were hurt by it. So if you know the harm.
Extreme example, but yeah.
Life, how do you justify peddling that drug, as you call it?
And then with gambling, guess what? These people, like if you've seen, what was it? That movie with Adam Sandler, Uncut Gems. You really get to see how addiction is like. That movie is stressful to watch. But yeah.
It is a drug. I mean, it hits dopamine levels. Hell, I get dopamine levels if I hit big. So yeah, and then that becomes a YouTube trick.
And yeah, it's dopamine addiction. Gambling, sexual addiction.
I hate it, dude. It crushes me because
it's dopamine addiction.
Legit do it because they're bored and then they lose everything they have.
It's pretty bad.
It's a terrible feeling to hear that, right?
Not to question their sincerity, but I've heard all of them.
More dopamine, please.
People get addicted. They don't want to see anyone hurt, but they refuse to stop.
Like even me, I was only gonna watch a few YouTube videos. Literally now I've watched YouTube videos for like 3 hours. Luckily they're good videos and not a bunch of junk content. But yeah.
Less than 1% of Clash accounts make up 80% of our revenue.
Because it matters what you feed yourself.
It's an open secret. So these influencers can empathize about how horrible addiction is, but they know that's where their paycheck comes from. The CEO of Clash has a profile on Twitter that says, never gamble, the house always wins. But ironically, his house is probably from people gambling. The fact of the matter is that these people say with their mouth, I feel terrible, I feel bad. But when it comes to actually changing, they never do. Even when they directly scam people, they will still find a way to rationalize it. And this next part is pretty dark. But for a moment, we're going to have to go back for a second to the PGL Major Tournament and talk about the thing I was originally offered a bounty to investigate. A specific casino that is owned by the same group as CSGO Roll, but this one is called Hype Drop. It's owned by Monarch's arch nemesis. Hype Drop was a casino where instead of gambling Counter-Strike skins, you could gamble real-world items, like real-world loot boxes. For example, you could pay for a real loot box that would get you anything from like a $10 gift card to a Lamborghini, for example. It's just gambling with physical items. But the real secret sauce of this website was a loyalty program called the Daily Cases, where the more you spent, the higher level you got, the more you'd get these daily cases, which essentially were free money. Every single day, you could go on their website and open these daily cases, and theoretically, you'd get free stuff, free money. Which, if that sounds
for free,
it was all part of a scheme to make the Danish government believe that Hype Drop was not actually gambling. I received a letter Hype Drop gave to the Danish regulator arguing players could not lose money on their site because over time, the daily cases paid back all the losses over roughly 3 years. This is one of those loopholes we talked about where they're going to argue they're not actually gambling because you can't lose. Now, of course, I asked Hype Drop about this, and initially they denied ever sending this letter. Eventually, I showed them that I had their document, and they finally confessed, saying they did do it on one occasion, but denied trying to pass it off as an investment. They then quickly scurry away saying, "This is our last comment." I bet it is, because they got caught making bad faith arguments to the Danish government. This type of loophole is why in their promotional material, Hype Drop said things like, "Yes, you'll always make at least your money back," and, quote, "We offer return on what you invest through our daily reward system," and, quote, "It's a win-win situation every time." Now, it only takes a few moments to realize that offering jackpots and money back to losers is...
Yeah, as the economy gets harder, I wonder how many more scams we can start seeing in Europe. Is the European Union...
I can't believe I'm saying this, but...
I don't know how they're going to do. They're not doing well.
Killian, the owner, announced that he was shutting down the site, effectively rug-pulling his customers, who were all relying on these daily cases to make their losses back. This is part of what Monarch's paid goons were yelling about at the PGL majors. By removing their daily cases, Hype Drop, in my opinion, stole from their users and effectively revealed their legal loophole to be a lie. Now, with that all understood, let's circle back to this guy, Juicy, a gambling streamer who we heard from earlier. He was easily one of the biggest
Juicy.
And I wanted to know, given that he has widely promoted a scam, what was he going to do to make things right? So let's talk about Hype Drop at this point. This has been kind of what precipitated the PGL majors, according to Monarch. He says, "I had to protest Hype Drop. It was a Ponzi scheme that collapsed, and CSGO rolls next." Now, when I was looking up Hype Drop, you were one of the people who was promoting it, like one of the bigger YouTubers I saw, maybe the biggest. What's your take on promoting this stuff? Where's your ethical line for what you will take, what you won't take on?
Yeah. So to my understanding, I had never worked with a gambling site that had rewards that function like a Ponzi scheme, you know? So when I was playing on it, I'm not promoting the rewards, you know? I'm not like, this is the most rewarding IRL gambling site. So I was just playing with the product itself and, you know, making content around that. So obviously it's really f***ing annoying and bullshit when the rewards get, first off, cut down, and then second off, now there is no reward offering and the site's going away. Like, I'm obviously very upset, not just for my own intent, but also mainly for the people who, especially if people put money into Hype Drop thinking of it like a good monetary investment versus like I'm just gambling, you know? I'm pretty sure from my understanding that wasn't like a advertised thing. At least they weren't advertising. They weren't saying, hey, you got to tell them about this great investment option. I think that was more of a legal loophole that they were, you know, trying to operate.
He's just lying about some of this. He says he didn't advertise his daily cases, but I think he didn't think I'd watch his videos because he definitely did.
Daily reminder, claim your daily cases. They're free monies. Code JUICY will get you 3 free cases, so might as well. I mean, my daily cases used to pay a filthy amount of money. It was a full-time income just claiming them. Claim this every day, dude. We're making a full-time salary every month.
Yeah, he calls the daily cases basically a full-time salary, but I thought surely after seeing that Hype Drop scammed people, he would cancel his sponsorship with the same company, like it's the sister casino CSGO Roll, right? He has to stop that now that he's scammed his audience. He'd cancel it, right? So let me ask you, does that mean you're no longer going to work with CSGO Roll since they're run by the same people?
Well, I've already promoted the site, and I already have fans who use the site, and I don't think the reward offering there is going to change. But yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate.
But I think you can see the logic of no one thought Hype Drop was going to rug people from these cases, these daily rewards. And if you are regretful, wouldn't that turn into some kind of action on your part to like change who you're working with?
Yeah, I understand that completely, but I feel like Counter-Strike sites aren't there.
Yeah, there's a line where people were like, hey,
anyone's expecting them to stay forever, and they're really.
I want to be filthy rich, and they just keep scamming people. And they have legal loopholes that prevent them from going to jail, so they're just going to keep doing it.
On the market right now, and there's a ton of dog shit on the market, so yeah.
And there it is.
Whatever.
Absolutely, he doesn't want to change. Absolutely, he's not going
to. Like, it sucks because then these people, what they're doing ruins people's lives.
They're making too much money. And that is the part that I was struggling to like really get from.
And then the justification I know some people make will be like, well, someone else, if I don't do it, someone else will. But
but this is the single
I'm like, that doesn't make it good.
In fact, Grim told me that.
But if you do good with what you're making, then I don't know. That's a gray area. What if you're actually taking a bunch of money from people who are addicts?
So I decided to ask
who, I would have done it anyways, and then actually helping people with the money. But who knows?
Is that true? And does that undermine what you said about
like feeding the poor, helping the needy?
Yeah, no, that is true. Like, what's one of the, I guess, downsides with Norway is everything's public. If they know my company name, even just my name, they Google around, they find it. So like everything that I make is public. And yeah, you could say that argument is obviously hypocritical because like I made a lot of money, but like I don't do it because I make a lot of money. I'd still do it if I didn't make a lot of money. And like even if I wasn't paid, I would still do it when I had excess money to do it because I like doing it. And it might like sound like a lie, but that's how I started it, and that's how I always wanted to continue.
If that's true, then he's an addict. But yeah.
But that's fine. I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, like I said, I 100% understand what people would think, like, oh, no, it's only because of the money. But, like, I know myself that it isn't only because of the money, but it's obviously great. Don't get me wrong.
How much did you make this year?
I'd rather not say, but I could say it's a lot.
Come on, Juicy, tell us. Tell us. Look,
So I actually don't know the exact answer myself, but I can tell you it's going to be right around Grimm's number, which I know he told you already.
Grimm's 5 million.
Yeah, and then I got to pay a stupid tax rate on that. But it's probably...
Yeah, so why would you want to stop if you're making millions of dollars?
So it's kind of obvious why they're not going to stop based on just a moral argument. And I began to wonder, like, how many of these influencers take these deals?
Other than you ruin people's lives. Like, how many people's lives are you ruining to make $5 million?
Definitely go watch. I found out it's almost everyone.
This is the top 300 CSGO streamers
Hopefully not a lot.
of this year, ranked by watch time. Of 300, 226 are currently
But then
sponsored by
people would stop.
Some have up to 5. We are looking at 75%.
Because, yeah, I knew someone who was addicted to gambling, and I'm like, man. And they would do it on their phone, and I'm just like, are they making money? Because, yeah, I knew someone who would also just buy tickets, and I'm like, how much money did you lose before you won?
And why didn't they take it?
This is something...
The thing is, statistically, the odds are, the best odds I think you can get are like 3 to 1. So it don't matter what you're going to lose.
Of gambling.
Or 1 to 3? 3 to 1? 1 to 3? Yeah.
That could change my life. That could retire my mom. That could alter my family's lineage. But
yeah.
I keep turning it down. That was when I was an even smaller streamer than now.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
One of the things I've been thinking a lot about is like how to change this, you know, what does even change look like, right? That's part of what I'm thinking about. Is like, what does even change look like for this industry?
What was it, Voidzilla?
And one thing that I came to is like, the incentives have to change because they're so out of whack. The second you allow gambling sponsorships and streamers to like get sponsorship deals, how are you going to stop someone from taking that amount of money? You're a good person, so you just don't want to do it. That's your personal line. But I think it's hard for just even somebody who's a good person to say no. You know, it's only because you know what it would do to people. But that is such a crazy amount of money. You know, this interview almost ruined me on this story. I began to wonder if change was even possible when money like this is in the field for play. Like, the casinos aren't going to regulate themselves because they lose customers, and there's so much money at stake. Most influencers aren't going to say no because there's so much money at stake, and they could change their life and their families' lives by taking these deals. The more I looked into it, you can't expect all the people to be immune from this influence all at the same time, which is the only way to make change. It wasn't just the influencers or casinos either. Even esports, the most professional, supposedly, side of the game, was flooded with gambling. Almost every professional team had a gambling sponsor. For example, FaZe's Rollbit, the PGL Major was sponsored by 1xBet, G2 was sponsored by CSGO Roll, and this creates the same problem that it created with the influencers. If a sponsor is offering you buckets of money, it becomes really hard not to take because if you don't take it, your competitor will. In fact, one esports owner argued the entire ecosystem in Counter-Strike, especially in the lower leagues, is basically funded by the gambling industry and gambling addicts. So I called him to understand more of how this works. Can you walk me through how gambling functions in the esports economy?
The issue is
What's that after?
I guess, Batman, that you're talking about is that this activity is enabled by more controversial sponsors in gambling and skin rolling sites.
And yeah, the argument, someone else will do it.
Then the tier 2 and beyond seed in CS specifically would
Which is pretty true, but yeah.
Or at the very least constrict to a very large degree.
And then the influence mentioned, oh, it'll change my family's life. Yeah.
If you're a fan of
But what's the line?
CS and beyond,
How much money do you need?
the reason you're watching that team play is probably because they're better. To note, this is also true of a lot of orgs' profitability. So the value that traditional sponsors bring in for a tier 2 org, even more, you know, with G2 and Rollbit, for example, the value that a traditional sponsor brings in versus a gambler sponsor is like 15 or 20% of the value. So you don't really turn that down as an org owner unless you've got very specific moral qualms or disagree with gambling on a personal level.
But does this inflate the economy where if you're not taking a gambling sponsorship, you're almost at a disadvantage because your economics and what you're able to play players and attract talent is much less than somebody who, for example, has a gambling deal and is making way more money than you?
Yeah, to a degree, that's true. I think very, very few organizations are able to do it without gambler. Largely, if you don't have gambler, you're almost certainly going to be unprofitable.
You heard it there. You almost can't compete at the highest level without a gambling sponsor because they pay so much more than everyone else. And if everyone else is doing it, they will have more money to spend on a team than you and get better players and therefore likely beat you. There's just no more profitable sponsor to turn to. And so a lot of people actually take the money. So even if that sponsor is a site that allows minors to play with no ID, who cares? Just slap an 18+ sticker in your ad for them and get plausible deniability.
Thumbs up.
That's what G2 did when announcing their CSGO Roll sponsorship. A depressing fact about this video is the star of it, a guy named Monesi, turned 18 only days before they announced the sponsorship, which means in the video, it was filmed when he was 17. He was underage in their casino, supposedly 18 plus, and no one cared. A perfect metaphor for this entire industry. It's all optics. I have to tell you, by the way, the exact day I announced I was investigating Counter-Strike gambling, CSGO Roll did announce for the first time that they were going to be asking all users to prove that they're 18 before playing. Whether or not it's coincidence, they announced it same day. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a token gesture, they'll roll back. Or maybe it's a sudden change of heart for the youth. I don't know. Either way, the point I'm making is that for many people and professional teams,
Yeah, because tablet kids are growing up, or like 5 now, and then get into these apps. It's gonna be bad.
But if everyone else is using them and getting ahead, you choosing not to for ethical reasons will get you left behind, and your peers will become more successful than you. It's a depressing cycle that has me flashing back to the CSGO Wild.
Like, how bad would it be to have Gen Alpha just be a bunch of dopamine addicts?
CSGO Wild in 2016 was a gambling website secretly owned, slightly disputed, by Facebook. And according to FaZe Banks, his motivation to do that was pretty simple.
My motivation for doing it actually was at the time we weren't making enough money to buy a CSGO team all in. The venture was going to cost us like $1 million, and we definitely did not have anything close to that. So my brain, like, we got to finesse it. We got to figure out how to make the money to buy this team now, because in the next 6 months, a year, this team's going to be worth like $4 or $5 million, and we're not going to be able to get into this game, which in our heads we need to get in this game.
Yeah, when you hear it, it sounds crazy. It sounds like a cope, but his plan actually worked. FaZe got away with
it. It did work.
FaZe Clan has a Counter-Strike team that won 2nd place in the infamous
FaZe
BBL all these years after CSGO Wild. It's alive and well, and still funded, by the way, by gambling, just by a different gambling website. Now it's Rollbit. It's reportedly a $1 million deal. Now look, I know seeing this is all very depressing, but we've actually learned some really valuable things. Firstly, we can't fix this at the individual level of influencers, esports teams, or even casinos. Doxing people, harassing them doesn't fix it or the underlying problems. It's a deep systemic problem of incentives. Of course, acknowledging that also doesn't absolve individuals. I wouldn't dare say it's okay for Juicy to do what he does, where people have been scammed and he continues to work with the same parent company. That said, if he stopped, it wouldn't change things suddenly. Someone would take his place. So if we're serious about trying to solve this problem, we have to look farther up the food chain than influencers, even than casinos, even than esports leagues. We have to zoom out and see the root cause.
Valve definitely does have underage gambling problem. They really don't have an incentive to stop it.
Underage, middle age, overage, however you want to slice it.
Yeah, I was gonna play that video next.
I mean, you can pass me some of that if you want, but ultimately they're the kingpin, reaping in all of the money, or majority of the money, and there's a reason why they haven't killed it yet. They've possessed the power for all these years, but they allow it to go, and I feel like they do the bare minimum crackdown to allow it to keep operating.
No. I think I went through that part too fast.
To allow it to keep operating.
Director PR, CSGO, Ancient Gaming denies scam allegations, full response and description. Word model, in play 2023, cost of daily freeze increased beyond comfortable level. Let to user expectations around rewards that were unstable, adjustments were necessary. Marketing materials clearly state leveling up should not be seen as an investment. Prone to change at all times, do not expect that it will stay the same. Interesting. Thank you for all those people investing in this. Let me play this really quick.
I've got quite a lot of comments on one of my last videos about how the Earth is actually only 6,000 years old.
Diamonds.
I'm going to tell you how I know you're wrong, and in doing so...
Also, who says the Earth's 6,000 years old? I would think that's weird.
So much better than the real thing. Because there's this crystal, it's called zircon.
I'm like, Christians don't believe the world's 6,000 years old, but yeah.
Even though they basically look the same. And you get it when molten lava solidifies into rocks. You get these sort of zircon crystals that sprinkle across the surface.
Not to scale.
But what is interesting about zircon is that there are some atoms,
Atoms.
like, uranium, that can get trapped in the structure when zircon forms. And then zircon
That's not good.
is like this little jail cell almost, like that the uranium is trapped in there forever unless you destroy the crystal. Anyway, back when the Earth was like this molten lava blob, you know, the very beginning
Back
of
when it
our
was being
planet,
made.
there were some crystals of zircon that managed to trap some atoms of uranium
Atoms.
inside them. But the thing is that uranium is like this very kind of fat, unwieldy atom, right? It's very unstable. And it has a habit of breaking apart into two small atoms of lead. This is called radioactive decay. Now, lead has no way of getting inside that zircon gel cell when it forms. So if you find lead inside zircon, you know the only way it got there was if it used to be uranium that has since decayed. Now, here's the clever bit, because we know precisely how often uranium decays into lead. So if you get a whole bunch of zircon and you count up how many atoms of uranium there are and how many atoms of lead there are, you can work backwards to find out exactly how long ago that crystal was formed. And that is exactly what scientists did. They found some really old zircon down in Australia that was formed at the beginning of the Earth. And they dated it, and that is how we know that the Earth is 4.4 billion years old. Now, I should add that gold, also part of your ring, it can't be created on Earth, right? It can only be formed inside the heart of a dying star or in a collision of two neutron stars. And it only gets here by hitching a ride on some cosmic object like an asteroid or a comet, probably billions of years ago too. And so if you give somebody a fake diamond ring, a zircon ring, you are literally handing them an ember of the history of our planet wrapped in some genuine glittering stardust. I mean, what could possibly be better than that? I got quite a lot of comments on one of my last videos about how the Earth is actually only 6,000 years old. I'm going to tell you how I know you're wrong, and in doing so...
Zircon rings. Hashtag ad. So it's interesting that they're like, yeah, give him a piece of stardust. That was pretty much just an ad for diamonds. Yeah. That was also on. They're still trying. That's the thing. I wonder how much she got paid to say this.
I got quite a lot of comments on one of my last videos about how the Earth is actually only 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you how I know you're wrong.
Yeah.
Hardly anyone agrees on anything.
Anyways, diamonds are a scam. Because even if they're like, oh, they could only got it from another planet, so it's rare, but it's not rare. There's a lot of it, and yeah, they're blood diamonds. So don't invest in it.
But I did find one thing that nearly everyone agrees on.
I started gambling on Counter-Strike when I was probably 13
This is
years old.
kind of the second part to the previous video.
14. Valve definitely does have underage gambling problem.
Exceptions lives in Valve.
Underage gambling problem. Yes, it is underage gambling disguised.
What's
That's
part?
the most easy for local video game at all.
Right, this is the most consistent answer I've received in a story where no one agrees on anything. Underage gambling is rampant on Counter-Strike. Not only that, Valve has known this was a problem for at least 8 years. And for those 8 years, Valve has done things here and there, but they've never seriously tackled offshore gambling issues, with some speculating the reasons why.
I think they have all the responsibility. I mean, you could pass me some of that if you want, but ultimately they're the kingpin, reaping in all of the money, or majority of the money, and there's a reason why they haven't killed it yet. They possess the power for all these years, but they allow it to go. And I feel like they do the bare minimum crackdown to allow it to keep operating.
That's right. Now, the person you just heard has ulterior motives for putting the blame on someone else. Either way, today I want to investigate Valve's role in Counter-Strike gambling, how we got here, what Valve can do about it, and how they've been fighting the change that is so desperately needed. So let's start from 2013, when loot boxes were first introduced to the game, in an update Valve called the Arms Deal. It was first described as all the illicit thrills of black market weapons trafficking without any of the danger, which is kind of true. They did create a black market of skin betting. The only thing that I find false here is the quote, without any of the danger, because if you look at the wrong casino, this guy might show up at your house. Either way, the Arms Deal update was the start of Counter-Strike gambling as we know it, with the introduction specifically of loot boxes. We're going to open one here so you can experience what that's like. First, you take out your wallet, pay $2.50, the case opens, and a wheel spins where items of varying rarity pass by. Knives and gloves are particularly valuable because they're particularly rare, but usually you get an item worth pennies. Now, you might notice this whole process, especially the near misses, resembles a slot machine. I believe that's not an accident. This is the same company that hired experimental psychologists to design parts of their games.
So my name is Mike Amander. I'm an experimental psychologist at Valve, applying knowledge and methodologies from psychology to game design. So thinking about how knowledge of human behavior can impact the choices that we're making. The hope is that we can take what we know about psychology, about the predictable ways humans might react or respond, and apply it to game design and induce various responses, in particular responses.
Right, Valve is a game studio that uses psychology to manipulate user behavior, and it's harmless in some areas.
Yeah, even with like playing Dota, there's Dota Plus, and
what is Valve optimizing for?
it's only $3. I think $3 a month, which is easy to pay for, and because it's so low, people just keep paying it.
Is they want you to just spend more money. And making a slot simulator.
Like I remember I didn't play for like a year, but the entire time I was paying for it, and I was like, okay, there goes $36, which isn't very much, but I also could have just canceled it. Yeah.
On video game cosmetics, you can then trade these on the Steam store.
But literally, it was so little money that I just didn't care about taking the time to cancel it. But yeah.
The skins update was a big change for the community, giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize.
Also, in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna go back and play it, so then I just leave it. Just like when people go to the gym and they're like, I'll go to the gym eventually. Never go. Never go.
Back and keep playing to get more skins.
So you might be surprised to learn that although Valve designed a machine that looks like gambling, Valve
Do,
actually
do, 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 do.
This is because of a loophole where technically Valve doesn't let you cash out your skins. You can sell them for money for your Steam wallet, but you can't convert that Steam wallet for cash. So the skins are technically worth nothing in the real world. They're just worth something in Steam's marketplace, meaning their slot machine of skins isn't gambling at all, or that's what they would say. The expected value is actually 0. And all that sounds great, except for the fact that obviously you can go to these third-party sites and get real money, real crypto. You can also go sell them on trading websites, which is also a huge part of this economy, where you can go sell your skins for cash. You never have to interface with the slot machine side of it. So this idea that skins aren't worth money is just not true. It's just that Valve isn't directly allowing cash outs, which is a loophole that allows people of all ages to open loot boxes, trade skins for money, all without showing ID. It's worth saying this loophole isn't
Ding, ding.
It's the same thing pachinko parlors use in Japan, because there, gambling is illegal. But pachinko parlors are gambling, but technically not, because when you gamble, instead of winning cash,
You get
win all
prizes.
silver balls, which once again, you can't
Oh, they
cash
shoot the
out
balls.
in the parlor. You have to go to a third-party vendor.
換金所が別にあるから。
それはなんで別にあるんですか？
まあそこでお金のやり取りしたら犯罪なんで、犯罪ってかギャンブルになっちゃうんで、景品をもらうって体で景品をもらってそれを近くの換金所でお金に変えてるからセーフっていう認識です一応。
網目をくぐってるみたいな。
グレーって言ってました。
All reminiscent of exactly what
Yeah.
Valve does too. You can't cash it out in the Steam
Where do you
store.
think we learned it from?
Third-party
Japan.
sites. It's just gambling with extra steps. However, one player of the game
How to
explained
gamble
that
legally.
it's a pretty weak excuse.
Has anyone explained to you the Steam decks? So this right here, it's the maxed out version. I think it's like 650 spent in Steam funds. Now, how do you get Steam funds? You can put money on. You can sell stuff on the store. You can unbox a case, get a $1,000 knife, sell it.
I've sold stuff on the store.
And get this.
Yeah.
So items don't have value. How do I buy this?
Yeah, he makes a good
Yeah.
point. I think it's pointless to argue too long against these loopholes, though, because
Because that's one thing. You can make enough to get a Steam Deck, and then you can sell it.
for why gambling isn't gambling. You have Clash,
And then you can do it again. And you can do it again. And you can do it again.
You have CS:GO roll saying you
And again and again and again. Or you can just buy games.
From casinos to Valve is using legal
Crazy.
loopholes. So
How dare
instead
you.
of trying to legal eagle all of them, I'm just appealing to your common sense. If it looks like gambling, mimics gambling, and the players say it's gambling, it's gambling. Now that we understand
What?
this, let's take a look at one of Valve's strangest positions they've ever had to take. See, back in 2016, when gambling sites hit mainstream news for scamming a bunch of their users and underage gambling, Valve looked really bad and said they were going to put a stop to Steam users who run a gambling business. To do this, they sent out several cease and desist letters, and some of those sites ceased, but others didn't. 8 years later, some of the same casino sites are still operating. Meanwhile, influencers are clearly still getting paid millions of dollars. Esports teams are still sponsored by many of these gambling businesses
Roll big.
that Valve supposedly wants to shut down. This is where we come to a question. Why does Valve say they want to shut down gambling, but they fail to actually do it? Some will say they can't. Like, these offshore casinos are literally impossible to stop, but I don't buy that. This is the same company who will happily destroy parents in court who sue them for pushing gambling. Where's Valve's legal appetite to go after these offshore casinos? I don't know. It seems to me they could have banned this all a long time ago using any number of IP arguments, legal attacks, or simply software patches. Why they haven't is where we have to get into speculation. I have two thoughts as to why. Firstly, I believe it's good for Valve to be in an eternal fight against gambling. It's good optics.
Yeah.
If you never defeat the evil offshore casinos, no one has to wonder why your loot boxes look so much like
Well,
slots.
because one thing is a bunch of people got caught using offshore accounts, and so yeah,
It feels like Valve itself
it was
has
too prevalent
designed this
in
game
the entire economy. All the big businesses were doing it. So, yeah, doesn't make it okay, but
But
yeah,
everyone felt that the casinos
we're at a point where the economy is fragile, and so yeah.
Valve, everyone felt that we should address the casino
Anyways,
problem first.
yeah.
And Valve was happy to play the hero and send those cease and desist letters out. So if you can always pass the buck to someone more shady than you and say you're working on it, it's easy to avoid problems at home. That's my first guess. But there's a second, maybe more insidious answer. Shutting down offshore gambling is just not a priority because it's not very profitable. It may even cost Valve money. even though they probably would deny this and say they don't have the data. You see, Valve may profit from these casinos indirectly. That is according to the journalist at People Makes Games. They made this argument better than I ever could, and I'm going to use a portion of their great documentary here.
We've got Steam over here and the betting sites over here on different websites, and both industries claim no relationship with the other. But to start with, the culture of skin betting is for many people a feature of Valve's games as advertised by YouTubers and streamers and virally by your friends who are gambling. Valve is going to be acquiring more visibility and players for its games from anyone who finds this extra functionality appealing. A thought I heard from almost all of the gamblers I spoke to was that Valve can't shut down these casinos permanently because that would wreck the market value of skins, thereby hurting every player who owns any Valve skins. But to me, that just sounds like evidence that one big reason Valve skins are so valuable and why people want them so bad is Valve allowing the betting sites to exist.
Look, I'll be honest, I think he's right. Valve is indirectly profiting from these casinos. But it's not just one journalist's opinion. Even experts have concluded the same thing.
But I guess it's a staple for Valve. So what happens if you get rid of it? You have to replace it with something. You need a sustainable business model.
They received a complaint that prompted them to
But they sell a bunch of games.
into Valve Corporation.
Okay.
21 months later, when that investigation concluded, what they said was,
What are their operational costs?
knowingly facilitates the illegal wagering of skins, end quote. And the question, that it really came down to for these regulators was, is Valve benefiting? In the opinion of the regulators, yes.
So this feels like a really big deal. Washington basically concluded what a lot of people have suspected, but why did nothing happen?
What the regulators told me is that the prosecutors didn't feel that they would be able to prosecute the case successfully, so they did not pursue a case. Now, that doesn't take away from the findings of the regulators, who are the experts on this. It just means that a case was never taken to court.
Huh. So even though regulators found one thing, prosecutors have declined to pursue it. Now, of course, I did think all of this was pretty shocking, so of course I wanted to ask Valve follow-up questions, but they didn't respond to my request.
So their operational costs
However, I did
are about
interview them
$500
about
million.
during the first scandal, where Valve was asked very similar questions about whether they benefited from all this gambling. And the way they respond is kind of telling.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious if you feel like gambling has had a positive impact on the game at all.
So $500 million, they're worth about $8 billion. Valve?
Yeah, so I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it? Yes. We don't know.
Let's look at this really quick. As of August 1st. I don't know how accurate this data is. 46,000 games, 7 games, 721. Number of games increase. We're 7.7 billion. Generated over 13 billion in total revenue. That's wild. Reach more than 1 billion unique registered players. I was thinking, if that's how much they made, what happened to all the money? Other than operational costs. Ooh. As employees. The thing is, I think the biggest issue is high operational costs. Why? Because everyone's downloading, they use a lot of their money on servers. And people downloading a bunch of games. Yeah. Number of games on Steam. It's crazy. Number of games on Steam. 2014. Boom, just exploded. It used to be just 1,582 games on Steam. Anyways, here's the video.
We don't have any data to support that. Yeah, but
So yeah, if they're spending $500 million on data, on literally us downloading games, then that's kind of expensive.
If a billion-dollar gambling industry helps
$500 million a
this is
year.
a company that hires literal economists to work on their video game economies. They say in those job descriptions, one thing we have at Valve is data, lots and lots of data. Yet on this one issue,
we don't have any data to support that.
and we're supposed to believe they've never conclusively found if gambling hurts or helps them? I find it hard to believe. Especially when, in the same interview a little bit later, the CEO, Gabe Newell, claims data isn't really hard to get in Valve.
Right? If there's something I need to know, I can find out about it.
We don't have any data.
And information is pretty freely available inside of the company. There's,
inside of the
it's just not hard to, if there's something you need to know to find out about it. But there's no, you pull your information. There's no push towards you.
Right. Of course, it's not hard to find the information. These are the people who own Steam. They
Yep.
have all the information. So here's a
Got
fun
it
rule
all.
for you to think about. Anytime a company with this much data tells you we don't have the data, it means we don't like what the data says, or we don't want to know what the data says, so we've avoided looking. And by the way, Valve admits only moments later that the Counter-Strike player base goes up when Valve releases things that make the game, quote, a stickier experience.
That growth in the player base typically comes either after the game has been on sale, or after we've added some features to the game that make the game a stickier experience.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. Growth happens when Valve makes their game a stickier experience. Now, I've got a follow-up. What's a stickier experience
Gambling.
than a casino? It's so sticky, people have a problem stopping. You can't honestly say our player base grows with a stickier experience, and also we have no data that gambling has grown interest in Counter-Strike, because those two sentences are not compatible. And oh, by the way, we've been fighting gambling for 8 years and we keep getting outsmarted by 20-something-year-olds in Curacao. Like, you're just not trying that hard then. But we've even got more evidence for their lack of effort here, because Valve will occasionally take action on casinos, most often when they've been pressured to do so by bad press.
Also, I guess one thing is, because if they do take it away, then guess what? Someone else will pick it up. Just like how the smaller guys, promoters were saying it. Like, okay, if they don't do it, Epic Games probably will, because it's legally allowed. Unless the laws change, then another company will pick it up, which would be Epic Games. Because Epic Games is starting to grow.
That items showed up in your
Yeah.
inventory. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it kind of messed up the way
Epic,
casinos
Epic Games is even ahead because now they have a mobile app
along with
where you can play games on it. My Steam app, you can't play any games on it. Guess what? My Epic Games app, I can play games on there. Can I play games natively from my list? No. But guess what? Give it a couple more years? Yes. Because S25 has native x86. It can play x86 emulation, which is incredible. But yeah, anyways.
Was this disruption? This was a clear signal from Valve to the casinos. You stepped out of line, you caused trouble, we'll cause you trouble, right? I should note, the casinos are going to find workarounds to this, but there aren't infinite workarounds. It's obvious to everyone, including the casinos, that if Valve really wanted to shut them down, they could, since Valve ultimately controls the ecosystem by which everyone trades and tracks items. So if they wanted to definitively shut down the casinos, they could, but it just is going to require work. Work that Valve doesn't seem to have a huge appetite to do, maybe because it would impact other players, maybe because they just historically haven't done that work, unless they're forced to by press, governments, or the casinos themselves to do so. Now look, it might feel like I'm being a little harsh towards Valve here, or I'm putting a lot of the responsibility on them. And if it feels that way, it's because I am. I do think they need to be the ones to change for two reasons. One, no matter where you look, in the chain of responsibility from influencers all the way to governments, everything points to them. Valve is easily the most equipped to solve things because they are a single stakeholder. Everywhere else you look, there's coordination problems. At the influencer level, if you don't take Gamba money, other influencers will. At the casino level, you want to be more regulated, your competitor doesn't. Even at the esports level, you don't take a gambling sponsorship, your competitor will. Even at the government level, if one country bans it, just take a VPN somewhere else where it's not banned. Not to mention, even when governments do ban it, and by the way, I think they should be part of the solution, but even when they do ban it, Valve can try to maliciously avoid regulation with new loopholes, which is not a hypothetical. They've literally done this. In France, for instance, where loot boxes that can be traded for money are banned, Valve updated their game just in France to put in what they call an X-ray scanner, where you can see the contents of your loot box before you open it, making the results technically not random. The catch is, though, you can't open another loot box until you pay to finish opening the one you've scanned. It's just a work around the law to allow the same gambling, just legally, I guess. But it turns out this may have been a tactical mistake, because it kind of gave away the game Valve is playing. Because remember, they're trying to pretend not to be gambling, but this loophole they're using is literally a loophole slot machine companies use, where they will do what's called pre-reveal the result of a slot spin before you spin, and say it's not gambling as well. In states like Missouri in America, this is how gambling companies were trying to avoid the gambling classification. Funnily enough, while learning about this loophole, I found this. Quote, the gambling companies don't like each other and will claim one company is breaking the rules while they apparently follow them. I'm getting flashbacks to this story as well. But the point is, if Valve is resorting to using gambling companies' loopholes, from the pachinko parlor loophole to the pre-spin loophole, what does that say about what they're selling? Even Valve's own users are realizing this. In a post about the French law where they dodged it with this pre-reveal, people are saying, quote, they seriously skirted the laws that stupidly easily. Sounds like Valve is using loopholes taken straight from casinos. So that's why I'm saying, yes, countries should regulate predatory loot boxes designed as slot machines. Yes.
Yeah, so if the issue is that Valve has high operational costs because they have to host all these games, a solution would be kind of like making Steam like BitTorrent, where it becomes peer-to-peer, where you're not always downloading your game from Valve. For example, if my neighbor had Counter-Strike and they already updated, instead of going to Valve to get my update, I can just get it from them. You just do a verification check of the data and then send the data over. Is it very complex to do that? Somewhat. But the thing is, as long as Valve is the one that holds the keys and they're the ones verifying the data before it's sent, then it should be fine. So if the biggest issue is, yeah, their data costs, turn Steam into a peer-to-peer game site. On our end, you won't even notice. If you just do it on the back end, we're not even going to notice. Just say, hey, you now get your game data from other users. Yeah, practical solution. Because yeah, that's a pretty, yeah. Half $500 million in just server costs is pretty expensive. But yeah. And then that's just from us downloading stuff all the time. But, yeah. For example, Baldur's Gate 3, it's 160 gigs. That's ridiculous. Imagine everyone downloading Baldur's Gate 3. How much did that cost Valve just for everyone to download it? I'm not doing the math, but someone can.
Influencers shouldn't take dirty deals. Yes, casinos should in theory self-regulate.
And then what happens when we delete it and then we download it again? Because we're like, oh, well, now I want to play it again. And then delete it and then download it again. Or what happens when you download COD, which is like 200 gigs, and then your data's corrupt, so you're like, well, I guess I'll just download it again. Oh, it happened again? Oh, I'll just download it again. And you're literally just spending terabytes and terabytes of data on one game. How many terabytes? I don't know. A lot? 2,000? I mean, 2 petabytes? Oh, yeah. I don't know.
But if we're looking where
The thing is, when it's like 1 billion people gaming, it adds up to a lot of money.
to lay out a plan to fix Valve's underage gambling problem, it all comes back to Valve. No one else can unilaterally shut this down except for them. And at the same time, no one stands to make so much money from keeping it open and lying about what exactly these cases are, using the same arguments casinos have been making for decades as Valve. And that's why I'm being so harsh, because frankly, they deserve it. This isn't some indie video game studio that's struggling to survive. Valve is pound for pound one of the most profitable companies in the world, period. Not just because of gambling, in spite of it. With just Steam, they're already larger than most publicly traded gaming companies, affecting millions of people a day without gambling. So it isn't crazy to expect basic responsibility from a company who touches so many lives. Unfortunately, Valve is not only uniquely able to take action, they're also uniquely equipped to avoid it. They're privately owned, an international company, and are known for not responding to journalists in situations like this or reacting to the press in any way. So for my last argument, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to let Daddy Gabe do the talking in the hopes of inspiring some change at this megacorp. Here's Gabe's thoughts on Valve and their responsibility.
People at Valve have to get used to working without a safety net. There's nothing between you and a customer. You can do something. You can come in that morning, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you have fucked 1 million customers, right? And
they're all emailing you.
They're all emailing you, and you probably should fix it, right? But nobody's looking over your shoulder. And for some people, that's liberating. For some people, it's terrifying.
Yeah, I really can't think of anything that better captures the Valve gambling story. You've screwed 1 million customers. You should probably.
Yeah, I heard one thing with Valve is it's a super chill company. It's one of the best places to work. It might be the best place to work at, but yeah.
These black market casinos built around their game. And
Yeah, because Gabe looks like a super chill guy.
Alive and well.
Yeah.
In fact,
Oh yeah.
The harassment and threats in that industry is worse than ever. Meanwhile, Counter-Strike's own competitive players, influencers, and casinos all say there's an underage gambling problem, but Valve seems no closer to fixing that either. Maybe that's because the only way to fix it is to acknowledge that Counter-Strike's loot boxes are a little too close to slot machines. And look, I'm not even saying that if they want to go that route, they can't. But at least ID your customers, at least acknowledge what it actually is. Otherwise, you're just trying to have your cake and eat it too. You want gambling without any of the responsibility that comes with it. And we all know that that kind of cake is a lie. Look, I know this is a long shot, and maybe it's pointless. I look back 8 years and I see many of the same stories of victims, villains, and Valve with zero real change. But knowing the odds are slim hasn't stopped kids from getting addicted. So it's not going to stop me either. This is a gamble I'm willing to take.
W. And yeah, so this video came out a while ago, but then when I saw that CoffeeZilla was like going after Valve, I didn't want to watch it because I was like, no, the gaming industry, no. But then I was like, the thing is, a lot of people who are gamers are very passionate, and one thing that's common is, yeah, well, I guess there's variations, but pretty loving. And yeah, it's one thing I love in gaming, and to have someone who's like in charge of the gaming industry allow to harm to people, like, yeah, we kind of have to deal with that. When I watched it 3 months ago, I wasn't in a place to deal with it. But yeah, emotionally, yeah. Since then though, I'm like, yeah, we definitely need to deal with this. Yeah, because I watched this one, and yeah, I was like, hey, we should probably stop getting kids addicted to gambling. Because I watched this one before, but then I saw this one that he posted like a week later, and I was like, I don't want to watch it. Yeah. But yeah, you always have to look at like why is someone allowing something, even if it encourages bad habits. And I'm guessing it's operational costs. For example, what happens if we did get rid of it? All of a sudden, Steam shuts down, and then guess what? How are we gonna game? Well, there'll be Epic Games, and then what will Epic Games do? There'll also be Epic Games in like GOG. They'll probably do the same thing. They're gonna create a casino and allow people to gamble to keep operational costs down. Because I'm guessing that, I'm not sure if that is the case, but I'm guessing that's the case. Just based off the data I saw and how much it costs them just for us downloading games, which is $500 million. That's a lot of money. $500 million just so I can keep downloading Dota 2 and Witcher and BG3. Okay, I'll be back. Yeah, so I'm gonna play the Bioshock video in a bit, and then that's it. I was gonna play BG3, but I ran out of time, so I usually say, oh yeah, I'll do another stream later, but this time I actually will do another stream later. Will you? I don't know, I need to stop saying that. Also, one thing I realized that's hilarious is we just watched a video on addiction, and my shirt says addicted on it. It's completely a coincidence. But this is a shirt about cookies, so. Also, don't get addicted to sugar. Yeah, I swear, drop a water ladder on me. I don't know where from though. It was raining earlier, so maybe there's a leak. I don't know. But it was only one drop. Whatever. My cup is empty. Okay, last video. Last video that is very long. And this is Bioshock Remastered.
Hey, I'm Jeff Keighley.
Director's commentary.
Hey, I'm
So I was gonna play it from the game, but I missed like 3 of the videos. And so, and I was gonna go back in the game and just collect them, but my last save that I made was literally at the beginning of the game. Because if you quick save, it just keeps overwriting the same save. It doesn't make another save, and I never made another save, so ugh. That's my fault. I should have saved it after every. I should have saved after every what's it called? Before I exit a level. But I didn't know. Lesson learned. When I play Bioshock 2, I will save. You will? Oh yeah. Also, W wrench build. Literally, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and that's one thing I like about video games because they're shared experiences. And so I was talking to him about the build that I did, and I told him, I'm like, yeah, I just did a wrench build. For the most part, I just used the wrench the entire time. I loved it because I didn't know if it was gonna work or not. I'm like, it could have been like, oh yeah, this is the stupidest build, and then then I regret it later. But yeah, paid off in the end. It was a good build. Pretty happy with it. Wrecked him. The last boss, I used the wrench the entire time. I didn't use any weapons. You get a bunch of cool weapons. I used the wrench the entire time. Oh, I just kept hitting him. It was satisfying. Also, I was so tilted at the end of the game because I played on hard. I died so many times, which I'm good at gaming. Why am I dying so much? Other than there are certain abilities that I just didn't want to use. That when you're playing on hard, on normal, yeah, you can just like brute force it, which I like doing in games. Like Doom Eternal, you just brute force it. You're good. But Doom Eternal, the combination of weapons you need to use and stuff. But yeah, but you can get it down. Once you get it down, you feel like a god. And if you play Doom Eternal, then you know. But yeah, there's an item in Bioshock that you have to use. It's like a decoy ability, and it'll draw fire from you. I just wasn't willing to use it when it becomes essential because you'll just keep getting shot. Especially the turrets. The turrets just do so much damage. And then even enemies, there's one enemy, he immediately hits you, one of the big daddies, and he has like a rifle. And so as soon as you pop out, the second you pop out, you get hit. So the only way to avoid it is to use a decoy. Yeah. And so yeah, one of the stories, use the decoys. Don't do what I did. Yeah. And so pretty much I'm just gonna watch this and then GG's, and then I might play Bioshock after, or Bioshock. Baldur's Gate. Not after this, but later today. Also, I gotta play it because if I don't play it now, I'm gonna be late.
For
Crap.
Hey, I'm Jeff Keighley.
I talk too much.
In Boston to go behind the scenes to hear some untold stories about the making of Bioshock.
Also, I'm gonna 1.25x because I'm short on time.
Let's talk a bit about the theme and setting of Bioshock, Rapture. I think a lot of people, when they
Welcome to Rapture.
They wondered, how did you even dream of this place? And I know you said publicly before that part of the reason what led you to Rapture was this idea of fully simulating a place. Tell us about that sort of idea and the frustrations you had with other games where you sort of hit a bound.
I think our philosophy was always to do what we were doing
Ken Levine.
rather than try to do something bigger and do it 50% or 40%. So one of the ideas of, and this sort of came from System Shock 2 as well, where you focus on an area that you can really bring to life and you kind of eliminate the questions of, well, why can't I go over the bridge to New Jersey? So we were able to really make a place, I think, that
Yeah, why can't I?
believable and real, even though in actuality it was really quite limited. But we just sort of dressed it with all these buildings outside that were all, were all basically glorified fakes. We let the story drive what we needed to show rather than some kind of like predetermined map which we set down, which is a little different than like System Shock.
Yeah, because you're pretty limited in where you actually go. But what was always cool is going to the areas that just showed the landscape, and it was beautiful. I loved it.
Sort of stacked on top of each other. Rapture was free to sprawl.
Just the concept of an underwater city, like I know for me, it's something I would want to go to
When we first started talking about
one day.
what the spiritual successor to System Shock 2 was going to be, Spaceship came up, but again, we wanted a limited environment. We didn't necessarily want to do Spaceship again. And our first actual exploration of the space was underwater, but ultimately ended up looking like a spaceship. It just happened to have a couple of seaweed fronds outside. And that started to push us towards what artistic statement that we wanted to make this look different and what rules we were going to set for the world. How at every turn we were going to try to remind the player that they were in fact underwater and that this wasn't a spaceship.
And how, like, underwater, we obviously know you did underwater, then in the sky, like, where did you come with the idea of like doing this underwater?
I think there was probably a conversation. It's like, well, what kind of places could be cut off from other places?
Yeah.
Like,
Doesn't fit.
Spaceship, summer camp, like
I have a Goku sticker somewhere. I might put that on here.
from the rest of the world. So you never felt like you should be able to go over that bridge to New Jersey.
I don't want to apply some deep and meaningful conversation. I think it was one of those ideas that you just kind of say, and then everybody's, well, that sounds cool. Let's try that. Let's go for it.
And I think it lended itself to having very nice views out the window without having to build an insane amount of unique assets.
Right.
By today's standards, we still were a small team back then, and there's an expectation that because you're underwater, the view distances are going to be short, so you can really kind of fade out into the fog at a short distance and not have the expectation that why can't I see forever. So there's a lot of limitations in a good way that we put on ourselves by
Just like Silent Hill with the fog.
Cruise ship, then you'd expect to see across the water, and we'd have to deal with that. Same thing with an island.
They use the fog because there were limitations in the hardware. Yeah.
So you came up with the idea of let's do this underwater, let's do this sort of isolated place. Then you had to answer the question of, why would someone build this? Is that sort of how it worked, sort of order of operations? You then had to come up with a story to explain?
Yeah, I think we wanted a very believable reason why they'd be there. And sort of the necessary isolation of the place sort of led to, well, what
By the way, this has a bunch of spoilers for the game, which that's also why I waited until the end, because you get it throughout the story.
I read The Fountainhead.
Yeah.
By Ayn Rand, and I mostly thought it was an interesting.
Yeah, you get the videos throughout the story, but I'm like, I'd rather wait and then watch it at all the end because of the spoilers. So
that tune in to that stuff at that point, and so, but I love the dialogue and kind of speechifying in it because you can see a video game character speaking with that kind of certainty and that kind of confident philosophy. It just seemed like a natural kind of thing to apply to this place, and so it just sort of all came together as a sort of who is the guy who would do this? Well. That character. It was sort of this amalgamation of characters from Ayn Rand's books and Ayn Rand herself. This sort of idealistic person who says, well, the only way to do this is to separate from the rest of the world. Right. And that led to Andrew Ryan.
I am Andrew Ryan.
Hi, I'm Andrew Ryan.
I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled?
He's initially the main villain of the game.
No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God.
But eventually it reveals that there were factions or different, pretty much the city is owned by multiple wealthy people, and they eventually start fighting amongst one another. And so like large towers are owned, or areas of sections are owned by different wealthy people. And so one guy was fighting another guy, but yeah.
The reason for it to be there. So
not too many spoilers, but yeah.
Once we decided on the underwater location and then the closed off spaces, that objectivist story kind of came in and made the art stronger and made the level design stronger because we could feed back into that loop.
And I think that's why we had to have sort of Andrew Ryan's pitch right at the beginning of the game. We wanted people to understand why somebody would go there. And so he makes this very personal one-to-one pitch to the gamer, but also that was a pitch you make to people, which was, there's a place that you can be free of all these things, where you can be sort of put upon by the government and not be afraid of nuclear war, not be afraid of all these other things that will plague you on the surface. We wanted that pitch to sort of resonate and make sense, because that's otherwise by the time you got there you'd be like, well, this place is just fantasy, nobody would ever come here. And that the beauty of the place was also tied into that. It had to be a very attractive proposition, or people who would believe that people would go leave their lives and go to the bottom of the ocean.
I'm sure in some ways you had to convince the team and enroll them in your sort of vision of who this character was going to be and what the setting was going to be? How did that work, Sean? I mean, did Ken come in and say, hey, I've been reading these books, and I think we could sort of...
I believe he just came in one day on a horse and said, Ayn Rand, everybody read The Fountainhead.
Exactly. I bought 30 copies of it.
I think,
Here's a 2,000-page book or something. Go read it.
I mean, really, it was more organic. Like I said, we knew that we had this location, and you struggle to fill it with stories, and you struggle to find meaning of why does this place exist? What's my motivation? And as
what's my motivation?
Ayn Rand a little more and started talking to us about it, and we were
to get away from the world. Whoa!
Like, oh, this could totally work. Like, this is exciting. Like, this is
start a new
really hasn't been done in a video
beginning.
game before. And if we had flipped it and come up with the idea first before.
Well, that's also why I play Infinite, because
that excited about it, but
I think it takes place in the future, or I'm not actually sure.
With that story and
yeah,
because of the order of operation there.
Or current time when the game was made, but with these modern advancements, things move forward. But yeah.
Sort of the setting, and you think of maybe a character or something. Was there a moment that you think back, like, oh, like right then and there, like I got excited when you attached the
For me, it was going to Rockefeller Center and seeing the visual. So I told this story before, but my wife and I were in New York, and we went to Rockefeller Center, which was, if you go to Rockefeller Center, it basically looks exactly like Rapture. It's because every building, you're sort of encircled. It's this block in New York, or a couple blocks in New York, where Radio City Music Hall is, and 30 Rockefeller Plazas, where you see that show 30 Rock, and the ice skating rink, and where they put the Christmas tree, and it's this very iconic location. But what's cool about it, it's all one, unlike the rest of the city. Everywhere you look, it's one architectural style. It's Art Deco, and it's very iconic Art Deco. And my wife and I were there, and we were sort of working on the game, and we didn't have a visual style, and all of a sudden I started looking around, and I said,
Rapture.
Oh, this could be a visual for the game. Also, the geometry of it was actually quite.
So they based Rapture off of Rockefeller Plaza.
Geometry, Art Deco is quite
old and simple.
Old and geometric, yeah, and simple. And so my wife and I bought
that. Makes a lot of sense now.
This is before iPhone
right,
cameras,
exactly. Throwaway cameras.
Yeah, throwaway cameras, the little Kodak things, and we just started photographing doorknobs and light fixtures, and just sort of developed the photos. Remember that? Brought them in and said,
in the office, here's a stack of stuff.
Here's a stack of photos. I'll see you guys in a couple of years. Go make this.
Coincidence? That looks just like Rockefeller Center. No, he just said it. Oh, sorry.
Rapture can become your city as well.
Yeah, so he lives in New York City.
With an art style, some of the iconic characters, and then you really had to build the narrative around.
Also, because a lot of the buildings in New York are old.
A lot of the themes in the game, and greed, jealousy, sex, violence, all the things that sort of drive us or what destroy us. And that was something I think that as you thought about the story of the game, you wanted to, I'm sure, reflect some of those, right? Because I think people love the characters. It's sort of flawed in a way, and this is a world which is its own little microcosm, but had a lot of tension inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, the character Ryan was sort of he's basically invisible through most of the game, right? Except for a very small portion. But he's very present because he exists. The city is him, right? It's such a representation of him. We never want to cut away to a cutscene where you saw Andrew Ryan, planning and scheming. We wanted him to be very present without actually being present. But once you had Ryan, once you had his desire to protect this vision of his, you just had to then come up with the characters who'd be arrayed in opposition to him. So we had this character, the Big Daddy, and then eventually the character, the Little Sister, and so characters like Tenenbaum came along. Like, here's a person who's in opposition to him for this reason, and then you have, for more noble reasons, and then you have a character like Atlas, who's much more cynical opposition. Once we had all the characters arrayed, we're like, well,
Atlas just wants control. Tenenbaum was trying to save the Little Sisters because they were experimenting on them.
Homing in on that theme and making sure that you weren't, eventually figuring out that.
But she was the one doing it. But she didn't want to keep doing it. Oh, okay.
Part of the story, even though you don't know you're an integral part of the story, you think you're just there by happenstance.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel.
Mr. Bubbles. Hello, Mr. Bubbles.
I can see light coming from
Look, Mr. Bubbles.
Wait a minute. He's still breathing.
Still breathing.
It's all right. I know he'll be an angel soon.
How'd she know? She predicted it.
Bioshock was groundbreaking in many regards when it released in 2007, though fundamentally it shared many consistencies with the Irrational System Shock series. What elements of System Shock translated into Bioshock, and what was refined
I'll put a shock to your system.
to create the world of Rapture? Let's take a look at the long road from System Shock to Bioshock.
From System Shock to Bioshock. Also, I don't know the names of the segments. Let's see if it says below. Imagining Bioshock behind the pitch. Well, that made it easy. I was going to scroll down to look for it.
Everyone knows where the game ended up, but I think fans would be interested to learn where this game or the idea of doing this game started. And I think folks know System Shock and the legacy of that game. Huge fan base. Did it start?
I never played System Shock.
Initially?
No, I mean, cause we didn't have the rights to that.
Yeah.
Right? We kind of felt that there was more game design to mine there. You know, that was sort of, we did that one game, and it was sort of the first game that really combined shooting and RPG. And it was a very small budget. You know, it was a very small team, and it was the first game we had ever done. So we got pretty lucky, I think, in terms of how well it came out. But you know, but the odds were sort of stacked against it. And the team, you know, was really enthusiastic about doing a game like that. You know, time had evolved, and the team was much more. We had done a bunch of games together, and we were, you know, we had a stable technology base, and we were like, okay,
System Shock 3,
which System Shock 2 was not. I mean, that engine, no game had ever shipped on that engine. It was a very crude piece of technology. Most of us had never shipped a game at the time. So like, well, what
Ancient
if we
tech.
had a stable technology base, and we had a team that was more experienced
Behind the pitch.
and we had, you know, an actual.
Oh, it says down here.
Director,
Oops,
and
just
we
kidding.
didn't really have on System Shock 2.
Deeper shooter,
What could we
bigger
do?
process,
And so I think
community,
a lot of enthusiasm of the team to really
theater, reality check, world of themes,
that kind of game.
raptures, denizens, versus morality, Excelsior, Excelsior. Yeah, easy. Oh, nice.
You know, this is before we had sold the company to Take-Two, and we were an independent.
It takes two, baby.
Using the money we made from other development deals
What?
we had, and we were trying to
Baby.
get whatever time and money we had to work
Me
on this
and
thing.
who?
It was not actually something I was particularly keen on
What?
doing.
What?
Was much more keen on doing a
What?
sort of a
System Shocks.
game than I was, because
As you're pitching, right?
Hmm.
well, I mean, there was an actual System Shock 3 that we were pitching.
System Shock 3.
We were right after System Shock 2, but that never happened. We couldn't get anybody interested, because System Shock 2 sold like 5 copies, right? And so, as the business guy, the guy who had to not only just sort of write the content, but the guy who had to go out and get the deals and pay everybody, I wasn't particularly excited about doing this, because
Writer and producer.
we did System Shock 2 and nobody bought it. You know, it got great reviews, it got these insane reviews, but it left us in a place where it didn't really move the needle for us in terms of making payroll. So I wasn't super excited about it, because I didn't see a publisher be interested in it, and I didn't see the audience actually be particularly interested in this kind of game. And it was really the team who convinced me to invest in this, because they're enthusiastic. I think a lot of them came to the studio because of System Shock 2. And so finally, they sort of battered me down, and it's good they did, because I was not the first fan of doing this.
And I know initially there was something called the Serene Dawn. That was a spaceship, or what was that?
No, that was
the name of a cult, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Sorry, okay.
Enhanced edition, renamed.
That one's, I think, been lost to the. If I remember correctly, Serene Dawn was a cult. You were playing as a deprogrammer that was infiltrating the cult, and your name happened to be Carlos Coelho, who is one of our programmers.
1999.
It was named after him, yeah. Then there was a story notion that I was.
I wonder if it actually was fun.
You have these cults, and you have sometimes people who they're these sort of characters who are really live on the edge of the gray morality, which is these guys who come in and essentially kidnap people out of these cults or rescue them, depending on how you look at it. Because what it really is, from a functional standpoint, it's kidnapping, right? You're coming to an adult and you're saying, you know, you're hired by their parents or whoever. And this was in the story, it was like a senator whose daughter was joined one of these religious movements called the Serene Dawn. You said,
yeah, Serene Dawn.
And I always thought that was a really interesting tension of this hero who's basically a kidnapper and taking a young woman against her will out of the place that she was in. Now, you could also make the other argument that, well, she was not really there by her will. But there's a really interesting conversation that goes on there. I think there was actually a Kate Winslet movie, a Harvey Keitel Kate Winslet movie, which dealt with a similar theme. Because usually you hear that story, you know, these deprogrammers as a sort of heroic kind of notion. But I always thought there was something interesting about agency going on there, and about are people entitled to make bad mistakes, or or is it a bad mistake? It all depends on the person. You know, and I'm not a fan of religious cults or religion in general, but there seemed to be an interesting discussion of freedom there and independent decision making. And I thought that idea was cool, and that was sort of the basis of it for a while. But it was really mostly for the purpose of we needed something to go out and pitch to publishers, and so we didn't have a ton of time to really develop it. So that sounded like, all right, this will do for now.
And was that pre-Underwater City? I mean, this was just like an idea for a story.
We may have stepped away from that to do the cult thing, but then we went back to the Underwater.
No, we had that one room, remember?
We had the one World War II room with the roaches on the ground and like these weird test tube things that you could walk around. I don't know where that fell. It could have been underwater. There was no windows.
The thing is, we were a small business, right? And we were trying to figure out a way to sell this thing with spending the least amount of money, because we didn't have any money. We don't have a pot to piss in. So we would do this demo. That was one room basically, just to show. And I'd write up a document. And we
because I'm guessing they spent all their money on System Shock 2, and it just failed. It flopped, and then because you make one game that's successful, then you're like, okay, I'm gonna put a large amount of my budget into a second game, and then if it flopped because you said it sold like 5 copies, then there goes all your money. But the thing is, if it does well, then exponential growth. Like when you see good games that come out, it just does this. Woo. Just like with the film industry.
And I'd be like, my mom likes it,
Like, what was it? Terrifier, the first one had such a small budget. The second one had a decent budget, but both of them did really well. And so then the third movie had a huge budget, like blockbuster budget.
Open up, their Excel
Yeah.
spreadsheet and be like, no, we can't do this. And I think the pitch
And
probably
so
evolved
yeah,
as we kept trying
you
different
just have to hope that what you make,
We were also out there trying to sell
people want.
like 2 or 3 other things at the time. We had a pitch for a game called Monster Island, and
Well, our SWAT 5 pitch was...
oh, Zombie SWAT.
Yeah,
Zombie SWAT.
We just come off of SWAT 4, which is like hardcore tactical, and we decided they wanted us to do another SWAT, and we didn't really want to do another hardcore tactical game, so we're like, what if we added zombies to SWAT? Like,
And this
you're a
was
SWAT team that fights zombies.
Zombies.
That sounds awesome.
Well, that's kind of what Bioshock felt like. Everyone were zombies.
And so we came
So the game felt a lot like Dead Island. Even the way they would react too.
But we couldn't get anybody interested in it.
Because sometimes when you see them, they'll like kind of like go crazy, and I'm like, that's exactly like on Dead Island.
Werewolves and vampires. Those
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The whole, like, just throw it all the Universal Studios monsters from like...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So what happened was we couldn't sell it, but we were always sort of independent minded. And so I said, well, what if we sort of did this in reverse? Instead of getting a publisher first and then going doing a press tour on it, what if we sort of did the press first?
Yeah.
And we called up a guy, Andrew Park, at GameSpot at the time.
That's
He
pretty
was
smart.
a fan of System Shock 2 and a great guy. And I said, well, will you come out and look at this thing we're doing and write a story on it? And he's like, sure. And Andrew flew out
Right.
and we showed him what we had, which is this very, very rudimentary thing about an underwater base. And he wrote up an article and sort of featured as that this is the spiritual successor to System Shock 2. And the next day, the phone started ringing from publishers who now all of a sudden saw that the article was getting all this pickup and all these comments and people were excited. And that really, I think, put it over the top in terms of being able to sell it, even though it was not Bioshock at that point. It was called Bioshock, but it was not Bioshock. There would have been I don't think there would have been a game. We never would have sold it without Andrew coming out doing that.
My belly's full of angel's blood.
One of the biggest challenges Irrational faced when developing Bioshock was figuring out a way to retain the feeling of a deep RPG while making the game accessible to a broader console audience. Ultimately, the team succeeded in creating an intricate system of weapon and character upgrades that gave the player choice and customization, while keeping the gameplay fast, lean, and engaging.
Yeah, the upgrades were satisfying, especially when I got to the second level, and I was getting whooped, and I was like, man, I need upgrades. But then once I got those upgrades, yeah, it made a huge difference.
One of the hallmarks of Bioshock,
Upgrades people.
for me at least, was that it really blended RPG and sort of first-person action game together in a way that is sort of standard today, but a decade ago was really pretty revolutionary. And I know for the team, I think at some point it became clear that you wanted this to work on consoles, not on PC, right?
Well, both, yeah.
Yeah. But so the idea of doing a console game and a PC game, and doing something that sort of felt like a shooter but had much more depth. And I know in some of the early design docs you talked about sort of creating an FPS plus versus an RPG light. What was the difference in your mind between those two?
I think for us, is the big difference between System Shock and Bioshock.
Yeah, it kind of did feel like an RPG light.
System Shock was more about your character growth, and Bioshock was more about the environment.
Because even the way you like leveled up or did more damage, one of the ways was you had to take pictures of the enemies, and then if you take enough pictures, then it increases your damage output to to that character.
But as we started working on Bioshock,
That, but you also get other abilities. We would also get perks that made you stronger.
the most important thing about the game.
Like what was it with the Big Daddies? The perk you got from them, I think, was the wrench ability, which is the best. And the other one was what was it? From the Little Sisters, you get HP and EV, slight increase to HP and EV. Yeah.
And us telling him the story, telling him or her the story. It was still very much for the time. I think for the time, quite different than what you had seen in terms of there wasn't a lot of growth in shooters. So it was still, I think, for the time, very, very revolutionary.
And yeah, I kind of did glaze over the story a bit, but one thing is it was kind of hard to go through the story because usually you would get a call from like from your walkie-talkie when you would find a video, and that was kind of annoying. But then I'm like, okay, I'll find a tape, and then I want to listen to it, but then oh yeah, wait until this thing plays through, and so I'm kind of just standing there waiting when I don't really want to stand there and wait. But yeah.
Something that from a sort of creative standpoint, was it always clear?
Also, because just volume, like I even lowered the volume and increased the volume of the videos, but it was whatever.
Over time, and
It kind of needed to be louder to hear it properly. But yeah.
It had its own unique challenges. Like certainly upgrading the weapons, you had to design a base weapon that didn't feel like crap. Still felt like something that you wanted to use, but then the ability to add the upgrades to that, and each of the upgrades in any order. So you have to be aware that this parts A, B, and C could come in at any different time to upgrade the weapon. In a first-person shooter, that's your star. That's the thing that you're seeing all the time. When it comes to other things, plasmids, things that are
tonics.
Tonics, yes.
Yeah, I just used electricity the entire time.
It's 10 years. Those things were more
Fingers.
offloaded to machines that you would then have to interact
For the
with
most
someone
part.
carrying the
And then
around.
telekinesis when
Each of these decisions
required,
you
useful.
upgrade.
The rocket,
Yeah, it goes from the mouse and keyboard. Okay, we can just use the mouse, and you have all these buttons at your
what was
disposal.
it? Machines, rocket launchers that shoot at you. I would just throw the rockets back with telekinesis. That's the best way to take them out. And then taking them over was not worth it because the rockets would hit you and you would just die.
Different ammo types and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We went through numerous iterations of the interface.
The only issue I had with the ammo types is you don't get enough ammo.
It was
So
very
yeah,
expensive, very
that was a little annoying.
around, and we just kept working on it and working on it and working on it because we want to feel like second nature. But that was, we spent a lot of time on that.
I don't know when. I think it was the third level until I realized all you have to do is press Q to switch to different ammo types.
What motivated the idea of having so much choice
Yeah.
in the way you could sort of play through this game? What was it to give the player a better sense of authorship over the experience, or what was driving that?
I've always liked the idea of giving the player a lot of agency in terms of their playstyle and experimenting with the playstyle and trying different things and seeing what works.
Melee build.
Interacting with the environment. The notion that it's sort of a playground that you get to play around with and imprint your own desire on was great, because I think we were more skeptical about being able to do that with story at the time. In fact, so much to the point where that became...
Yeah, like doing the melee build. And then I mentioned this, and then another friend who I was talking to about it also did a melee build.
Play the experience.
W.
And how you load out your weapons and how you interact.
W
with the
shared
environment.
experiences.
As compared to most shooters at the time, where basically like you can shoot them with a shotgun or shoot them with the the pistol. That was really important to us. So we spent.
And then
a lot of
for Big Daddies, the best way to kill him was a shotgun.
in a way that you would expect and hope it to react when you tried something.
Right. And some of those.
And then especially with the electro rounds. But yeah, but also burning him, the Big Daddies did do a lot of damage. Damn, it's doing a ton of damage.
Big Daddy and the little sister, like you can't get Adam unless
I made a huge mistake.
It then becomes a roving boss fight. Which
There's also perks that let fire damage do a lot more damage, so maybe he has that on.
Happy, like,
But for me, the biggest issue was you would just run out of ammo. And I'm like, what happens once you run out of ammo?
different type of boss fight that you hadn't really
Yeah.
seen.
Actually,
in other
That's why I didn't want to like dedicate to certain weapons, because you run out of ammo. You don't have the money to buy more ammo, or to buy more ammo. And
they were so tough, nobody
yeah.
would ever fight them, because why on earth would you go after that?
The wrench has infinite ammo.
So we had to come up with a currency that was exclusive to them, because we knew that was where the fun was, right? But we also knew people were terrified of them, and we didn't want to fight them. So video game development and system development is a lot like economics, right? In economics, you try to encourage certain behaviors through tax, usually through tax policy. Well, you want business growth, so you lower taxes on certain segments of the business economy, or you want to encourage people to move into this area.
Yeah, there's a perk that reduces the cost of items.
Daddy and Adam became that incentive. But then once you had this Adam, then you had a new piece of narrative, which they could then incorporate back into the story.
I enjoyed that. Tasty.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
Talk a bit about the plasmids and the vending machines and that sort of whole approach to, I guess, what is kind of a tech tree, but and coming from PC games, used to strategy games and whatnot, with very complicated ways of how you would upgrade things. I thought you guys did you had a really interesting approach to how you made it very accessible to a console audience. How did that evolve? Did you know the vending machines were going to be there from the get-go?
We had vending machines in System Shock 2, so we were sort of lifting that, and I always thought that was a fun notion because it's a affordance that people already understand. They see a vending machine, they know immediately, oh, that's where I buy stuff, right? Yeah. And you also then have to have a shopkeep. When we talked about wanting to make things, put limitations on ourselves so things felt fully believable, if we had a shopkeeper sitting there, you can't shoot him, he sits there, he doesn't say anything, and all of a sudden he feels fake, where a vending machine, the Circus of Values machine, can feel 100% authentic. Despite the fact that it's selling like ammo and stuff like that, which is.
But in an objectivist society where you don't have rules and regulations, and that type of thing, it feeds
What's funny is I never questioned the fact that a vending machine sold ammo.
By having these characters who sort of don't really live and breathe in the world, so the vending machines became an important part of that. But we still want to give them character, and hence and so that clown image came from a piece of that image is actually from like a fruit container or something like the 1940s. Okay. And so we had a book of like royalty-free images, and I saw that image, and I'm like, let's put that clown on it. We'll call it Circus of Values, and then we wrote some lines for it. Decided he'd be this sort of asshole clown, and then we hired the best actor in the world to play that part. That's me. And I cost my biggest Avengers. I didn't cost anything.
I didn't know you were really.
I was a clown.
Yeah.
I was a clown.
I hear it in my head every day.
My wife hates that voice. She hates that voice.
You can give us a little other right here.
Welcome to the Circus of Values. She does not allow me to do that, so I do it outside the house. But it allowed us to have something that felt very rich and very real.
Welcome to the Circus of Values. Cravings and the circuits of values.
Sort of the motif of sort of the video. That was a really fun way, I thought, to sort of explain that. Sean, how did you guys evolve that?
Oh, when I was tilting, hearing that drove me crazy. Because I was like, give me ammo.
You make the assumptions because you're dealing with them every day.
And then you go to one and they wouldn't have health, because not all of them have health. And I was just like, you stupid clown.
And we always joke that you can't ship a developer with a game, or you can't expect somebody to have a README file.
And then when you would fail hacking it, it would laugh at you.
How do we present this to the audience in such a way that they're going to understand what it is fictionally and what it is functionally?
Plasma is by Ryan Industries. I never used that ability until towards the end. It kind of forced you to use all the abilities.
Again, because going back to the narrative, this is what would happen in Rapture. People are trying to sell these things, so they would come up with commercials that explain.
Also, because towards the end, before you were getting the abilities, but then later on you could buy them. Before you had to find them, like you were finding them in different places. Yeah, maybe they ran out of time. Like I don't know, they're probably running out of money or something. So they're like, hey, no time to incorporate it into the story. Let's just put it out there.
Frames of animation in them essentially, and so we had to figure out how do we message how this thing works in like that. And that's what marketing is, right?
And that was really cool how they market it.
How something works. And
it plays a little video.
Tutorializing are very similar things, right? You're trying to get a message across in a very brief period of time in a very snappy fashion. And I think that one of the things that I always felt about games is that tutorials are sort of death. And because they're usually like, you go into a scene and there's like a shooting range or something like that, and
narratively they never really make sense either.
And they're so boring. And so we always try to put a big burden on ourselves. How do we train people while not letting them know they're being trained? And brevity is really important to that. So we had a bunch of art constraints on that, which also led to a bunch of writing constraints. And so those things were like, I don't even know if they were 30 seconds.
Yeah,
they were really short. Yeah, like 15 seconds long. We had to explain a whole plasmid in that period of time, and I think that was a good exercise because it also made the game. It forced us to be concise and to really explain what this thing was like that.
Throw objects at foes. You can even catch grenades and throw them back.
Yeah, I would do that. But the thing is, a lot of times you would just end up getting hurt by it.
Gameplay is a science that many developers still struggle with today. Bioshock has left an indelible mark on gaming narrative that can be seen and felt in many modern releases, but Irrational's motto remained from the beginning: don't start with the story, start with the gameplay.
Yeah. Imagining Bioshock, the creative process.
A lot of fans probably wonder about the process you go through in writing the story and the design for a game like Bioshock. You've talked about how it evolved over time and what eventually shifts is very different than your initial vision. Do you guys write like a script or a design document for the game and that becomes sort of the Bible that everyone drives towards, or do you iterate much more?
It's different for every game. Like System Shock 2, I went back to it recently. I wrote a design document, and like we started that project in September, and the design document I saw was dated like October or something. So like in a month, like I wrote the design document, and it didn't change. A lot of it, got expanded upon, but the basic design really didn't change on that. Where on Bioshock, I think it evolved in real time much more. Like we had a pretty substantial design shift, like a year before the ship date.
For Bioshock?
Bioshock, yeah. It got to be much more about the experience of being in Rapture than about being in your character sheet. And so the game evolved more towards that experiential kind of thing and making sure every idea was expressed in the world as well as just on your character sheet. So before you'd have a lot of things like, I'm doing fire damage or electrical damage, but that was sort of a number flying off a head versus, the whole notion of like, there's barrels and you light them on fire and then you can pick them up and throw them.
But you'd have stats coming off characters and all that stuff?
Much more so.
Oh, really?
And that evolved, sort of, we did a design shift, but I don't know how well that got documented.
Wait, did you have to light the barrels on fire first?
We were just sort of changing things, laying down the tracks.
Oh, the wooden barrels. I never did that.
The screenplay.
I guess I could have though.
It's a bunch of, probably Excel files and fragments.
Because there's metal barrels, but when you throw them, they explode. So. Yeah.
The actor perform, because once the actor takes on it, you listen to their voice and you say, what you wrote doesn't really matter. Like, what is the right thing for this actor playing this role to be saying? So I tend to do a lot of rewriting in the session. And
cool.
Then, like you have a bug late at night where somebody says, "Oh, this doesn't make any sense," and you're like, "Oh God," you have to write a new audio log and try to get the actor.
Cater towards the actor.
Figure out
the voice actor.
The best way to get this idea across. Yeah. And is it an audio log? Is it a poster on the wall? Is it a piece of text that pops up on the screen? That's always depending on how much time you have and what actor availability is. So, the plans sort of fall apart. I think we've worked on that a bunch since on the new project we're working on, where we are trying to document things a lot better and keep things a lot more logical. But the train was running so fast on Bioshock that we just sort of.
Early on, we got the Andrew Ryan scene in, like we'd said before, and that was kind of like the keystone. Like, we're going to put a lot of work into this, so this can't change. Everything that happens before or after that don't really involve a lot of departments working together to make a scene those things are very malleable. And if you need to change audio logs to represent a story, if you need to add lines or take away lines, that's very doable. And I think for a while we even had like text to speech.
We even did that, I remember for Infinite with Booker and Elizabeth and all their dialogue, and that really didn't work very well, because you'd have these dramatic scenes, and it'd be like, Elizabeth, we need to go to Comstock, and it just, it almost had no value as far as I was concerned.
Atlas Radio gone ahead. Says you were looking for an invite for the fisheries. Nuts, I say. But if in your heads up to the Wharf Master's office at my old Peach on research camera, maybe I could manage an invite.
Ken has so much of these games in his head, and you're sort of you can keep it all straight, or try to, with all the different things and changes. But from the team perspective, Sean, I mean, because this is evolving and Ken's thinking in his head about how this all ties together, how does the team sort of keep up with what the whole game's going to look like?
There's a lot of specifics that can change. For instance, Atlas used to have a Southern drawl,
right?
And then we recast to the Irish.
And we actually cast an actor, wrote the lines, did the whole thing, and realized that people hated that character and distrusted him from the first start. So we had to rewrite him, recast him, redo everything.
Yeah, from a team perspective, you kind of get a sense on which things are going to be really volatile and that you probably want to push off till later, because if you work on it now, it might change. Larger themes don't tend to change too much, meaning we knew we were in Rapture, we knew we had Big Daddies, we knew we had Little Sisters, we knew we had Splicers, we knew what the arc of the story was about Jack coming into Rapture, and the specifics of this radio log versus that radio log didn't really affect anyone outside the audio team at that time, because we could still build the environment. We still knew what the environment was. We still knew what the animations were. There are areas you learn just by working in the same space for a while that this scene, I'm not touching this yet because I know that it's going to get changed a lot. I think these themes are pretty nailed down, so I'm going to focus the team on getting these things done.
I won't leave you twisting in the wind. We're gonna need to draw out of hiding.
Yeah, I like the garden level.
The audio logs were, a great part of the game, and something that if you're a true fan, I mean, people really go in and listen to those and piece that all together. But I imagine there's a lot of work that goes into deciding, well, this is better for an audio log versus game dialogue, and there's the act of sort of cutting back and sort of saying, we need to be clear about what the narrative is for the game.
That's where I had an issue when they put the audio logs in, because they would play narrative and they would play audio logs, like in similar areas. But yeah, kind of an idea.
That you have to face, and so any ideas you have to get across. Especially as you start playing the game, you realize, well, this doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You have to figure out.
But I guess to be fair, I wasn't rushing. I took a lot of time playing it, but I could have paused to listen to them.
Well, there's also characters that you can bring in that have audio logs that aren't, Atlas, Tenenbaum, those are your big ones. You can bring in somebody to do a short, a few different audio logs. It's a character that some players may not even find, but it adds a little bit of depth to Rapture.
And it also, like, usually each character generally is about a certain idea, and we don't just sort of come up with characters like we have an idea problem that we need to solve, and so let's introduce a character who's this guy, and he will be the guy who sort of shepherds you through that idea.
Julie, my dear, I am trying to run a business here.
Like, I think, what was it, Cohen? He was the one experimenting on all the girls. And then you don't have to kill him, but I absolutely killed him.
I'm grabbing my shotgun. As to your question, yes. My days in
And then yeah, but if you get a headshot on him with the bow, it pretty much I think it one-shotted him. I remember I was trying to fight him, and I'm like, dang, this guy's hard. But then I just shot him with the bow, and literally one-shot kill.
Always been surprised that more people pick up on, or was there something
Headshot.
A connection to a character you thought was really going to resonate with people, which didn't, anything like that?
No, it's the opposite. I was amazed. I don't know how you felt, but I was amazed how many people connected to the Would You Kindly stuff. Like,
Would you kindly?
Because
Would you kindly? Would you kindly?
I don't think
okay, I'll do it.
It's like really this or that.
Because they're so polite.
Had any sense that people were going to connect to it? I think.
Not because I'm brainwashed. Would you kindly? Would you kindly?
And I don't think I really until I heard Pat put together the revelation moment, where it's like, where you had all the bits that Atlas had said to you in the past building up, and then there was a visual that went along with that. That's when I realized it was going to be a really powerful moment. But even so, I still was. Did I think people were really going to connect to it or really even understand it? Because it's pretty out there. And that it was meta commentary too. I think that completely, I thought like, oh, it's kind of meta, cool. But people connected to it in a much bigger way.
Yeah, the choice engine and everything, and also just, being able to kind of roll back and think of all those other moments throughout the game. And so,
Would you kindly?
A revelation like that, they're few and far between in games where you sort of like, then you want to play it again, you're just like, oh wow, really, that does all make sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a team, we were definitely proud of what we had done. But up till that point, SWAT 4 was the biggest game that we worked on, and we had no expectation of that anybody would pick this up. Or even like Bioshock cosplay. I remember the first cosplay I saw with the guy in the Big Daddy suit, and his little daughter was in the kitchen cabinet. I think that was the first one I saw. I was like, whoa, people know this stuff. That's insane.
Yeah, people were building these outfits, and that only expanded with Infinite. I mean, that sort of went crazy with Infinite, with people cosplaying Elizabeth and Luteces and Booker. It meant a lot to people, and I don't think that's something we ever saw coming, and we're deeply grateful for it, because it's one thing to make a game and get good reviews and stuff like that. It's another thing to have things that people are having their weddings themed around it, and their tattoos.
Wow.
And naming their children after characters. You can't plan for that, and I think the only way that could happen is if you just make something that you're deeply in love with and passionate about. I can say we were. It was something there's a lot of passion on the team about, but we didn't know people were gonna take away what they did.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly?
Would you kindly?
Powerful phrase.
Sure.
Familiar phrase.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find it? Would you kindly find it?
Would you kindly?
Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
Would you?
Part of the challenge with that, though, is when people love fiction so much and they dive into every word written in every audio log and try and connect all the fiction, make sure it all makes sense. Are there any things from that game that you sort of look back and it's like, oh wow, like we didn't explain this and we should have, or things that fans have misinterpreted over the years?
There are things we think that we did that should have or shouldn't have been in the game. Like I was never a fan of having two endings, and I think
that's what the publisher was asking you to sort of have a.
Yeah, it's 3 endings, but technically 2 of the endings are pretty similar.
Hands off. That was the one thing they insisted on, and it's not something I really thought was a good idea, because they're still limited, even though they're multiple. They're still limited, and so that was something that we ended up doing. One of the endings was far better than the other one. I mean, there's no. It's clear that I was much more interested in the happier ending with the Little Sisters than I was with the nuclear side.
Happier ending was fantastic.
The idea that this game is, if you're making a choice throughout it, I'm sure some people are like, oh well, then it has to be a payoff, right?
Except the game was really about
lack of choice.
Not being a choice. So that always struck me as a tension that was weird. But look, at the end of the day, they were putting up a lot of money, and so I can't really complain. They weren't dictatorial at all during the development. So that was the one thing, but that's a game that I wouldn't have put the final boss battle. Like we seem to end up doing that over and over and over again. Every time we start a project, I'm like, I'm never going to do that again. We're never going to do that again, and we end up doing it. Right. We're not good at boss battles, and that you're fighting that guy, and look, this is the naked dude. It just doesn't work.
Totally makes sense.
But and it works pretty well up till then, but then it just doesn't work.
Should have fought a dragon. No, kidding. That's final boss. Literally, I just circle strafe the entire time and hit him with a wrench. Oh dang, that did a lot of damage. He's the bow. Whatever. I like the melee. Kill that guy. Go on.
A reflection of their character.
Reflection of their character. Going down. Bloop 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 bloop. Imagining Bioshock. Community theater.
Let's talk about some of the characters in Bioshock. There's so many that fans love, and there are many Wikia pages about them. One thing that I think a lot of fans may not realize is you were telling stories with these characters, a decade ago. And technology today, as we saw in a game like Infinite, you can do amazing things with facial expressions and storytelling. Conveying that emotion that you did 10 years ago with limited technology was challenging. How hard was it back in the day to sort of convey story in engine?
Yeah, it was built on Unreal Engine 2.5.
Atlas, they were just splicer models, right?
Yeah, Tenenbaum was Ladysmith, which is there's a reason that she's in shadow behind glass, and it's not to be dramatic. It's because we couldn't afford to build another.
Really?
Yeah.
So just something simple like you couldn't afford to build.
We didn't have the we didn't have a few character models in the game. There's like maybe 8 or 9 character models.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're like, oh, we'll put her in silhouette behind a light, and people think it's noir.
And so much of it was driven by the voice performance. I feel like, because it all it was like a radio play in many ways still.
Yeah, we had some really good actors, and I was able to spend a lot of time.
There was a lot of narration,
the fact that I
which is
could
cool.
write the stuff directed and then rewrite in the room, and the fact that we had actors who were, for whatever reason, I wasn't even in the same room as them. I was on a speakerphone.
Right.
They were in a studio in New York.
I guess my only issue was it was hard for me to hear it because usually there's a lot of explosions going on when you're fighting. Yeah.
Maybe since, but at the time I hadn't met a single one of them. Except maybe a couple people I played the Circus of Avis thing.
It would have been good. I guess it would have been harder. Every time you have a narration, have an area that's just clear of enemies.
In terms of the tech and the sort of time we had for it, but the actors were, we had some exceptional actors.
I will say, as doing animation on that game, that you can hide bad animation behind really good audio, and it makes the animation look better. We didn't have a tech animator. It was me. I'd never rigged characters before, and now I'm rigging characters, trying to figure out how, to get all these characters out to the animation team. So we're very limited when it came to animation tools. Since apologize to my animators.
No, you did the big. I mean, for your.
Oh wait, that was the guy that experimented on the women. The other guy made people into paper mache people.
So we figured out what we could do and what we could do well, and tried to hide, kind of put into the darkness the things that we knew we could do very well. And having voice actors of that caliber that can bring those characters to life, you tend to fill in the blanks.
So tell me, friend, which one of the bitches sent you? The KGB wolf or the CIA jackal? Here's the news. Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder.
Or is it? Take it all. Loot. Loot all.
And you did get to revisit Rapture in the DLC for Infinite, and with today's technology or technology from a few years ago, I'm sure it was liberating for you guys in some ways to be able to use that tech to bring the environment and also characters to life. What was that experience like for you guys to go back and sort of revisit Rapture?
So I think the reason Unreal, or what was it, Dead Island and Bioshock were the same, I'm guessing they were both built on Unreal 2.5.
Not just rebuild everything from scratch, we had to reimagine it from scratch because...
Which would make sense why the character models look so similar.
Bigger, but still feel
Yeah.
like Rapture.
They're pre-made.
We're making a different kind of experience than Bioshock 1, so it was tricky to make it feel like it was the same.
And the character models available aren't compared to what they are now, but yeah, there's a lot now.
The Barrel Sea Part 2 was really a stealth game, and you're really telling the story of Elizabeth throughout those things. Yeah. So it was a different lens, but it was also cool because it allowed me to make the whole story about Elizabeth. To have her be central to the franchise from the very beginning, and she was always, she became the heart of it to me, and to have her, it was really exciting for me to make her, her heroism be something that set the events of Bioshock into motion, which eventually, saves all of the little sisters. That was really gratifying, a nice way to tie the whole thing up for me.
And you probably didn't have that idea 10 years ago, right? You had to retrofit it all?
I have no idea.
He has a letter that he's addressed to himself that's 10 years old. But yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, for me, it was a nice way for me to say goodbye to Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite because those two worlds together. You don't realize, or I don't think the audience realizes how much time you spend with these characters trying to get them out and polished and into the world. And it was a good opportunity.
Trying to get it perfect.
To kind of have that little coda at the end where you're like, okay, I get to. Now I'm ready to move on to the next thing. I've had a nice, break. Like let's seal this off, and now I'm on to the next thing.
And it was like 12 years of our lives too. Between the very
beginning
of it, and it was a long time.
Well, I mean, so
12 years.
My daughter, who is 16 now, I did a lot of filming of her when she was 6 as a little sister.
Wow.
And this was not mocap, I was just running around the office. And I'm like trying to be like,
that's pretty cool.
Over the thing and pretend you die. Or like trying to not traumatize a 6-year-old. Yeah, pretend you're drinking something and and I never showed her the actual game until much later. But she
she's in the game. Sweetheart, by the way, here's you.
And actually used her for the little sister in Paris.
Yeah.
Running after the balloons.
All over this game.
Be like a nice
way to come together.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
Original game that
that's
you found hardest to write. I mean,
he has his daughter in the game.
Atlas, things like that. But was there a character that was the most challenging for you, Ken?
Well, Atlas, because he was basically written completely twice. That was very, very tough, and I was very happy about the original character, and I thought I'd really done something great. And then we showed it to people, and they just hated it, and they didn't trust him. And if they didn't trust him, we were screwed. And so it was tough because we, after having gone through all the recording, to actually have to let the actor go. It's no fault of his own, right? It was on us. He had invested in it. Tell him that it wasn't going to happen, and rewrite it from scratch. That was hard, and that was tough. And then after I finished it, I had a debate with somebody on the team who felt the accent was really, really phony. And we had an English person on the team, and he felt the accent was really, really phony. So at the last minute, we basically ended up doing a focus test in Ireland. To see if people bought the accent, because the actor who was playing Atlas was Irish, but he was from a different part of Ireland, so he was playing a different kind of Irish accent. I don't think he was from Dublin, and Atlas sort of had a Dublin accent. And so at the last minute, I thought I was going to have to do it again. And fortunately, the focus test came back, and people loved it.
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm
nice.
And I aim to keep you alive.
And a lot of the villains in the game felt like they were, very much tied to certain levels. And this was, you were still in an environment of levels with Bioshock, right? It wasn't just a big open world. Did that all sort of get designed together? It's like, here's the best villain that's going to fit to this environment and this theme of, this area?
Some of them work better than others. I mean, I think obviously Steinman and especially Senator Cohen really, I think, dominate.
Senator Cohen.
Level boss, they are the levels. And some of the characters didn't hold up as well, I don't think, on the writing side. The fun thing about the characters that work, like Simon, where he had all those little displays with the scissors and the that was stuff the art team came up with to support that character. And obviously Sandra Cohen in that level, I had this idea for this character, and as this artist and taking Andrew Ryan's thinking to the extreme, through a lens of art, was really fun.
Yeah, kill that guy.
I mean, in a lot of ways, they're more like Batman villains than they are like actual, real world villains. That they all have it. The Joker cares.
He was like the Penguin.
The humor and the dark humor that he has, and the Riddler cares more about the riddles, and he actually does about money. The money, the crime is just afterthought. It's the philosophy. And so these characters have a lot in common with, and there's probably a lot of inspiration taken from sort of characters like the Joker in terms of like any of the characters in Bioshock, because they were really driven by their ideology, but their ideology is a mask for their sense of selves, right? You know, this stuff is really, Cohen knows he's a hack, and he doesn't want to, you know, he can't admit that to himself, so he has to wrap himself in all this nonsense, because the last thing he could ever do is look in the mirror and say, I'm not much of an artist.
No need to thank me for jamming the transmissions of those boors, Atlas and Ryan. Let them have their squabble. The artist, yes, the artist knows there is richer earth to till.
From the moment you boot up Bioshock, you can feel the story grab
Yeah.
hold of you. A plane crashes at sea, a mysterious lighthouse, a sprawling city beneath the ocean. Hooking the player from the first touch without overwhelming him with convoluted RPG mechanics was key to the success of the game and the skillful ramping up of Bioshock's legendary gameplay.
Imagining Bioshock, reality check.
Bioshock has an amazing opening sequence that I can't imagine the game without it. With you know,
The plane crash.
plane and sort of the crash.
Lost.
But I understand that didn't come online until like the very end of development. John, is that true?
We had a couple of really depressing playtests. We had built all these systems. We thought we were doing a good job of like giving basically people a playground to play with and things to do. And when we had a playtest, we didn't realize how bad of a job we were doing in exposing those systems to the player, because we were so in these systems and in our own heads, we had no idea that we just weren't facing them towards the player at all. So after that playtest, we took a long, cold look at what we were doing and realized that we had to introduce it. We were confident enough in the systems that they were going to be fun and meaningful to the player, but we really had to think about how we were going to introduce these systems to the player, and in such a way that they understand why the systems were there. Like, you can't ship a README file with a game and expect people to read it. Like, it has to be part of the experience. So the challenge is, how do you introduce people to these systems, but do it in such a way that it fits within the narrative? So we had to integrate all of these things into the story cleanly so that the player felt like it was one smooth experience. And I think the Zap 'em and Whack 'em thing was
Whack.
one of those.
One-two punch,
Yeah, the
yeah.
1-2
That's literally what I was doing. Zap and whack.
Sequence at the beginning, I heard a story that
Zap him, and then you hit him with the wrench. Until I got my super uber wrench build. And then you just run around. You have silent footsteps, and you just whack on the back of the head.
Because we were very close to being finished, and we
Insta-kill.
people what essentially
Insta-kill.
and people played it, and it was in Boston, and we were sort of behind these glass windows. All these
Yeah.
Boston guys like, this
Quadra
is a piece of
kill.
shit. They hated it, and they were making fun of it, and they were saying, it's like watching some guys from Guys and Dolls getting beating each other up, and it's the stupidest thing they've ever seen. And we thought we were in pretty good shape at that point.
Guys and dolls.
I remember the focus test guy was like, sort of like a doctor giving me the bad news. Sorry, Ken, you better get your affairs in order. And
Oops.
we all came into work the next day, and we were like, what are we
What are you
going
gonna
to
do?
And we're all pretty depressed, but I think we started talking, and as we talked, we started thinking about, what are they saying to us? What are these people saying to us? What we think there's something there. Well, how are they missing it? And we decided that maybe they didn't understand who they were and who their role as a character, who their role in the world was, because the game at that point started with you in the ocean, floating in the ocean after the plane crash. And
the crash still was in the fiction, it just wouldn't show.
You just didn't see it, so you didn't have the voiceover saying, my parents always said I was going to do great things or whatever that. They didn't show the plane crash. We didn't establish a time period, because the plane is critical to establishing. You're smoking a cigarette. It's very 1960s looking. All that stuff was established. It wasn't established. So we decided we had no time, no money, so we sort of came up with a script. I wrote some lines, a line, I think. Nate, one of our artists, recorded the line. Steven and Sean and those guys got to work on building this very simple sequence, which was relatively simple sequence. And then the plane crash actually happens over the Bioshock logo we already had. But we wrote a radio play behind that with altitude of the crash, and that I think set the emotional, and the people screaming in terror on the plane crash, that set the emotional tenor much better and explained who the player was. And all of a sudden, we released. Then I think the next real encounter we had was people playing the demo, public encounter, and all of a sudden it was a very different experience.
No, I remember even back in the day, I think we did a thing on TV where we kind of talked about it. It was like that night, and I remember that night, like people on the forums were just like going nuts. And even though the game had a lot of press attention, when people finally got to play it and go through that sequence, I just remember there was this mass sort of excitement around it. And then the game shipped only a few weeks after that, right? Or a month after that?
A week later, a few days later.
It's amazing, like now, to hear that, like, literally like a month before the game came out, like the plane sequence came online or something. I mean, it was that late.
Well, we started to go through certification and all that.
So it's like within.
It wasn't far. It wasn't far. It was really last minute, and it was one of those things where like you really shouldn't be putting in content that late. But we felt that we were so close to having something good that we just rolled the dice on it, and we worked really hard on it. Like we worked really hard. I remember how much time I spent on just that recorded of altitude. After I could still hear the different version of that in my head. There's been so much time on that stuff, and these guys were working on getting the animations right and
the scene was shot in engine, but we decided to pre-render it so that we had to do less QA on it.
Right.
There was no, it wasn't going to be some like weird streaming error or crash error.
Wow.
It was just like
So
we're
is
just
that
going to
last
show
minute?
the video. Yeah.
And it's interesting because once you start in the ocean, we had this experience with testing a lot with the water effects and how beautiful Steven's water effects were. People didn't realize they were out of a cutscene at that point, and so they would just sit there and stare, and then
Right.
they
Or
pick up the
the
controller.
reflections, yeah.
And they pick up the controller, and all of a sudden they realize they were controlling it. But that, as
Yeah.
Sean said, that part of the plane is not actually interactive. It was done in the engine, but we just filmed it.
Now, as people were playing through the game and you were testing it, I'm sure there was debate about, when would you introduce this plasmids? What would the ramp be? Did that change at all, sort of as you got towards the end of development, about like, oh, we're going to give people the gun at this point, or it's like we're going to trigger these plasmids at this point? Like, how did that work?
So like we moved guns around. Like for instance, there was a big debate about originally you found a gun in the lighthouse, a pistol in the lighthouse.
Oh,
in the very
right there,
beginning. And because it's a shooter, right? Like, what the hell? And we had a lot of debates about it, and I feel that it was important that we didn't do that because the fact that you sort of go through a lot of the experience without having the distraction of a gun is important to getting you immersed in the world. Because when you have all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? But you don't have the hammer, so you just sort of had to take in the world and have that feeling of fear. And
Oh yeah, it was the wrench.
when you saw that splicer bounding around on the ceiling that you couldn't do anything about, and that had even though that's
Those are those moments, right? Like I remember when I played Unreal for the first time, where it's like you're trapped and there's a monster and you can't do anything.
That's always terrifying in a game when you don't have a weapon. And all you can do is run. Ugh. And what was it? Even what was it?
I remember we kept, moving
The walking simulator game.
around and where various plasmids appeared around.
What is it called?
It was a real, it's a real fine-tuning process.
Yeah, and it gave us an opportunity, like especially with the shotgun, to really present the weapons, like put some space.
Destiny, I think.
It's a moment when you finally.
Yeah, I think
we
like
get the shotgun
Paul
policy.
Hellquist was he put the sequence together for the.
I think it's a game.
When you see the shotgun laying.
Death Stranding.
Every
It starts with an E.
knows what that means, the minute you pick that
I think in the beginning you don't have a way of killing the enemies, and then later on, I believe, and then later on you do.
I've been waiting for this thing. I'm going to pick it up, and now you have an immediate opportunity to use it. But at the same time, we're trying to ramp up the tension level by having the splicers kind of on the outside of the light, so you can't really see them, and then coming in one at a time and attacking you.
Yeah. And we had very few tools to really control how the splicers acted. So how they were set up and how the environment was lit was really important.
Well, there's even other things like when you get the TK plasmid. I don't think we had a lot of physical space and opportunity and time to really present that. So we came up with the narrative that, it was the doctor's office and he used TK to practice tennis. And we had the turret in there that threw tennis balls at you. So if you wanted to, you could catch the tennis balls and throw them, and you could knock things down. I think it revealed pickups that you could then, pull to yourself with TK. But we're always trying to think of like little.
Yeah, I was like doing that. They would hide stuff that you could only use with telekinesis. You could only grab with telekinesis.
Take a grenade turret and turn it into a tennis ball turret.
We didn't have to use it. Well, in some instances you did, but sometimes you could reach it, but sometimes it was too far and you'd have to pull it.
Through their office, they
Yeah.
just had to have their hobby featured in some way, and so we saw an opportunity there to both feature this. He's a tennis nut and teach TK at the same time.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Rapture is overflowing with memorable locations and set pieces. In developing a world that feels organic, lived in, and functional, Irrational managed to create a space that feels perfectly suited to the story and the action that takes place in it, which begs a question: did the plot shape the location, or did the plot fit squarely in
No,
the
my
world
plane.
that was already established?
Imagining Bioshock, a world of themes.
Let's talk about some of the areas in Rapture, because
A world of
it's an
MS.
amazing place,
The
but
MS.
also it feels like there's certain areas that are very well designed and that they have, a very certain aesthetic, and the characters in there, it all kind of comes together. Ken, do you have a part of Rapture that resonates the most with you still to this day?
I think the opening is always going to be the most important to me because it's we spent a lot of time there, and it was all for me as a challenge as a narrative guy is sort of how do we set up a very complex series of events and a very complex notion and all this, Andrew, with so much to tell, Big Daddies and Little Sisters and Andrew Ryan and the time period and do that all without cutscenes. And especially, I think the descent to Rapture when you get in the bathysphere, getting that right, getting everything right down to the bathysphere, cresting the hill and seeing the city for the first time. Remember how much we worked on the timing of that? Just getting that.
And it took us forever to figure out that we should just put the slide projector covering the window. Like again, in hindsight, it seems like such an obvious choice, but we were really trying to figure out like how are we going to tell this story of Ryan and then reveal so you can see the city beyond the hill.
And also, we didn't have to show the whole transition going down to the bottom of the ocean because the whole screen was covered.
Spoiler alert.
I think that's the part that will always be near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was Kashmir.
Yeah.
That was one of the first.
The restaurant at the beginning.
Yeah, the restaurant at the beginning, because it was really like the first art box that we created that was Rapture. I mean, we created spaces before that weren't really hitting the Art Deco look. Scott Sinclair just started, and he built that, designed and built that statue of the Atlas with the world on his shoulders that was in the middle of the room. And Mauricio had done some concept art for us of that space. And once we started putting everything together and getting it into engine.
Yeah, that area wasn't towards the end, but it was cool to see.
Seeing those giant windows off to the side that just showed the seascape and really drove home the fact that you were underwater. It was the first time.
I accidentally skipped that area. At the very beginning, there's an area we can jump down, but then you can't go back, so.
We have to just get one room right before we go any further because we weren't getting it right. And so Mauricio did that concept drawing. Yep. We worked really hard on that statue, and that statue I think was the first object we really built in the game that was a Bioshock. So we just stayed in that room for like a month until we got it right.
And I think the original concept actually had a tram running through it, so it was like even more complicated, and that was one of those things where we had to keep pulling back and pulling.
Yeah, they had that towards the end of the game.
Focus on what the bare essence of that room was.
Were there parts of Rapture that you never were able to realize that you sort of still missed at the zoo? People
we had a zoo that I was excited about. Not everybody was excited about the zoo, but I don't know why I was excited about the zoo because it would have been a nightmare. We had another area that was
yeah, it would have been a lot of work.
It was more of a straight up agriculture, forest type of area.
Before we had the bathyspheres, we had a whole sort of subway transport system in Rapture, which we spent a lot of time thinking about, and then just realized that these little submersibles would be a much more realistic and much better solution.
Are you going to be able to move between locations in that subway system?
Yeah, much like the bathyspheres, but they were much more integrated throughout the space, and we really want to support them. And we just realized it was not really relevant to what we were doing.
Were there certain locations or areas where you knew a certain narrative point?
Yeah, because I noticed the subways were there, but yeah.
You know, the reveal of sort of Atlas's true motive.
Not usable.
Was that like, oh, we've got to do it this level because it fits the story?
It's cool though.
Or was it more that you sort of like, you had the game laid out in a certain order and you just layered the story on top of it?
I think the big one I can think of is that you encounter Ryan in his sort of like that he would live in an area of industry.
Okay.
You know, so he lives in this very industrial area because that's where he would feel most comfortable. And that we wanted his office, his lair, to sort of be not in some residential zone, but where he wants to wake up and smell the grease fires and and the machines and the smoke. That's in his lifeblood. Industry is his lifeblood.
But it also had to be very theatrical. Like if you look at it now, it doesn't look like an office. You kind of know it's an office because the story is telling you that. And we had some old technology that was laying around in the game that would control environment settings. So old system that we had would let you do high pressure, low pressure, medium pressure, and those would affect lighting and other like post-process things in the world. And that was a system that was cut, but because the code was in, we were always trying to figure out ways to use it. And one of the ways that we used it was in the Andrew Ryan sequence, because we didn't have a lot of narrative storytelling tools.
Yeah, there was one area in the game where you can move these valves and it shoots out fire, but I wasn't really sure what you're supposed to do, because I would turn them on, I'd turn it off, and it wouldn't do anything. I turned them all on, and I turned them all off, and then nothing happened.
Bring up the house lights when we need them to.
Very, very early on, you could change the pressure in the areas, and that would change how explosions work and all this stuff like that. And we just couldn't figure out how to make it gettable.
That would have been a hard game mechanic to employ or to add.
Levers in the game, so we still had the system, so we used it for the sort of theatrical cues of the very theatrical.
Apply.
Ryan appearing, the lights going down where you are, and the lights coming up where he is, because the engine didn't have those tools by default.
The assassin has overcome my final defense, and now he's come to murder me. In the end, what separates a man
from a mouse?
Money.
You know what's funny? I never watched that because I think I was standing over off on the side somewhere.
A slave obeys.
And there was a great sense of sort of artistic progression as you went through the game too, and that each level.
Oh no, I was facing the door. I was standing right by the door, and I never turned around. So yeah. I didn't even see that.
Repeat this and change the color palette. It felt like, I mean, for the team, it was very defined from early on that you wanted each sort of level, which they were levels back in the day, to feel distinct.
Yeah, I mean, we had sort of experimented with that back on System Shock 2, back when every Doom level looked pretty much like every other Doom level, because they were just working on the same set of assets. We decided with our very rudimentary tools in System Shock 2 that we would progress with color, and every deck would feel different from a color standpoint, even though most of that was lighting, or textures, nothing really more. But we had the tools to actually, sort of theme levels. I think a lot of this goes back to, I think my first memory was actually from when I was 1 year old at the Montreal World Expo.
You remember when you were one?
Well, I remember being at something at this World's Fair, which I didn't realize, I think, was in 1967, when I was 1 year old, a little over 1 year old. And I was on a theme park ride that they had, and I remember being at this thing where a big bat flies out of this sort of thing and comes up. I don't know why I was 1 year old was on this ride. I'm not sure, sort of a haunted housey kind of ride. And I remember loving it. And I think that stuck with me. So the notion of sort of theme parky themes and settings. And Disney World does a great job with this. You go to Disney World, they theme areas. So themed areas are something that always resonated with me. And Bioshock sort of always has had this notion of feeling of theme in different areas, much more than the real world has. Like you walk from building to building, most of them you can't really tell them apart. You walk from walk from a floor of an office building to another floor. It's not going to look any different. But we always felt that was really important.
And there's also, I mean, if you look at SWAT 4, saw some early experiments with this, especially like the serial killer's house level in SWAT 4, which is probably one of the most dense levels that we ship. But you were trying to tell a specific story with that, and going straight into Bioshock and using the same exact engine that we were using, and we were very comfortable at that point with how the engine worked and how to art up these rooms, gave us a leg up when we sat down and really thought about what stories are we specifically trying to tell. And one of my favorite anecdotes from this time period is with Sander Cohen. I think it was Nate Wells and Stephen Alexander sat down one night, and they came up with a backstory for every dead body that you find in that space, and then they told that story with the props that they could. Even if it was just like, this guy crawled 3 feet and then shot himself in the head because he was sad about something, you know, they put those marks in, maybe put a picture next to the guy, and then he shot himself. So they really like did their homework and tried to add
just like with Bloodborne, they use the story, or they use the location or the scenery to paint the picture, tell the story.
Iconic and haunting, the Big Daddy and Little Sister
Visual narratives.
captivated the public's imagination. Big Daddy encounters defined
Hey,
the
Big
Bioshock
Daddy.
experience, creating new mechanics and techniques that had not been seen before in gaming.
I got him. Rapture's denizens.
So Big Daddy, Little Sister, such
Hey,
an
Big Daddy.
iconic moment or series of moments in this game. I'm fascinated about how that got layered in, because we talked a lot about the setting and the tone. That is still, to me, you know, a mechanic that I remember was very unique about, you know, choosing to engage the Big Daddy and being a fight that you know is going to be very aggressive and different than a traditional boss fight. I know you had an idea, Ken, of sort of 3 different types of
Yeah,
AI
he was tough,
interacting in the same
especially
world.
playing on hard.
Yeah, we were sort of like trying to
He was a pain.
like AIs you hadn't seen before, and this is still pretty early. Like 10 years ago, a lot's changed in 10 years. So like AIs were still pretty much enemies who saw you and came after you.
Zigzag, shoot.
Yep, and then that was really the focus, is how you make them, you know, use AI better at you. You know, so I started thinking about, are there more primal behaviors to think about? And I was watching a nature show one day. You know, it's typical nature shows, and it's like observe the mother tiger taking care of her young. You know, one of those kind of things. And I realized that we don't even need a narrator on those shows. We understand certain behaviors just by looking at them. They're very primal, like somebody protecting their young, the predator-prey behavior. Those things were very, you don't need dialogue for that. And AIs at that point, we didn't have the ability to do a lot of sort of, you know, smart AI.
Yeah.
So I said, what if their behaviors are just very primal, and we can model those behaviors? So aggro rules is something we knew we can model, right? You know, how does an AI aggro on you? What are the rules for that? Could they make a aggression display?
Smart AI.
Rather than just attack. And can another character
How's this video?
raid and hide behind the skirts of another character? And we started talking about these
2 years ago?
and
Oh,
it
okay.
came very quickly. The actual
When was it
form of
filmed, though?
came very quickly as sort of this protector creature. The Little Sister took a lot longer, ironically.
2016.
It's a much simpler notion in a lot of ways.
Okay.
The initial idea
Whoa.
of sort of watching a nature show, and ironically, even though it's a much simpler notion in a lot of ways, the initial idea came out of sort of watching.
I'm glad they made her not look like that.
Trying to work within our constraints of making. We couldn't make super complex AIs.
Like what? Like a monster.
Because when we first got the system up and running, this is before the playtest, we weren't really thinking about player facing these things. And we had this entire system set up that completely simulated what would happen. And you'd play through the vertical slice and you walk into a room and everybody's dead because the system would work perfectly. And you weren't there to see the fight. Yeah.
And we track they weren't called Little Sisters at the time, but we track how much they were harvesting, and it was all like a Command and Conquer level simulation.
Yeah.
And players didn't care or notice.
Yep.
And so we just abandoned all that stuff.
Yeah, so that took us a step towards, how do we present this to the player? Then how do we make the gatherers, which we called them at the time before Little Sister design came on, like how do we make them empathetic towards the player? How do we make the player want to engage with that? Because at the time they were just slugs.
Right.
So which is a
That's right,
horrible
Little
design.
Sister originally were slugs, right?
Yeah.
Not actually.
Which is a horrible design in so many ways because you don't care about slugs, and they're also on the ground, so you don't see them. They're not like at eye level, and they're dark. So
But you still have something. We still have the trailer had like the same, or not the trailer, the demo. our prototype we did. So it had the Big Daddy sort of like interacting with the little slug.
And slugs crawl around the Big Daddy? Or
No,
what?
it's this awful
That's a
little
little
mesh.
sophistication, yeah.
It's like a little beetle, sort of.
Yeah,
it was terrible.
Yeah.
And they were protecting.
And they had
protecting the beetles.
The beetles? What?
And
the
it
Big
was
Daddies
so
had 2 drills.
It's-
They didn't have a hand, so there's no way they could like.
It's just fascinating.
Los
because,
beetles.
Like there's such humanity in it, which you really connect with.
Which
seems like
you would
a
think
smart
that would
thing
be
to
the
go
obvious
straight
thing.
to.
Yeah.
Wow.
We're not very smart.
The idea of sort of choosing to engage the Big Daddy. I mean, when I was first time I played the game, I mean, that was always profound to me because you sort of sit there and like, am I ready for this? And your choice to sort of like, the kind of opposite of stealth, like when you want to be discovered. Was that always the mechanic with the Big Daddy?
Yeah, the idea was that they would have very particular rules about engaging with you that were entirely dependent on how the threat level towards, not them, towards their creature they were protecting.
Yeah, that was set. And then as you worked through it, I'm sure there were conversations about how difficult do we make these fights and sort of the balancing of that. And even, with the game, you don't start off with a Big Daddy fight. It's a little ways into the game until you actually get to that. So that was sort of debated.
You actually encounter the notion of Big Daddy and Little Sister many times before you actually are freed into an arena where you can actually fight them. You see them.
Sneaking out, pipes.
You see them, you see them walking down a hall, the first time you see Little Sister, she's harvesting, and then you see the Big Daddy come and protect her. And we realized it was 4 or 5 sequences we had to do to set the stage for these characters. And look, we were hoping they'd be iconic and people would respond to the way they did, because we certainly spent energy on them with the expectation that they'd have an impact that we really just as easily could have turned out that nobody cared.
I think the actual very first time, and not a lot of people see it, there's a Little Sister in the vent in Kashmir restaurant. But if you're looking in the right direction at the right time, you'll see her looking at you, and then she'll disappear into the vent.
It's the eyes,
no, it's the actual mesh.
Is it the mesh?
Because it was easier to do that.
Right.
Anyways, but yeah.
Thank you. The path of the righteous is not always easy.
The thing as you play through the game, I think the moments with those sort of encounters certainly stand out to the player. For you guys, as you were developing it, was there a debate about how often to sort of have those encounters? Like, like how many Big Daddies would there be? How would that play out? I mean, was that something that sort of changed as you?
No, I think we decided there would be 3. I think it was 3 per level.
So 3 and 2 in smaller levels. We did have a 3rd Big Daddy that was mostly finished, but we couldn't make it fun. Like that last 10% of an AI is always like, where's the fun? Like, how do you really make it fun?
I think they put it into Bioshock too, didn't they?
They might have, yeah.
They might have, I don't know.
But it was fully rigged, fully animated, but we just didn't have the time we needed to really, really polish it. So we ended up shipping with the bouncer and Rosie. Hunting
the Big Daddy, that demo was a huge moment, I think, in the game's kind of marketing campaign. And that really, I think, sold the tension of that battle. When you showed that, did the entire game feel like that, or was that really more of just like a vertical slice of what you wanted the game to feel like?
That at that point was more what we wanted to feel like, because the Big Daddy had a lot of problems at that point. But we were confident we could do that. Like, we wanted to make sure that was an experience we could deliver on. And it was like it functioned, but it would do really weird things. Like, it had this tendency at the time to, if you did the wrong thing, that it would turn into basically a super ball and start like a tiny little super ball. The Big Daddy will turn to a super ball and start bouncing off the ceiling and walls like a million miles an hour. Do you remember why you did that, or what was going on?
I'm sure it was some physics bug that
And so that actually happened. Sometimes we were doing the demo, and Joe Falstick, who was the guy running the demo with me in Barcelona, was very good at making sure that he turned away from the Big Daddy. Like, oh yeah, I guess we killed the Big Daddy. He must be dying over there. But so all things were functional, but they weren't really. They didn't have all their bells and whistles on yet. It was really good for us because it sort of gave us some confidence that people would respond to just the notion of watching Little Sister and
It'd been interesting if they just left him like that.
Well, it gave us confidence, but also gave us a tool that the development team as a whole.
He's gonna be terrifying. Boop. Like this. He bounces away.
Elements in that demo were scripted.
He is called Mr. Bubbles, so. Mr. Bubbles.
It's not scripted. How we make this
Mr. Bubbles.
So the player can actually use these systems.
Oh, Mr.
So it
Bubbles.
was something that we could point to and say,
Mr. Bubbles, no.
How are we going to do this? Like, let's break it down.
Sorry, kid, but he got wrecked.
Yeah, and that was like in September, and actually the game was done in
20 tries later, he got wrecked.
So we weren't that far off.
Yeah.
A lot went into it in those final months. But it was a big confidence boost for us because we thought it was the most important thing about the game, besides the world, was this sort of Big Daddy, Little Sister concept. And if people didn't care about it, it would have been a problem for us because we spent a lot of time on it.
Kill, excuse me, to harvest or not to
Harvest.
The moral dilemma that follows you throughout the Bioshock experience and defines
Harvest always.
Player. This choice lays at the center of your Bioshock story and has repercussions that can be felt in nearly every facet of the gameplay.
Matching Bioshock. Questions of morality.
Part of Bioshock's lasting legacy, of course, are the
20 minutes.
sisters and this moral choice that presented itself to the player. Everyone it became a water cooler conversation about like, well, did you save them? Did you harvest them? That concept, Ken, was that something that
20 minutes and then I gotta end because I gotta go.
that binary choice? When did that come
But I'll
into
probably stream BG3 later. But yeah, we'll see.
Of them being protected, but I can't remember when you
Yeah, it
actually
certainly
chose
wasn't. When there were slugs, it was not meaningful. I think there was.
Fighting food on.
There were resources
Whoops.
that you could get, but there was no choice.
Sean
The
Robertson.
choice was, do I want to fight the Big Daddy or not?
Yeah.
I think once we got into the realm of they have to be empathetic, the player has to.
I want to play the Big Daddy.
Some feeling towards them, which you're not going to get from slugs. Then we start.
You do
seeing
you?
that opportunity.
Yeah.
That like, okay.
That's part's pretty cool.
Do harm to these girls or do
You gotta be a Big Daddy.
Do we allow them to? It was we weren't comfortable with it at first when it first came out that we could.
I think it was important that it was a way to reflect the sort of larger economic questions of a world like Rapture, where where the economy drives everything. Are there any limits to economic decision making versus moral decision making? Because that's sort of what the Randian notion is that it's not the role that you don't sort of legislate morality. Let's try to take that to an extreme and see where that ends up. And the Little Sisters sort of became that. And in this world, they became a commodity. And the question we have for the players, they're a commodity to you as well, potentially. Do you want to participate in the commodification? There was, I think, a fair amount of nervousness internally at the publisher about it for a little while, but pretty quickly they were able to sort of say, look, we trust you guys and go, do this. And
Harvest those kids. Whoa.
And this sort of happens over and over again. The games press worried a ton about it and wring their hands about it. They ever recognized it was a setting topic, but that it was done to a larger purpose. That it wasn't just sort of like, hey, this is the game where you kill children. And
whatever, that was a sensitivity. I know that you guys wanted to call them little sisters, not little girls, and it wasn't killing them, it was harvesting them. And I mean, you did some things probably on purpose, right, to sort of explain that you weren't doing anything vicious to them, right?
Well, I mean, you do sort of, they do sort of disappear out of you and a big slug out of their belly, comes up that we didn't want that to be graphic. We wanted to be very clear that you were killing them. Yeah. But it was not intended to be a prurient in terms of, hey, this is a simulation of pulling a sea slug out of a little girl's belly. But we wanted you to understand that you were making a very diabolical moral economic pact there. And we think that came across, and I think it came across well enough. And I think the test of how well it came across is, I think most people didn't really thought of it as am I willing to do this thing or not? Right. And people would tell stories how they were and saw them harvesting, and then they literally slept on the couch that night. But, and that's an interesting.
Women killing other women.
3D mesh. That's really no different than any other 3D mesh in the world. This little sister, she's not a person. She's a 3D asset, a virtual 3D asset, right? That has a voice actor connected to it who's an adult woman, and nobody was actually getting harmed, but people still emotionally connected to them and made an emotional connection.
And also,
that's gaming.
When you're playing, you don't really know what the impact of that choice is. Yes. And that's sort of the curiosity of you're a gamer, so it's like, am I going to game the system? Which one should I pick? How does this impact things as you go through the game? It's never really fully clear what that choice is going to lead to, right? And the ambiguousness of that was something you wanted to sort of create mystery around throughout the game?
Yeah, we went back and forth a lot about what the rewards for harvesting versus saving would be, and actually I think we should have really pushed further that the rewards for saving were should have been much more meager than the rewards for harvesting, just to really sort of put you up against the wall, push you up against the wall and say, are you going to stick by your moral guns here? Because you're going to pay for it. Because that's usually the way life is, right? It's always harder to take a moral path than it is to take an amoral path.
Yeah, I didn't harvest any of them, and it made the game harder. Because then you don't have enough, what's it called? Adam to get all the upgrades. But I think if you harvest them, you do get it. Oh, what the heck?
As you play through the game, eventually
you're able to get all the upgrades.
As we know now, there were sort of.
But then at the end of the game, when you fight the last boss, he gives you a bunch of Adam.
That was something at the time. I know you said publicly that.
But then you're not able to use it.
Was that in part because
Unless there was a machine in that room, but I never actually checked. But yeah.
The two endings were,
fighting foodons.
It seemed forced. Sort of almost made a joke. I mean, a meta commentary joke about the lack of agency in games, the lack of meaning in those choices. Given that you have these two endings, I guess you could make an argument that you were free, you were given choice of once Ryan's dead, and that's really what it's about. But I think we also didn't really have enough time to execute on those super well. I was pretty happy with how the happier one came out, with the sort of little sister focus, but it's a much more subtle story than I would have time to tell about your slow descent into you know, moral chaos and,
Right.
and dissolute living and all the things that sort of come along with a life that is sort of separate from a moral structure. That's a long story.
And I mean, you were just switching a cutscene. It wasn't like you were doing sort of a whole other level that was different or something. So the choice was
There's 2 cutscenes with very tight time and economic
Or just start a
constraints.
nuclear war.
Yes, and that's not. You know,
You're a
that's-
nice guy, or you start a nuclear
Yeah,
war.
and because we had so many problems on our plate, that was something I had to sort of do in the spare time. So I was pretty happy with one, but not very happy with the other.
I know you had said publicly before that there was
The 2 endings.
another sort of more ambiguous ending that you had originally planned, or what would you have done?
There was a notion of an ambiguous ending, which if I just wrote one, I would have found.
Yeah, I wonder which ending the second game takes.
You know, positive or
I wonder. Do you play the same character? I don't know.
Really tried with
Guess we're gonna have to find out.
Make a game about good and evil. Is really about.
I'll get to it. It's on my list.
What circumstances lead people to, and how they delude themselves with ideology to do things that they would think are evil, but it's okay because it's for
Pay
a
attention.
cause. And
Oh, sorry.
I think that's what I probably would have. If I just had one to write, I'd probably
Do
focus
do
more
do
on
do do do.
how difficult it is to sort of align when you start being driven by ideology rather than being in the moment and thinking about the impact of what you're doing.
Sean, you talked to gamers, I'm sure, over the years. Did you ever get a sense of how many people harvested versus saved, or was there any sort of data? I mean, this is before the days where you get telemetry and data on like what people picked and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, it seems like more people saving Little Sisters, although I have a few friends that are, I just harvested every single one. I wanted to see what happened. So I don't know if that was more, you know, the game developer and them trying to see, you know, what would happen, but certainly for the most part, I think most people.
Yeah, if I didn't know, like, if I didn't see what would happen, and then I played it back then, I would have done both playthroughs.
They want to save the Little Sisters, so yeah.
I would have saved him, and then I would have been like, okay, now what happens if I kill him? Like, even with my playthroughs, like, I played Fable before, and I'm going to be replaying Fable. I played it, like, 12 years ago, and I did a good ending. And initially, I was going to do an evil run, but I think I might do a good ending again. And I did a strength build. I think I might do a strength build again. Yeah.
Choice is a superficial concept in gaming narrative.
We'll see, though.
Bioshock confronted this idea
I don't remember what the other builds are.
stirring into our minds a innocuous 3-word phrase with an unforgettable new meaning. Would you kindly?
Would you kindly? Would you kindly? Would you kindly ring that bell? Would you kindly like this video? But this is Twitch. So I upload all my VODs on Twitch, onto YouTube. All of them? Almost all of them. Except for my Dota ones, where I hide my video journals in the back. I don't upload those. Okay, I do upload them, but they're private.
Most classic kind of narrative moments in games in the past decade.
You don't need to hear about my feelings. Or do you?
It didn't always start like that. Can you tell us sort of about
They're too emotional.
of
No.
sort of the, you know, the conditioning of the player
And they're too personal.
Excelsior
Yeah.
was the phrase once.
Yeah, this is. I'm trying to recall some of this. So we had the idea, like, because we had the Andrew Ryan scene very early, and we knew sort of all the events that would happen. There were phrases before there was "Would you kindly?" The notion existed.
Would you kindly?
And what it was, but we
Would you
didn't have
kindly?
the phrase, "Would you
Would you kindly?
Later, so we.
Would you kindly?
Threw in there.
Hi. Hi, would you kindly?
Was it at one point? That's probably comes from my Stanley.
Would you kindly?
Was that like sort of throughout the game? It would have been
Sure.
like Excelsior.
Excelsior.
There are some things when you're making games you just sort of throw in as like, we need
Sounds
something.
cool.
Head over there, Excelsior.
And then it sits there for a year, and then all of a sudden you kind of forget it's not good, right? And then until somebody comes along and says, "Dude,
seriously."
Yeah.
what's
Or you meant it
Excelsior?"
to be like a stub in.
Seriously?
You meant it to actually gain traction, and then you're like, oh crap.
But that sense of some phrase.
Where
would
is my
be
package?
repeated throughout the game that you wouldn't really realize.
It's,
you knew, until later. That
on
was
the way.
Yes, yeah, and the fact that you would. Have
Anyways,
something that seemed
anyways.
on thing, and then came back at you like a freight train later on. It was there from pretty early.
Sit.
Would you kindly? Uh-oh. Would you kindly?
Run. Stop. Turn.
Whoa.
A man chooses. A slave obeys.
So that phrase evolved, but talk
I don't
about
understand
that,
why he did what he did.
the sort of meta-narrative
He has you
of
kill.
being in
Like,
the game, thinking that you have a sense of
unless he was
choice,
brainwashed too?
making
Maybe. I don't know.
decisions, But then obviously realizing that
Yeah.
the player ultimately didn't have choice or was conditioned in a way
Anyways,
that they would react to that.
I don't want to give too much spoilers if you haven't played it and you're watching this video. But if you're watching this, you probably played it.
Was there sort of a deeper sort of
But yeah.
meaning? to it?
Anyways,
No, look, I think I was always interested in the concept.
I just don't understand why he did what he did.
You know, Oedipus. Not to get too pointy-headed here, but Oedipus sort of thinking he has, I'm going to leave, the city and go to another city because there's been this prophecy about me, and I'm going to avoid my fate, and I'm in complete control, and then finding out he's not in control at all. To the Manchurian Candidate, which is a story I love about, somebody who you find out is just a puppet, living a life of a man. And Fight Club. I always love those kind of stories about who am I and what is my agency in this world, because look, we struggle. I think everybody struggles with that. How much we really have control over, and how much is
I love Fight Club.
parents or whatever telling us what to do. So that seemed like a natural thing for story, and because it came from movies, that idea a lot, and plays, I don't think it was very. There's a lot of it hadn't been explored in games really, and games are particularly interesting because games.
Because you feel like you are interacting with us, yeah.
And you're really being, most games, especially at the time, you're really just being railroaded down a corridor. It's very easy to underestimate gamers, and I think probably I did a little of my own underestimation there, that it would be a little too pointy-headed for people, but people seem to really engage, probably because it spoke to an experience they had, a struggle as a gamer they've always had, which is like, I want to control, but how much control do I really have in this game?
True. And Sean, I mean, it was also something that was a great surprise when you played through the game, and I'm sure even for people on the team, did everyone know that when Ken was sort of doing it, or did it was revealed as people played through it?
I think, I mean, at some point the entire team knew. It wasn't. It was something that was talked about with a smaller group before it was brought to the entire team. Early on, when you heard the idea and you just kind of clicks, right? You're like, okay, like I totally get this.
Did people get it? I seem to remember people looking at me like, oh,
it's maybe not the specifics, and maybe it's the Excelsior, or maybe talking about the time, but the idea that you don't really have choice in exactly
7 minutes.
Played through how many video games.
So when I say I'm paying attention, I'm probably not paying attention.
You're gonna kill these people. You're gonna pass these checkpoints, and you think you have a choice, but ultimately the only real choice is stop playing the game. So the idea that we're kind of like taking that on resonated. Now the actual, like, is it Excelsior, or is it the Latin phrase I forgot, or if it's would you kindly?
See, here's how I.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly?
I could be wrong. Yeah. I can remember being so surprised by the outside reaction, because I remember the.
Also, I'm pretty tired.
Completely, nobody can.
And yeah, I'm ending after this.
I mean, we worked on it.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of surprised by the outside reaction, because I kind of thought it was like.
Yeah, 6.5 hours. Whoops.
A bit academic, right?
Yeah. 6.5 hours of YouTube.
We're playing it close to the vest.
Whoa. It would also just be a function of nobody making the game had the experience of playing it through and getting to that moment.
Yeah, I mean, like it was revealed to them in advance of playing it. So that's a surprise.
They had seen it in all its really half-assed, development stages
and
on
out of order.
Yeah.
Out of order
and it's not really something you can play test over an afternoon.
Yeah, I'm glad the game did well.
You need to lack.
Because when you're loaded with a,
have that.
And when you have a flop, and then you're just like, oh, I hope this makes it. Hopefully, they didn't have to take loans. What's cool is the method that he took, which was they just mentioned it to people, and then from there created buzz. Yeah.
So there was something about either the actor or the writing or the accent that just.
Because I think I'm guessing the other game, they probably didn't have the budget to make it correctly. I'm not sure. Or put a lot of time into it. But this game was fantastic.
Him have personal stakes in the story as well, that he had his family trapped.
Yeah.
Of course, it's all fiction, right? But his he had skin in the game. He sort of spoke to you as a friend, and especially because the whole world was so hostile to you. I think it took a while to get that exactly right.
Listen, I've
got a family. Liar.
But the splicers have cut me off from them. If you can reach them in Neptune's bounty, then maybe, just maybe. I know you must feel like the unluckiest man in the world right now.
I wonder if that family actually did die.
Sean, what do you hope is the kind of lasting legacy of Bioshock? 10 years, hence a lot of things you guys were doing,
Because the biggest issue was you have two pretty much bad guys fighting one another.
But it was really
and ultimately, what they were fighting over eventually was they were
what do you hope people remember the game?
pretty much turning everyone into mutants to fight their war. That's why there's so much. That's what the enemies are. The mutants are all the citizens that got transformed by these two guys.
We use the environment to set up the backstory of Rapture and really create a sense of space, which I think is vitally important to getting the players to trust that, to sit down and kind of like just be in the space and let these things happen. Even the radio logs.
Yeah, that's what I should have done.
At the time, I mean, we really sat down with the tools that we had.
But I was impatient.
And tried
I was impatient because I was getting wrecked the entire time.
People that they could take away, and like you said
earlier, the game I'm pretty sure took a lot longer because one, I played it on hard, and two, I played it on hard.
So for me, I think the legacy is.
And so I just got wrecked.
It was a story well.
Got rickety wrecked.
For me, it was a sense of place, being.
I still beat it though, but
even though it's not,
it was a pain.
It's actually a very crude. From the time, a relatively crude bunch of polygons and.
Literally by the end, I was so tilted.
I played a lot of it when we were testing it on television. That it still felt like a sense of place, and the music. A lot of it when we were testing it on a 14-inch,
14-inch SD television, which is hilarious because when I did game,
characters, that it's a real place, and
the TV I was on was like a 10-inch CRT. That's what I played on.
Those are the two sort of
it was no LCD, CRT, big two ones. It wasn't even that big. It was maybe like a foot long, and it pumps a bunch of radiation into your face, and you're just like, "What's happening?"
Type of game. I think a lot of people say like, "Oh, this is a a type of experience."
Tons of radiation.
your career where
Yeah.
you guys want to go. I mean, do you that idea of those types of
Probably why I
games,
wear
do
glasses.
you miss it now that you sort of
Why I wear my glasses.
now, or do you feel like it's sort of you close that chapter?
Yeah, because focusing on small screens is bad for your eyes.
Of what?
But like, try not to be on your phone too much. Try not to be on small tablets.
But it wasn't System Shock 2. It was
Like even my laptop. Like my tablet is 10 inches. My laptop is 13 inches, 14 inches, 14 inches, 13 inches. And then, but this monitor is 48 inches, that's why the camera's up so high.
And what we're trying to do with the medium. So I don't think it's something that you
Most
just
people have like a 27 or 32 inch monitor. I have a 48 inch. Compensating? No.
I don't think the new game is going to.
Maybe.
I'm not going to be surprised that it's this game.
Calm down, pay attention.
They're going to see a lot of what we had done before in terms of world
What?
building.
New Game Plus?
I'm not going to be surprised that it's this game is new games from us. They're going to see a lot of.
Oh, new games than us.
before in terms of
From
world
us.
building and aspects
Where's
of
the new Game Plus? There was no new Game Plus. You beat it.
move away from the you really have no choice.
Okay.
Very, 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 very hard problem which we spent years working on. But we're building upon the foundation of stuff
Got 30 minutes
before. Just trying to go in a different
to get
direction
ready.
with it, but it's
How long does it take to get ready? Hours. I'm kidding. It depends. Not hours. This morning it took me an hour because I lose track of time without my phone.
Where the great would not be constrained by the
Short story, I use music to keep track of my time when I'm in the shower. If I don't have that, I lose track of time.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for watching.
Already, subscribe and hit that
He's doing my outro for me. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. This music. Thank you kindly. Would you kindly? It's would you kindly. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm just gonna like this. So yeah, just thank you for watching my stream. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you're a real one. You're the real one. You're goated. You're goated and I love you. Also, I gotta go. Hope you have a good day, night, evening, wherever you're at. And after this will be, I might play Baldur's Gate 3 for a few hours. So yeah, watch out for that. And then what? I don't know. I gotta go. Bye. Besitos.